Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Had Yu-Gi-Oh Powers Naruto X Alexis movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. Today is the day. Thought a 15-year-old teenager walking through Domino City as they headed to Kaiba Dome. The teen had spiky blonde hair, lightly tanned skin, glowing blue eyes, and 3 whisker marks on his cheek. His attire consisted of black boots, dark blue jeans, a black studded belt with 2 suitcases attached, a black short-sleeved shirt, and a dark orange jacket, while strapped to his left arm was a Kaiba Corp Solid Vision dual disc with a dark violet, almost silver back, body, and accents. This was Naruto Uzumaki, although most people would recognize him as the student of the King of Games himself, Yugi Muto. Currently, Naruto was heading to the Kaiba Dome to take the entrance exam to enroll in Duel Academy, a school created and owned by Seto Kaiba to teach new duelists and train them for the pro leagues. Naruto had planned to enroll when he was old enough, as well as starting in Slifer Red, the lowest rank in the academy, even though Kaiba had offered to place him in Obelisk Blue, given that he knew Naruto was skilled enough to get into the Blue dorm. But Naruto had turned down the offer, not wanting people to believe he got in simply because of who he knew. If he got into Obelisk Blue, it would be because he earned it by showing his skill in dueling. Furthermore, Kaiba had asked Naruto to investigate some strange things that had happened at Duel Academy. Things related to the darker, more magical side of dueling. "Hey Naruto!" Stopping in his tracks, Naruto looked to see who was calling him, before smiling and waving when he saw Yugi, himself, walking towards him. "Hello Yugi," Naruto greeted, shaking his teacher's hand. "I see you're on your way to the stadium for the entrance exam," Yugi said, remembering what day it was, as well as running into that boy from earlier, who was also taking the entrance exam. "That's right, I have my decks ready and my dual disc," Naruto replied, with Yugi nodding approvingly and smiling, before placing a hand on his student's shoulder. That's something Yugi never thought he'd do, personally teach someone how to play duel monsters. But Naruto was a special kid, he knew the moment they met, and Yugi was proud that he'd grown up to be such a great duelist. It made him wonder if this was how Adam felt when Yugi defeated him in their duel, to see how far he'd come and could now stand on his own. "Good, just remember, always believe in yourself and your deck. If you do that, you'll never fear defeat. And remember, keep your abilities a secret and only use them for emergencies," Yugi said seriously, knowing that it would be best if Naruto kept his powers a secret unless he needed to use them. "Fine, I'll do my best," Naruto said with a nod, to which Yugi returned, before leaving to allow Naruto to reach the Kaiba Dome. "It's hard to believe I've already been in this world for 3 years," Naruto thought, his mind wandering back to when he first came to this world. Flashback. Naruto groaned as his eyes slowly opened, before immediately closing them as a bright light flooded his visions. "Ugh, what hit me?" Naruto thought as his entire body felt sore, and like he had just spent 10 rounds with Gamabunta. Opening his eyes slowly, to get used to the light, Naruto looked around and frowned when he didn't recognize the room he was in. It wasn't a white hospital room or his apartment, he didn't know where he was. Trying to sit up proved to be a mistake, as he felt a wave of pain in his chest. Looking up, Naruto saw a fist-sized scar near his heart, and that's when all his memories came flooding back. Upon learning that Sasuke went rogue and was planning to join Orochimaru, he, Shikamaru, Neji, Choji, and Kiba were going after him and confronting the Sound Four. That strange bone guy and Lee appeared, then they confronted Sasuke at the Valley of the End. After that, everything went a bit blurry, with Naruto remembering he used the Kyuubi's chakra, while Sasuke turned into some sort of bat demon, with creepy wings for hands, and then both of them using the Rasengan and the Chidori. The next thing Naruto knew, he heard a loud cracking sound behind him and looked to see a large tear floating in the air behind him. Then he felt Sasuke kick him in the tear. After that, Naruto remembered nothing. Though before he could think further on this, Naruto's attention was drawn to the door as it opened, and in walked a teenage boy, a couple of years older than Naruto, and who possibly had the strangest hair Naruto had ever seen, being blonde, black, and magenta. "Oh good, you're awake," the teenager said, smiling in relief. Yeah? Where am I?" What village am I in? Naruto asked, the teen raising an eyebrow in confusion. Town? I don't know anything about a town, but this is Domino City. Specifically, this is my grandfather's game shop. By the way, I'm Yugi Muto. Yugi introduced, only to be confused when Naruto didn't react to his name, or even seeing him. While Yugi wasn't arrogant, he knew that practically everyone knew who he was. If not by his appearance, then they definitely knew his name. Seeing this boy not react at all confused Yugi. Nice to meet you, Yugi. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced. Same here, Naruto. Now, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly happened to put you in the condition I found you in? Because I found you unconscious in an alley, covered in blood, and with a giant hole in your chest, which is now gone. Yugi said. When he first found Naruto, he was horrified and thought he was dead, given the amount of blood and the hole in his chest. But to Yugi's surprise, he was somehow still alive, and even more shocking, all of his wounds were slowly healing, and by the time he brought him back to the game store, he was perfectly healed. It confused the king of games, since despite all his adventures and everything he's seen, he's never seen anything like this. It makes him wish he could speak to the pharaoh and see if he knows anything. Before I tell you that, could you tell me where we are in the elemental nations? Naruto asked, since he had never heard of a place called Domino City, and had a worrying thought of where it was. Elemental nations? Sorry, I've never heard of them. Yugi said, shaking his head. What about Konohagakure? The land of fire? Sunigakure? The land of wind? Naruto asked, with Yugi shaking his head at each location. Damn it, Kami! Sasuke, you bastard! Naruto mentally cursed, realizing that Sasuke had sent him to a completely different world. With a sigh of resignation, Naruto turned to Yugi and began to tell him a summarized version of what had happened, not wanting to go into too much detail in case he didn't believe him and thought he was crazy. I believe you, Yugi said, after Naruto finished telling him what happened. Though when he found out about this Sasuke kid, Yugi was angry and disgusted by his actions. While he can understand the desire to avenge his family, and that it was horrible that his family was killed by his own brother, the fact that he targeted someone like this Orochimaru, who made even people like Darts and Yami Merrick look like heroes, was disgusting. His attitude, however, reminded Yugi a bit of his rival, Kaiba, only much darker and with a vengeance. Actually, come to think of it, Kaiba was much worse at first. Yugi thought with a deadpan expression, recalling what Kaiba was like before Adam defeated him in the Death Tea and banished the evil in him to the Shadow Realm. You do it? Why? Naruto asked, surprised that Yugi believed him. While feeling relieved, Naruto had to wonder why Yugi believed him, since if Naruto himself heard a story like his, he would think the person was crazy. Let's just say I've had my fair share of experiencing the impossible, Yugi said, smiling. The Millennium Items, Duelist Kingdom, Battle City, Virtual World, Evil God Cards, Darts and the Great Dragon Leviathan, going back in time and fighting Adam, and of course fighting Agami and meeting the Pharaoh one last time. Not to mention, if Kaiba was telling the truth, he literally created a way to travel to the afterlife so he could confront Adam. But somehow, that doesn't surprise me, Yugi thought with a deadpan expression. Kaiba was nothing if not stubborn, and always found a way to screw the rules, like he always says. Well, since you don't know anything about this world, if you want Naruto, I could teach you about it so you'll blend in better, Yugi offered. Really? Just like that? Naruto asked, surprised by the offer. Like this? Yugi repeated, nodding his head, as he couldn't just leave him thinking about a world he knew nothing about. Okay, yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Yugi, Naruto replied. Great. I'll let you rest and then we can begin. And while we're at it, I think there's a game you'd like to learn about, Yugi said, smiling. A game? Naruto asked, confused. It's one of my favorites and my friends. It's called Duel Monsters. End flashback. Since then, Yugi kept his promise and taught Naruto everything he needed to know about Earth, as well as teaching him how to play Duel Monsters. For Naruto, it was a really fun game, and he was able to pick it up surprisingly quickly. He built 2 decks. One was an Elemental Hero / Masked Hero deck, and the Elemental Heroes came from an older, less popular set, and 2 of their cards were even unique. His other deck was a dark attribute deck, which was full of dark counterpart monsters, more cards from an older, unpopular set, and at the same time had some unique cards. While the cards may not be as popular as their more common counterparts, Naruto really liked his decks, and the dual spirits felt the same. That had been a surprise to Naruto, knowing he could see dual spirits, but it only helped him communicate better with his monsters. He was also working on several other decks, as Naruto wanted to make sure he had different decks to choose from, but his hero and dark decks were the only ones completed. Yugi had also introduced Naruto to his friends, Joey, Tristan, T. Bakura, Sito Kaiba and his little brother Makuba, Merrick, Ishizu, Odeon, as well as the creator of dual monsters himself, Maximilian Pegasus. They were all really cool people to meet, and also very welcoming. Although the only ones who knew about his powers and that he was from a different world were Yugi, Kaiba, Pegasus, and the Ishtar siblings, since along with Yugi, they were the most knowledgeable about magical and supernatural occurrences. Naruto had also become a powerful duelist, even participating in a few small tournaments, and was even able to defeat Joey and Pegasus in duels. He even managed, eventually, to defeat Yugi and Kaiba in duels. But only once, and after a long time practicing and studying his past matches and decks. Even then, they were close duels, with Naruto only winning thanks to the luck of the draw. When he managed to defeat Yugi, the King of Games had even given him a card as a reward for the victory, and something told Yugi that it belonged to Naruto. The card is none other than the Dark Magician Girl, one of Yugi's ace cards, right behind the Dark Magician. It had been a shock to receive the card, but Naruto was grateful to have Dark Magician Girl by his side, in more ways than one. Shaking off those thoughts, Naruto saw that he had arrived at the Kaiba Dome and entered, approaching the receptionist. "If you're here for the entrance exam, I'm afraid all the examinees are present, and we're no longer accepting any more entries," the woman said, looking at her computer, with Naruto grinning since he knew he was on the list. "Someone should have called and said I'd be going last. My name is Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said, with the woman looking up in surprise. "Oh! Of course, forgive me, Mr. Uzumaki. Yes, your match is scheduled for after everyone else's. Please continue," the woman said, since the person in question was Kaiba himself. He specifically requested that Naruto's entrance match be held last, so as not to overshadow any of the other participants, and Naruto also requested to face the strongest teacher in the academy, with his personal deck instead of a test deck. Nodding, Naruto entered the stadium and saw dozens of students in their seats, as well as numerous examinees. Looking at the dueling fields, Naruto saw that only one match was taking place. Must have been a late entry, Naruto thought, as he saw that the boy was also using elemental heroes, but the more well-known ones, instead of the lesser-known ones Naruto uses. The guy he was facing was using an Ancient Gear deck, given that it was Ancient Gear Golem on the field. Though given that the kid had Skyscraper activated and Flame Wingman on the field, Naruto already knew the kid won thanks to Wingman's special ability. "He's going to win," Naruto said, drawing the attention of 2 other examinees, a boy with short blue hair and a black-haired teenager, the latter of whom was staring at him with wide eyes. "What do you mean? Jaden's Flame Wingman isn't strong enough to destroy Ancient Gear Golem," the boy Cyrus said, and Naruto nodded. "That's true, but with Skyscraper gone, all elemental heroes gain 1,000 extra ATK points during damage calculation, as long as their ATK points are lower than their targets. And given Flame Wingman's special ability..." Naruto stopped. "So that means Jaden won. Impressive deduction. I wouldn't expect anything more from the King of Games student," the teenager Bastion said, having recognized who Naruto was. Cyrus looked at Naruto with wide eyes, now recognizing him, given that almost everyone knew Yugi Muto had fought a student and had seen him participate in a few tournaments. And here he was right now. "Yes, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you," Naruto said, holding out his hand. "Bastion Misawa, I take it you're also entering the academy?" Bastion asked, since if that were true, he'd have to upgrade his decks and review all of Naruto's past duels to come up with a strategy to challenge him. Cyrus Truesdale," Cyrus introduced himself. Nice to meet you both, and yes, I'm going to be entering the academy. In fact, my match was going to be my last, Naruto said. And that's game! Looking back at the dueling field, they saw that Jaden had indeed won his match. Naruto Uzumaki, please head to duel field 4. Hearing the call, Naruto greeted Bastion and Cyrus, his enhanced hearing picking up some of the chatter about him. Some people recognized his name and knew who he was, while others didn't, but he didn't focus on that and simply walked down to the arena. Meanwhile, 2 obelisk blue students watched as Naruto made his way to the arena. The first was a beautiful girl with long, dark blonde hair, hazel eyes, and dressed in the standard obelisk blue girl's uniform. This was Alexis Rhodes, the top student at Duel Academy. Are you kidding, another latecomer? And they're facing Growler with his personal deck. That Jaden kid may have gotten lucky, but I don't think this Naruto kid will have any better luck, Alexis said, while her partner scoffed. His companion was an older student, with shoulder-length dark blue hair, dark blue eyes, and wearing the obelisk blue boy's uniform with the white coat with blue accents. This was Zane Truesdale, the best duelist at Duel Academy. Don't be too quick to judge Alexis. Naruto Uzumaki was trained by the king of games himself, along with Seto Kaiba, not to mention he managed to defeat Joey Wheeler and his Red Ice Black Dragon, Zane said, having kept up with all the professional duelists, and while Naruto wasn't a pro, he's in the same league as them. Wait, is that the same Naruto Uzumaki? Alexis asked in surprise, with Zane nodding. Yeah, and if we're lucky, Growler will pull out his legendary card this time, Zane said, as he was disappointed that Growler didn't do it against Jaden. What do you mean? He already summoned Ancient Gear Golem, Alexis reminded, only for Zane to shake his head. No, he has another monster, even stronger than his golem. Maybe against Naruto Uzumaki, he'll bring it out, Zane said. Meanwhile, Naruto entered the duel field, as he set up the main piece of his duel disc, before inserting his dark deck. He was originally going to use his hero deck, but after Jaden demonstrated that he also used heroes, Naruto decided to use his dark deck instead of looking like he was copying another duelist. He was also sure that the teacher he would face would be tough, especially if they used an ancient gear sledgehammer. But when Naruto saw the teacher, he was facing something that couldn't stop a drop of sweat. Is that a boy or a girl? Naruto wondered, seeing the professor wearing a dueling vest, and honestly couldn't tell what they were. Are you my opponent? Naruto asked, wanting to make sure he entered the correct field. I'm Dr. Valiant Growler, Mr. Uzumaki. I must say it was a surprise Seto Kaiba called to personally schedule your match. Then again, I suppose it would be bad for the King of Games student to overshadow the other examinees, Growler said, with Naruto shrugging. I didn't really care when my match was, I just asked for a duel with the strongest teacher the academy had, Naruto said, with Growler smirking at his words. And naturally, you requested a duel with me. Very wise to recognize a top-level duelist. But be careful, I won't be easy. Actually, I've never heard of you, Naruto interrupted, Growler's jaw dropping and his eyes widening at his audacity. WHWH what? How dare you? Never heard of me. I'm Dr. Valiant Growler, chief of the Obelisk Blue Dorm. I have a PhD in do-dash. Who cares who you are, or any role you have? In fact, your new name is Mid-Boss, Naruto declared, not liking this guy's attitude anymore, and decided to take him down a couple of pegs. The entire arena fell silent at the statement, and it was broken when someone started laughing. This caused everyone to start laughing at the name Naruto just gave Growler. Even Bastion laughed a little, despite himself. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh man, I don't know who this is, but this guy is amazing. Jaden laughed. Wow, that's one way to make Growler shut up, Alexis said, laughing, not expecting someone to call Growler Mid-Boss. Even Zane found it funny, but he managed to stifle his laughter and simply smile at what he knew would probably become Growler's new nickname. Mimi Mid-Boss, Growler shouted, while Naruto nodded with a wide grin on his face. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm sure you're a strong duelist, but you're not the strongest either. You're basically a stepping stone. So, Mid-Boss, Naruto said, getting more laughter from everyone, while Growler blushed in embarrassment. That's unacceptable. Get ready, brat. Because now I will show you the power of my deck, Growler said, now intent on putting this upstart brat in his place. Fine by me, mid-boss, Naruto said, grinning, as he activated his dual disc. Let's duel! Naruto 4000, Growler 4000, I'll get things started. First, I activate the spell card, Ancient Gear Castle, Growler said as a large ancient castle appeared behind him. Castle of Ancient Gears. Card type, continuous spell. Effect, all ancient gear. Monsters gain 300 ATK. Each time a monsters is normal summoned or set, place 1 token on this card. If you tribute summon an ancient gear monster, you can replace this card with attributes, if the number of counters on it is equal to or greater than the number of tributes required. I will now summon my ancient gear soldier in ATK mode, Growler said, summoning his monster to the field. Old equipment soldier. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type. Effect monster. Monster type machine. Effect. If this card attacks, your opponent cannot activate any spell/trap cards until the end of the damage step. ATK/1300 Def/1300. And thanks to the effect of my Ancient Gear Castle, my soldier gains 300 ATK points and my castle gains a counter. Old equipment soldier. ATK/1300 DF/1300 ATK/1600 DF/1300. Ancient Gear Castle. Counters. 1. Next, I'll put a card face down and end my turn. Your move, Uzumaki, Growler said, smiling. Alright, it's my turn. Draw, Naruto said, drawing a card and placing it in his hand. First, I'll use Dark Grepher's effect. Discarding a level 5 or higher dark monster, I can special summon it from my hand to the field. Now stand up, Dark Grepher, Naruto said, sending Dark General Freed to the graveyard and summoning Dark Grepher to the field in ATK mode. Dark Grepher. Attribute Dark. Level 4. Card type. Effect monster. Monster type. Warrior. Effect. You can special summon this card from your hand by discarding 1 level 5 or higher dark monster. Once per turn, you can discard 1 dark monster. Send 1 dark monster from your deck to the graveyard. ATK/1700 Def/1600. Now I'll use Dark Grepher's other effect. By discarding another dark monster, I can send a dark monster from my deck to the graveyard, Naruto said, sending Dark Simorg and Simorg of Darkness to the graveyard as well. Maybe I overestimated your abilities. It seems you've forgotten your assumption of having monsters, not throwing them away continuously, Growler said, while Naruto simply smiled. I now activate the Death card, a spell card. With it, I can draw up to 5 cards, at the cost of having to discard my entire hand after 5 of my turns. Letter from Death. Card type, normal spell. Effect, draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand. During your 5th standby phase after activation, send all cards in your hand to the graveyard. Drawing until he had 5 cards, Naruto smiled in satisfaction at what he drew. I will now activate Dark Nephthys effect from my hand. Since there are 3 dark monsters in the graveyard, I can banish 2 of them and send Nephthys there. But next turn, I will special summon it to the field, Naruto said, sending Dark Nephthys to the graveyard, while banishing 2 of the monsters. I shall now call forth Doomsday Horror, Naruto said. Since he had special summoned Dark Fiend, he still had a normal summon as the Dark Fiend monster emerged from the shadows. Horror of the Last Judgment. Attribute Dark. Level 4. Card type. Effect monster. Monster type demon. Effect. The ATK and def of this card are equal to the number of dark monsters banished x 300. If this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, return all dark monsters banished to the graveyards. ATK/? Def/? You summoned a monster with no ATK points, congratulations, Growler said, only to shudder when Naruto laughed darkly, which was mirrored by Doomsday Horror. That would be true, but thanks to Horror's ability, it gains 300 ATK and def for each dark monster banished, and right now, I have 2, Naruto said, as Doomsday Horror's power grew. Doomsday Horror, ATK/? Def/? ATK/600 Def/600. Now Dark Grepher, attack his soldier, Naruto declared. Grepher charged forward and leaped, swinging his sword with a battle cry, before slashing straight through the ancient gear soldier, destroying it and dealing damage to Growler. Growler, 4000 minus 100 is equal to 3900. I activate the trap card, Damage Condenser. Growler said. Damage Capacitor. Card type, Normal Trap. Effect, activate only when you take battle damage. Special summon one monster from your deck with ATK equal to or less than the total battle damage you took this turn before activation. And with it, I'll summon my Ancient Gear in Def mode. Growler said, summoning the monster to the field. Old Equipment. Attribute Earth. Level 2. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type Machine. Effect, if you control an old equipment, you can special summon this card from your hand in face-up attack position. ATK/100 Def/800. And thanks to Ancient Gear Castle, gain 300 ATK points. Old Equipment. ATK/100 DF/800 ATK/400 DF/800. No matter, I activate Reckless Rush, increasing Doomsday Horror's attack by 700 for the rest of the turn. Now send that gear to the junkyard, Naruto said. Rush recklessly. Card type, Quick Play Spell. Effect, target one face-up monster on the field. It gains 700 ATK until the end of this turn. Doomsday Terror. ATK/600 DF/600 ATK/1300 DF/600. With a screech, Doomsday Horror leaped at Ancient Gear, swung down with its claws, and slashed at him. But since he was in Def mode, Growler's hit points were safe. I now end my turn with a face down, your mid-boss move, Naruto said, with Growler growling at the nickname Doomsday Terror. ATK/1300 DF/600 ATK/600 DF/600. Draw, Growler said before smiling at the card he pulled out, along with the ones in his hand. Very well, I'll use the effect of my Ancient Gear Castle first. By sacrificing this card and the counter on it, I can normal summon Ancient Gear Beast without tributes, Growler said, as his castle was destroyed, and summoned his monster in its place. Ancient Gear Beast. Attribute Earth. Level 6. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type Machine. Effect, this card cannot be special summoned. The effects of your opponent's monsters this card destroys by battle are negated. If this card attacks, your opponent cannot activate any spell or trap cards until the end of the damage step. ATK/2000 Def/2000. Now I activate the Pot of Greed spell card to draw 2 more cards. Pot of Greed. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect, draw 2 cards from your deck. With that done, Ancient Gear Beast attacks Doomsday Horror, Growler ordered. Not so fast, I discard Kuribo, reducing all battle damage to 0. Naruto said, discarding said monster, with a small group of Kuribos appearing around him, protecting Naruto from battle damage. Kuribo. Attribute Dark. Level 1. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type Demon. Effect, during your opponent's turn, in damage calculation, you can discard this card. You take no battle damage from that battle. This is a quick effect. ATK/300 Def/200. Humph. Very well, you saved yourself this turn, but next time you won't be so lucky, Growler said, annoyed that once again, his attack was rendered useless by a furball. I wouldn't be so sure, mid-boss. Since you destroyed Doomsday Horror, I can now activate my face-down card, the Crush Card Virus, Naruto said to Dr. Growler's Horror. Virus Crush Card. Card type, Normal Trap. Effect, activate only when a dark monster with 1000 or less ATK is destroyed by battle from your side of the field. Your opponent destroys all monsters with 1500 or more ATK on their side of the field and in their hand and deck. Damage calculation applies normally. Those monsters cannot be special summoned from the graveyard. If this card is not in your graveyard, negate this effect. Oh no! Growler exclaimed, as the virus was ejected from the trap card, infecting his Ancient Gear Beast, as well as his hand and deck. The Ancient Gear Beast let out a low roar of agony as it began to rust, before collapsing into a pile of scrap metal. Growler placed all monsters with 1500 or more ATK from his hand and deck into the graveyard. I play a face-down card and end my turn, Growler stammered, knowing he was practically in a no-win situation now, unless he could find a way to get that trap card out of Naruto's graveyard. My turn, draw, Naruto said, drawing his card, along with activating Dark Nephthys' ability. Now, thanks to Dark Nephthys' ability, I can now special summon him to the field. Come, Dark Nephthys! Naruto said as a red and black circle appeared on the field, and from it emerged the Black Phoenix, Dark Nephthys with a cry. Dark Nephthys, Attribute Dark, Level 8, Card Type, Effect Monster, Monster Type, Winged Beast. Effect: if you have 3 or more dark monsters in your graveyard and this card in your hand, you can banish 2 of them from your graveyard. Send this card from your hand to the graveyard. During your next standby phase after this card was sent to the graveyard by this effect, special summon this card from the graveyard. When this card is special summoned, target one spell/trap card on the field. Destroy that target. ATK/2400 def/1600. And because it was special summoned, Dark Nephthys' other ability activates, allowing it to destroy a spell or trap card on the field, and you happen to have one. Nephthys destroys its face down. Naruto ordered. With a scream, Dark Nephthys unleashed a fireball, destroying Growler's face down card. I will now activate my own Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards. Naruto said, drawing 2 cards and smirked at what he drew, knowing he had just won the duel. What are you smiling at? Growler demanded fearfully, with Naruto glaring at him in response, as he took one of the cards from his hand. Oh, nothing, just an inevitable victory. But before that, I'm going to bring out a monster that everyone knows, and I'll do it by activating the spell card, Dark Magic Veil. Naruto said, activating the spell card as a veil of darkness appeared on the field. Veil of Dark Magic. Card type, normal spell. Effect: pay 1000 LP. Special summon 1 dark spellcaster type monster from your hand or graveyard. By sacrificing 1000 life points, I get to bring out one of my strongest monsters. I'll give you everything, Dark Magician Girl, Naruto said, to everyone's surprise. Naruto, 4000 minus 1000 is equal to 3000. What? Growler yelled upon hearing the name of a card only the King of Games possesses. The veil of darkness soon parted, and from it emerged the Dark Magician Girl herself, wearing her signature blue and pink robes and carrying her scepter. Seeing the famous and beautiful dual monster, everyone cheered, having never thought of seeing such a card in person. The Dark Magician Girl waved, smiled, and winked at the crowd, prompting more cheers. She then looked at Naruto and blew him a kiss. Growler, meanwhile, paled at the sight of the legendary monster, along with 2 others who are ready to attack him. Then Dark Nephthys attacks his life points directly, Naruto said. Dark Nephthys screamed as she unleashed a torrent of flames at Growler, causing him to cry in agony, while taking significant damage to his hit points. Growler, 3900 minus 2400 is equal to 1500. Now Dark Magician Girl, finish him off with Dark Burning Attack, Naruto said. Wait. How about we play a different game? Like rock, paper, scissors? Growler suggested, not wanting to be attacked by another strong monster. Okay, I choose rock, what do you choose? Naruto said. Sorry, rock beats. Now attack the Dark Magician Girl, Naruto declared. Waving her scepter, the Dark Mage launched a blast of magic at Growler, draining the last of his life points. Growler, 1500 minus 2000 is equal to minus 500. Growler fell to the ground with swirls in his eyes, while Naruto's monsters disappeared, and Dark Magician stayed a moment longer to wink at Naruto. Everyone cheered as they saw not only the Game King student in action, but also the Dark Magician Girl. Wow, he's definitely the King of Games student, Alexis said in amazement, with Zane nodding his head and smiling. Jaden, Yuki, and Naruto Uzumaki. Well, at least I know my senior year will be interesting, Zane thought. Oh man, talk about a sweet duel! I can't wait for the chance to face him. What do you think, Sai? Jaden asked, excited at the thought of dueling Naruto, and seeing what other cards he has. Cyrus, however, became lost in his own world after seeing the Dark Magician Girl being summoned. I'll definitely have to work on my decks if I hope to beat him, Bastion thought. Naruto, meanwhile, looked at his deck with a smile. Thanks again for all your help, guys, Naruto thought as his cards glowed for a moment, before fading away. Drawing 2 specific cards, Naruto had been a little disappointed that he couldn't use his other ace cards, but at least he was able to summon the Dark Magician. But something tells him he'll have plenty of opportunities to summon his other aces during his time at Duel Academy. One thing's for sure, though, he can't wait to see who he'll face off against next. Chapter 2. Naruto left the academy after being equipped with his Slifer red uniform. He declined to accept an academy-issued dual disc, preferring to keep the solid light one. When he got his first glimpse of Duel Academy, he was amazed by the sight, and it only excited him even more when he got the chance to duel some of the other students, something his decks shared, wanting to show off their power as well. Once all the helicopters and ships arrived, all the new students were taken to the academy, where Chancellor Shepard welcomed them all before they were assigned to their dorms. Although upon leaving the academy, Naruto saw Bastion, Cyrus, and Jaden near the entrance. They seemed to be talking, but Naruto couldn't hear what they were saying. Getting closer, he could hear what they were saying. "So what? Did you ever think I was colorblind?" Jaden asked with an annoyed expression, causing Bastion and Cyrus to blink. "Are you colorblind?" Naruto asked, as he walked up to three and got their attention. "Ahaha, no. But it could have been. Hey, you're that guy you dueled with Growler behind me. That was a sweet duel," Jaden said, giving Naruto a thumbs up, while Naruto nodded and smiled in return. "Thanks, you did pretty well with your elemental heroes too. I've already met Bastion and Cyrus, but I don't think we've been introduced yet. I'm Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied, extending his hand, which Jaden took and shook. "I'm Jaden Yuki. Nice to meet you," Jaden said with a smile. Before anything else could be said, Naruto and Jaden's decks began to glow, though only they could see it, and from them appeared the Dark Magician Girl and the Winged Kuribo. Curry! Hey Winged Kuribo, good to see you again! Guess Yugi found the right duelist to give you, huh?" Winged Kuribo nodded before beginning to fly, with the Dark Magician chasing after him. Naruto smiled as the two dual spirits played, while he was surprised to hear that Jaden met Yugi and received Winged Kuribo from him. But Naruto knew that if Yugi gave Jaden that card, he was destined to have it. And looking at Jaden, he saw that he was also looking at the two spirits, so he can see dual monster spirits too. Naruto thought. Naruto was right. Jaden could see dual spirits and was surprised when both Winged Kuribo and Dark Magician Girl appeared and began playing. Though he gained a solemn look when Dark Magician Girl flew behind Naruto and wrapped her arms around his neck. It reminded him of a card he used to have. It was one of the first letters he'd ever had, but he had to send it to help her. "Hey Jaden, are you okay?" Cyrus asked, having seen his friend's expression, while Naruto and Bastion also noticed the look on his face. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just a little bummed since we haven't learned when we're going to start dueling," Jaden said, smiling in his usual cheerful way, with Cyrus and Bastion nodding in acceptance. Naruto, however, saw through Jaden's act and saw the mask he was wearing. Since he wore one for most of his life, he could also tell when someone else was wearing it, although he did not criticize it, thinking that it was a private matter and not his business. "By the way, Naruto, how did you get Dark Magician Girl? I thought only Yugi had that card," Cyrus said, having been eager to ask the question the moment Naruto summoned the famous spellcaster against Growler. "Yes, he did. But he gave it to me after I was finally able to defeat him and Kaiba in a duel," Naruto revealed, much to the surprise of the two Slifer students and Ra. You beat Yugi Muto and Seto Kaiba?" Bastion asked in amazement, as he now felt that any strategy he had come with to challenge Naruto would be useless. This made Jaden even more excited to face someone who had defeated two of the strongest duelists in the area. While Cyrus believed Naruto could even rival his brother Zane after hearing this. "Yeah, but I don't think it was any good. I had studied all of their past duels, their strategies, and all the cards in their decks, before I even considered challenging them. Even then, I only won by luck of the draw. After that, I've lost every other time I've dueled them," Naruto said, not wanting them to think he was better than Yugi or Kaiba, because he wasn't. He may have been able to beat them, but it was only once. With them, they'd grown stronger and adapted to their two decks for a long time. After all, Yugi and Kaiba never lose to the same opponent twice, as they always manage to adapt to their defeats and emerge victorious in their rematches. The only opponents they consistently lose to are each other. Which is a fact, given all the times they've dueled and memorized each other's strategies and cards. Naruto was lucky that Yugi no longer had the god cards, as he would have definitely lost then. Kaiba, however, had no such restrictions when using all of his different Blue Eyes White Dragon cards. Still, the fact that you managed to defeat those two, I'm surprised you're not at least in RA Yellow. Bastion said calmly, relieved to hear Naruto's words, though he was still surprised, as someone of his skills should at least be in RA Yellow, if not Obelisk Blue. Kaiba actually offered to put me directly into Obelisk Blue, but I turned him down. I wanted to start at the bottom and work my way up the ranks. If I get into a different dorm, I want it to be because I earned it by proving it through dueling, and not because I was given the rank. Naruto said. That made the three nod, their respect for the blonde growing. Especially since she must have a very large shadow over him, given that he's the student of the King of Games. Well, I should go. It was nice meeting you, Naruto. Bastion said with a nod, which Naruto returned. See you in the dorm, Bastion. Jaden said, thinking everyone would be in the same dorm. I wouldn't be too sure. Your bedroom is over there. Bastion said, pointing toward where the Slifer Red bedroom was located. This made the three Slifers look towards where the bedroom is, before walking over to see what it looked like. Then, this isn't a bedroom. It's like an outhouse with a deck. Cyrus complained, looking at Slifer's bedroom and seeing how small it was. Are you kidding? Look at the view this place has, Jaden said, looking out at the ocean. Naruto just laughed sheepishly when he first saw the red bedroom. While they may have become friends, or their respective rivals, as Kaiba would never admit to being Yugi's friend, the Blue Eyes duelist still couldn't resist taking a swipe at the King of Games. Given that Slifer was the god card Yugi was most known for. Just as Kaiba was most known for using Obelisk, while Merrick was known for being the original owner of RA. Still, it has its own charm, and I'd stay in a simple bedroom in a giant, luxurious mansion any day. Naruto thought with a smile. After checking out the dorm a bit more, which wasn't much, the three headed to their rooms with Jaden and Cyrus sharing one, with Naruto at the end of the second floor, knocking on the door since his PDA said he would be roommates with another first year, and Naruto didn't want to just barge in. Just a minute, said a voice through the door. Waiting for a bit, Naruto heard some movement inside as he waited, before it finally opened. The person inside was a short boy, wearing the standard Slifer red uniform, along with a large hat on his head. Seeing who his roommate was made Naruto's sweat drop, as they looked a little young to be in Duel Academy. Aren't you a little young to be attending Duel Academy? Naruto asked, much to the boy's annoyance. No, I'm not. I skipped a few grades and got in early. Besides, I'll be 12 in a few months, the boy said, crossing his arms with a snort. That made Naruto chuckle lightly, thinking that the boy had to be a good duelist and really smart to have entered. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, your new roommate, Naruto introduced, the boy's eyes widening in shock and horror. They screamed mentally. Understandable, given that he now had a child as a roommate. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked, having seen her expression. Fine. I'm perfectly fine. And nice to meet you, I am Blair Flanagan, Blair said quickly, while trying to regain her composure, knowing that she would need to hide some of her things, so he didn't find out that she was a girl. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously as he answered a little too quickly and acted strangely when he said he was his roommate, though he didn't call him he, as he didn't seem like a threat or danger. But he'll make sure to keep an eye on him, just in case. Although they suddenly jumped in shock upon hearing two loud screams, Naruto was able to recognize them as Jaden and Cyrus. What was that? Blair asked in shock, while also forgetting to disguise her voice. Fortunately, Naruto didn't notice as he ran towards Jaden and Cyrus's room, worried that something had happened to them. Blair considered following him, curious about the source and reason for the screaming, but decided it would be a good opportunity to hide her more feminine side. Upon reaching the room, Naruto ran in. Hey, is everything okay? Naruto asked, looking for any signs of threat. Whoa, sorry about that, Naruto, Cyrus said shyly. Yeah, sorry. We thought for a second our roommate was a koala des. Jaden added, with Naruto sweating upon hearing the reason for his screams. Though looking at his roommate's words, Naruto had to admit that he did look a bit like a koala. Oh, well, that's good. I thought something had happened, Naruto said with relief. Well, everything's okay. By the way, I'm Jaden Yuki, Jaden said to his roommate and Cyrus. I'm Cyrus, Cyrus introduced. Ugh, Chumley Huffington, Chumley said reluctantly, before looking at Naruto and his eyes widened in recognition. Hey, aren't you Naruto Uzumaki, the King of Games student? What are you doing in the Slifer Red dorm, wearing Slifer Red? Chumley asked, surprised to see the King of Games student wearing red. I asked to be put in Slifer's dorm, Naruto replied. This surprised Chumley. Not only was he Yugi Muto's student in Slifer Red, he asked to be put here. What's wrong with being Slifer? Cyrus asked, with Chumley scoffing as he looked up at the ceiling. You're clearly new if you don't know how things work. The students here are divided into 3 groups: Obelisk Blue, RA Yellow, and Slifer Red. The Blues are the highest ranking, either because of their grades or their connections, while the Yellows are the second highest, mostly students with a lot of potential. Then there's us, the Red Wonders, Chumley explained. Wonders? That's a cool name, Cyrus said, not seeing the problem, only for Chumley to tell him why. As in, I wonder how flunkies like us got this far. Sorry to disappoint, but we're the bottom of the barrel. Well, except for him, by all rights it should be yellow or blue, Chumley said, while pointing at Naruto. That's stupid, Naruto said, getting their attention. What do you mean? Jaden asked. That the color of your jacket or the dorm you're in shouldn't determine your abilities as a duelist. The only thing that should matter is believing in yourself and your deck. That's what truly matters in a duel, not what your qualifications are or what connections you have. The only thing that stops a duelist from growing is not believing in themselves. And you, Chumley, do you believe in yourself? Naruto asked, before turning to continue settling into his room. Oh, and by the way, Jaden managed to become the head of the Obelisk dorm, and yet he's a Slifer, Naruto added as he left the room. That made Chumley's eyes widen as he looked at Jaden and Cyrus, the former smiling and giving a thumbs up, while the latter nodded. That revelation, combined with Naruto's words, got Chumley thinking. Then, after settling into their rooms, Naruto, Cyrus, and Jaden decided to explore the rest of the academy, and Blair decided to join them as well, as while she's still incredibly nervous about having a boy as a roommate, she didn't see the harm in getting to know them. They soon arrived at the yellow bedroom, with Jaden whistling in amazement. Man, this place is huge, Jaden said. It's quite impressive, Bastion said, approaching them. Hey Bastion, are you settled into your room yet? Naruto asked, with Bastion nodding in confirmation. I did it. I assume you all have too. And who is this? Bastion asked, looking at Blair with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, we're just checking out the rest of the school. And this is Blair, my roommate. He skipped a couple of grades, Naruto said, seeing the expression on our Yellow's face. That's not a bad idea. It's always good to familiarize yourself with a new environment. Do you mind if I join you? Bastion asked, as the others nodded, telling him he could. With that, the 4 Slifers and 1 RA began exploring the school. Soon, they reached the Obelisk dorm. There was also someone standing outside the dorm. Someone who made Cyrus gulp, given that it was Zane. Seeing them, Zane focused on Cyrus. Cyrus, Zane greeted laconically, with Cyrus giving a shaky nod. Hey Zane. Guys, this is Zane, my brother, Cyrus said nervously, something that made the 4 of them worried and confused by the tension that appeared when the brothers greeted each other. I'm Naruto. Naruto introduced himself. I know who you are. You did very well in your duel against Growler, Zane said. Not only did he fill his field with powerful monsters, but he was able to effectively destroy Growler's entire deck with Crush Card Virus. In addition, he didn't lose a single life point, aside from the ones he used to summon Dark Magician Girl. In fact, Zane was eager to duel Naruto. But he knew he would have to play it smart, as he could also use Crush Card Virus on him, to get the most out of his deck. Since most of Zane's monsters had over 1,580k points, Nodding, Naruto noticed Blair looking at Zane with a blush on her face. That's interesting, Naruto thought, though he wasn't going to judge Blair if he played for the other team. Zane recognized Blair too and mentally sighed. He knew she was a girl, but he wasn't going to reveal it, as it was his secret to tell or for others to find out. Hey, what's that building over there? Jaden asked, pointing to what looked like a blue second bedroom across the lake. That's the Obelisk Blue Girls' dorm, Alexis replied, walking with her friends, Jasmine and Mindy. The three were nearby when they spotted the Slifers and RE students. They immediately recognized Naruto and Jaden, given that the former was Yugi Muto's student, and the latter had defeated Growler. They also recognized Bastion, as he was the number 1 student in the written portion of the entrance exam. Hi! I'm Jaden Yuki, Jaden introduced, while Cyrus blushed at the sight of Alexis, instantly smitten by her beauty. We know who you are. Along with Bastion Misawa, the number 1 student in the written portion of the entrance exam, and Naruto Uzumaki, the King of Games student. Both of you beat mid-boss, Alexis said with a giggle as she remembered Naruto calling Growler mid-boss. Ahahaha. Yeah, that was awesome. I'm sorry I didn't think of that myself, Jaden said, having believed Growler was a pet. Well, as much as we'd love to stay with the girls, we're still getting familiar with the school grounds. So, until next time, see you around, Naruto said as they said goodbye to the girls and continued on their way. The next place they arrived at was the card shop, where they found Ms. Dorothy and Sadie manning the counter. Looking through the different booster packs, Naruto was surprised to find certain booster packs. What did you find, Naruto? Jaden asked as they got closer, only to be surprised by what they saw as well. Those are first-generation dual monster booster packs, Bastion said, surprised to see them here. The first-generation dual monster cards were among the first cards created for the game, before it became as popular as it is today, and before it was updated. Naruto remembered Yugi telling him that the last time these cards were used was when he dueled Kaiba in the Death Tea. After that, the game was updated, and most of the cards from that era were banned. Only a few made it into the more modern Duel Monsters game, such as Exodia, Dark Magician, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Red Ice Black Dragon, for example. Duelist Kingdom and Battle City were the 2 events where the game was updated the most, with Duelist Kingdom being the moment when the transition occurred, while Battle City established the new rules for the game, which were now the standard. Although not all cards from that era made it into the modern game, collectors sought them out because of how rare they are now. Upon seeing them, the 5 students decided to purchase a few booster packs, including some from the first generation. Bastion only bought a few though, as he didn't want to ruin his deck strategies by adding too many different cards. They also talked with Sadie and Mrs. Dorothy for a while, thinking that they would probably come here more often, and it would be nice to meet those who work here. After leaving the card shop, Bastion waved goodbye as he returned to his dormitory while the Slifers continued exploring. They continued looking around the main building of the academy and eventually found themselves in a state-of-the-art duel arena. Wow, this has to be the sweetest dueling arena I've ever seen, Jaden commented. It looks very modern, really nice, Blair added in amazement. Naruto had to agree. It was a nice stadium, more aerodynamic than the classic one on Pegasus Island. I bet it would be awesome to duel here, Cyrus said. Well, why not find out? We're students here, and this is our campus, Jaden said, eager for a duel. Incorrect. This is the Obelisk Blue Campus, said an Obelisk student, Taiyu, and you, Slifer's rejects, are not welcome here. See the crest. Another Obelisk, Reizu said, pointing to the crest of Obelisk the Tormentor above the entrance. So what? Are you going to make us leave? Naruto asked, more than happy to duel these guys. Looking over, the 2 Obelisk's eyes widened as they now recognized who Naruto and Jaden were. Hey Chaz! It's those 2 duelists who defeated Growler, Taiyu said, as a third Obelisk, Chaz, revealed himself from the stands. Who is he? Jaden wondered. It's Chaz Princeton. He was the number 1 duelist in high school, Taiyu said. Yes, the future king of games, the greatest duelist in existence, Reiza added, with Naruto snorting at this, as if that guy could beat Yugi. Naruto thought, not to mention that if he wanted to challenge Yugi, he would have to face Kaiba first, as he would never allow anyone except himself to take the title of King of Games from Yugi. Yeah, I don't think so. He can't be the future King of Games because I will be the King of Games, Jaden said. Hearing this, the two obelisks laughed. Haha! A Slifer slacker as King of Games? Yeah, right. Oh yeah, so what about me? I'm a Slifer and I was trained by the King of Games, Naruto retorted, causing the two obelisks to gulp, not wanting to go against Naruto. Shut up, both of you, Chaz said, getting everyone's attention. Maybe the slacker is right. He did manage to beat Growler and that legendary card of his. I guess it takes some skill to pull it off, and Uzumaki was trained by Yugi himself. Or maybe they both just got lucky. How about we find out right now? Chaz challenged, eager to defeat a Slifer slacker and test himself against the King of Gambling's apprentice. Bring it, I'll go first, Jaden said. Yeah, I don't think so, Alexis said, entering the arena and listening to what was going on. Hey Alexis, are you here to watch me wipe the floor with my new friend Jaden here? It may be a short duel, but it will be entertaining, Chaz said, hoping to impress the Queen of Obelisk Blue. I'm here to remind you three about the Obelisk welcome dinner, which you're late for, Alexis replied, crossing her arms beneath her bust. Oh yeah, let's go, Chaz told his followers as they left. I'm sorry if Chaz treated you badly. I promise, not all Obelisk Blues are like that. He's just a jerk, especially to the Slifers, Alexis said, with Naruto shrugging, having dealt with worse people than Chaz. It's no big deal. Though I was right about one thing, it would have been a short duel. I don't think I could have defeated anyone on my first turn, Naruto said, smirking, causing Alexis to look at him with wide eyes, before laughing lightly. As entertaining as it is to watch, you four should go. The Slifer welcome dinner is starting soon, Alexis said. Nodding, the four Slifers ran off, but Naruto stayed a little behind. Hey, I don't think I caught your name before, Naruto said, with Alexis looking at him in surprise before smiling. Oh, Alexis Rhodes, Alexis replied. Nice to meet you, Alexis, Naruto said before leaving to return to his dorm, while Alexis watched him as he left. Naruto Uzumaki, Alexis said, intrigued by the mustachioed blonde. Then, Naruto looked at the Slifer's welcome dinner. It wasn't much, but he wasn't complaining. He wasn't one for fancy dinners anyway, so as long as it was good, he was fine with it. It's a shame there's no ramen though, Naruto thought, before seeing Jaden had already started eating. His attention then shifted to the front of the room, where the Slifer dormitory boss emerged from. Hey kids, I'm Professor Banner, head of Slifer dormitory, Banner greeted, causing Jaden to stop mid-bite before chuckling a little. Are you related to Bruce Banner in any way? Jaden asked, since he couldn't resist making the joke. No, I'm not, Banner said, suddenly appearing in front of Jaden and Cyrus's table, to their surprise, with a check mark on his forehead. Damn kids, they always ask me that. They always make me angry. They don't like me when I'm angry, Banner said as his voice deepened. Outside the dormitory, one could feel the ground shake as the students panicked and fled. Holy shit, he's the Hulk! Then, I didn't see that coming, Jaden said, his eyes wide. I don't think any of us were, Naruto said with a similar expression. Jaden, why? Why did you have to make a Hulk joke? Cyrus asked in an exasperated tone, pouring some tea. I didn't think he'd actually turn into the Hulk, Jaden exclaimed in his defense. How was I supposed to know that would happen? Fortunately, everyone managed to escape, and Slifer's dorm was still standing, though they swore they would never anger Banner again. And with that, they had just invoked Murphy's Law. Naruto and Blair were currently in Jaden, Cyrus, and Chumley's room, relaxing and hanging out with their friends. Suddenly, both Naruto and Jaden's PDAs went dark, indicating they had a message. Naruto pulled them out, frowned, and said they were both from Chaz, with the Obelisk Blues student challenging them both to anti-duels, the winner getting the loser's best cards. Great, I guess I'll get to duel in that arena after all, Jaden said excitedly, but Naruto shook his head. I wouldn't do that, Jaden. After-hour duels and anti-rule duels are against school rules. If you get caught, and you will get caught, you'll be expelled. Chaz probably knows this and is hoping to get you both in trouble, Naruto said. Oh man, Jaden said, disappointed and annoyed that he couldn't fight Chaz. Naruto saved the message and sent it to Chancellor Shepard, knowing he'd handle it. Besides, maybe if Jaden's lucky, he'd still be able to face Chaz. Day after waking up, Naruto and Jaden had been called to the Chancellor's office, where they found Shepard and an annoyed Chaz waiting for them. Growler was also present, given that he had heard about it, and was hoping to get one of his obelisk blues out of trouble, while also taking down the Slifer slackers that hit him. Hey guys! Naruto, I want to thank you for sending me that message, and I'm glad that you both did the right thing, instead of rushing into Chaz's challenge. Rest assured, you will be properly reprimanded and will never do such a thing again, Shepard said, with Naruto and Jaden nodding, though the latter was still annoyed. Man, I was really looking forward to dueling him too, Jaden said, with Growler jumping at the opportunity that had just presented itself. Chancellor, might I suggest we let the Jaden and Chaz duel? If Chaz wins, he decides his punishment, Growler suggested. Shepard looked at him skeptically, knowing it was just a way to get Chaz out of trouble. Yeah! Let's do that! That would be a great way to start the school year, Jaden said, excited at the prospect of facing Chaz, with Shepard nodding slowly at this. All right, a duel between Jaden and Chaz to help kick things off. Good idea, mid-boss, Shepard told Growler, who nodded proudly, before his eyes widened as he realized what he had just said. Chancellor, Growler said, not believing he was still called by that nickname. What do you think, Chaz? Are you up for it? Though keep in mind, this isn't an anti-duel, Shepard said, with Obelisk shrugging, not caring if it was an anti-duel or not. Sure, mid-boss actually has a good idea, Chaz said, only worrying about getting the duel he wanted. What are you doing? I'm trying to help you here, Growler yelled, not believing his own student was calling him that. Sorry, but the name fits, Chaz said indifferently. I told you, mid-boss, Naruto said laughing, while Growler gritted his teeth, as it seems he'll never escape that damn nickname. Then, all of the students gathered at the dueling field to watch the match between Jaden and Chaz, while Slifer and Obelisk faced each other. Time to see if beating Growler was a fluke or not, Chaz said, smiling. We'll also find out which of us will truly be the next king of the games, Jaden said with a smug smile. Yeah, just be prepared to lose, slacker. Activating their duel discs, Jaden and Chaz each drew 5 cards. Duel! Jaden 4,000, Chaz 4,000. Alright, slacker, my move! For my first move, I summon Reborn Zombie in defense mode, Chaz said, summoning the monster to his side of the field. Zombie Reborn, Attribute Dark, Level 4, Card Type, Effect Monster, Monster Type Zombie. Effect: even if you have no cards in your hand, this card is not destroyed as a result of battle while you are in attack position. Damage calculation applies normally. ATK/1000 def/1600. And I'll place a card face down, Chaz said before ending his turn. Well, that's one way to start a duel, but I'm going to go a little bigger, Jaden said, pulling out a card and saw that it was Avian, while he also had Burstinatrix and Polymerization in his hand. I use Polymerization to fuse elemental heroes Avian and Burstinatrix, to fusion summon elemental hero Flame Wingman in attack mode, Jaden said as his 2 heroes fused and merged into their strongest form. Elemental hero Flame Wingman. Attribute: Wind. Level 8. Card type: Fusion Effect Monster. Monster type: Warrior. Effect: when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the ATK of the destroyed monster. ATK/2100 def/1200. I told you I'd start big, Jaden said, only to look confused when Chess smiled. I was hoping you would, slacker. I activate my face-down card, Thonian Polymer, Chaz said, revealing his trap card. Thonian Polymer. Card type: Normal Trap. Effect: you can only activate this card when your opponent summons a fusion monster. Tribute 1 monster on your side of the field to take control of that fusion monster. I now sacrifice my Reborn Zombie and take control of your wingman, Chaz said as Reborn Zombie disappeared in a flash of light, along with Flame Wingman reappearing on Chaz's side of the field. Oh man. Well, it's a good thing Flame Wingman was a special summon, so I can still summon the elemental hero Clayman in defense mode, Jaden said. Elemental Hero Clayman. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card Type Normal Monster. Monster Type Warrior. Card Text: an elemental hero with a clay body built to last. He will preserve his fellow elemental heroes at any cost. ATK/800 def/2000. It's all ready, Jaden said, since that's all he can do. Yeah, all set for me to take him down, Ches said before pulling out a card. I summoned the Thonian Soldier. Thonian Soldier. Attribute Dark. Level 4. Card Type Effect Monster. Monster Type Warrior. Effect: when this monster is destroyed, your opponent takes any battle damage you received from that battle. ATK/1200 def/1400. Now go Flame Wingman. Attack with Skydive Scorcher. Flame Wingman was covered in flames as he launched himself at Clayman, destroying him. And thanks to Wingman's ability, you take damage equal to the attack points of your destroyed monster, Chaz said, smiling, as Wingman burned Jaden. Jaden 4,800 is equal to 3,200. But I'm not done yet, slacker! Now my soldier attacks! Go, Windstorm Bar! The Thonian soldier charged and slashed at Jaden, further reducing his hit points. Jaden 3,200 1,200 is equal to 2,000. The obelisk students cheered as they watched Chaz take down the Slifer, while Jaden's friends looked worried. Humph, you're finally realizing your place in this academy, Slifer Slacker. I'm ending my turn with a prone. Go ahead, Slacker, Chaz said, only to hear what he assumed was Jaden crying, making him smile, which reduced the Slacker to tears, only for her smile to fade when Jaden stood up, showing that he was laughing. Man, this is so much fun, better than I imagined. I summoned the elemental hero Sparkman, Jaden said, summoning the electric hero. Elemental hero Sparkman. Attribute Light. Level 4. Card Type Normal Monster. Monster Type Warrior. Card Text: an elemental hero and warrior of light who skillfully wields many types of weaponry. His shining surge flash cuts through the path of villainy. ATK/1600 def/1400. All right, Sparkman, attack with static shockwave, Jaden said as Sparkman released a blast of electricity, destroying the Thonian soldier, while the monster's sword flew out and struck Jaden. Chaz 4,400 is equal to 3,600. Jaden 2,000-400 equals 1,600. Still think it's cool, Slacker? Because when my soldier is destroyed, you take the same amount of damage as me. The difference is, you're barely left with anything, Chaz said. The duels aren't over yet. I'm throwing a face-down card and giving him a turn, Jaden said, placing a face-down card. Play what you want, my next attack will finish you off. Go Flame Wingman, Chaz ordered. Not so fast, here's a trap card, Mirror Gate, Jaden retorted. Mirror Door. Card Type Normal Trap. Effect: activates only when an opponent's monster battles a monster you control. Switch control of the battling monsters, then calculate the damage. Sparkman and Wingman glowed before switching places, with Wingman now back on Jaden's side and Sparkman on Chaz. No! Chaz exclaimed as he saw the monsters swapped. Chaz 3,600-500 equals 3,100. And like you said, Chaz, Flame Wingman's ability now does damage equal to Sparkman's attack points, Chaz screamed as Wingman shocked him with Sparkman's electricity. Chaz 3,100-1,600 equals 1,500. Way to play, Jay! Cyrus cheered. He's doing better than I expected, Alexis commented, standing next to Zane, who remained silent, simply focusing on the duel. Okay, I'm activating Thonian Blast, Chaz said. Thonian Explosion. Card Type Normal Spell. Effect: activate only when a face-up monster you control is destroyed and sent to the graveyard. Destroy one face-up monster on the field and inflict damage to your opponent equal to half its ATK. Now that you've destroyed one of my monsters, I can destroy one of yours, and you take damage equal to half of its attack points, Chaz said, pleased that he only needed one more attack to win. Jaden 1,600-1050 equals 550. I now activate Call of the Haunted to bring back the Thonian Soldier, Chaz said as his monster revived. Call of the Enchanted. Card Type Continuous Trap. Effect: activate this card by targeting one monster in your graveyard. Special summon that target in attack position. When this card leaves the field, destroy that target. When that target is destroyed, destroy this card. But he doesn't stay, because I sacrificed my soldier to summon Mephis the Hell General. Mephis the Infernal General. Attribute Dark. Level 5. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type Demon. Effect. When this card attacks with an ATK that is higher than the def of your opponent's defense position monster, inflict the difference as battle damage to your opponent's life points. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent's life points, discard one random card from your opponent's hand. ATK/1800 def/1700. Not bad, Jaden said. Isn't that bad? Yeah, keep saying that, because next turn you'll be a slacker, Chaz retorted. We'll have to see, right, Chaz? Jaden said, as he drew and smiled at what he drew. Well, I hate to disappoint, Chaz, but it looks like I'm finishing this duel. I activate Monster Reborn, and with it, I'll bring back Flame Wingman, Jaden said. Monster Reborn. Card type. Normal spell. Effect. Target one monster in any graveyard. Special summon. What? Chez yelled as Flame Wingman rose up in Jaden's field. That's right. Now Flame Wingman, attack Mephis the Hell General, Jaden said, with Wingman flying and launching himself towards Chaz's monster, destroying it. Chaz 1500-300 is equal to 1200. And now, thanks to Wingman's ability, you take damage equal to Mephis' attack points. Gah! Chaz yelled, as Flame Wingman blasted him with flames and destroyed the last of his life points. Chaz 1200-1800 is equal to -600. And that's game, Jaden said, as he posed. The arena was stunned by what they had just seen, a Slifer slacker beating up an obelisk blue. No one knew what to say. That is until the Slifers suddenly started cheering, soon joined by the Ras and some of the obelisks for the incredible duel. Chaz fell to his knees in shock, not believing he'd lost to a Slifer slacker of all people. Even worse, Shepard had told him earlier that his punishment was to write a 30-page essay on why after-hour dueling and anti-duels were wrong, if he lost. 30 pages. All right, way to go, Jaden! Cyrus cheered. Truly a splendid duel, Bastion said, applauding Jaden for once again displaying his skill. Naruto nodded with a smile, having had faith that Jaden would win, while also seeing that he and his monsters had a powerful bond. Wow, that's really good, Blair said, not having seen Jaden's duel against Growler. Whoa, a Slifer hitting an obelisk. Chumley muttered with wide eyes. He had never thought he would see something like that happen, though seeing Jaden win and remembering Naruto's words lit a fire in Chumley, one he thought had been extinguished. A flame determined to become a great duelist, and now seeing everyone cheering for Jaden, a Slifer red, for his victory, Chumley began to think it was time to get back in the game, literally. Chapter 3. Naruto tapped his fingers against his desk as he sat in his first class, which was Growler's class, with a bored look on his face. Growler was quizzing the first years on the rules and mechanics of duel monsters, all of which Naruto already knew. Sure, Naruto was the one who wanted to attend Duel Academy, but he didn't think it would be this boring, although he paid attention when Alexis was called to list the different types of cards. Duel monster cards can be divided into normal monsters, fusion monsters, ritual monsters, effect monsters, trap cards, and spell cards. Trap cards can be separated into normal traps, counter traps, and continuous traps, while spell cards can be separated into normal spells, continuous spells, equipped spells, quick play spells, ritual spells, and field spells. Alexis explained with a textbook answer. And soon there will be synchro monsters, tuner monsters, and XYZ monsters, Naruto thought, remembering Pegasus telling him about the new card types and summoning methods he was working on. Perfect! As expected of one of my obelisk blues, Growler praised. Of course, Dr. Growler, Alexis said quickly after almost saying mid-boss. While I found the nickname funny, I also wanted to act professionally in class. Now, who should we ask next? Growler said, looking around before focusing on the Slifers, specifically Cyrus. You, Cyrus Truesdale! Explain to the class what a field spell is, Growler said, causing Cyrus to jump at being suddenly called upon. A field spell is the card that, affects the field? Cyrus said, stumbling over his answer at being put on the spot like this. Even the pre-owners know the answer to this Slifer slacker, an obelisk shouted, making some of the other students laugh. Well, I guess we know who inherited both the brains and the dueling skills between you and your brother. Can anyone else answer the question? Anyone? Growler said with a small smile as he humiliated a slifer. Unfortunately, his smile and good mood were erased when Naruto stood up and answered, "Are weaker than the monster they're attacking. I'm sure you're familiar with that field spell, mid-boss." Naruto said, smiling at the end. "Oh yeah, I use Skyscraper to beat mid-boss and your golem. So in a way, if you're making fun of the slifers, you're really making fun of yourself," Jaden added in defense of his friend. This caused the entire class to laugh at Growler, both at the reminder of his loss to Jaden and at being called mid-boss again. Growler, meanwhile, bit his handkerchief as he glared murderously at Naruto and Jaden, both for using that cursed nickname he couldn't escape and the reminder that he lost to a slifer slacker. That's it. I don't care if he meets Yugi Muto and Seto Kaiba. I'll see those two slifers expelled if it's the last thing I do. Growler mentally cursed. After that, it wasn't long until class ended, with Naruto and Blair leaving the room, only to stop when Alexis approached them. "Hey Naruto, hey Blair." Alexis greeted them with a smile. "Hello Alexis." Naruto replied. "Hello," Blair said. "I was on my way to the library to do some dual quizzes. Want to join me?" Alexis asked, as after hearing Naruto's in-depth answer to what field spells are, along with several examples, she wanted to see what else he knew. "Yeah, that sounds good," Naruto replied, also wanting to see what Alexis knew. Blair nodded, as it never hurts to study the different aspects of dual monsters, or refresh what you already know. "Great, let's go," Alexis said as they headed toward the library. The whole time they didn't notice Growler watching them, pretending to go to his office. He was annoyed to see an obelisk interacting with a pair of slifer slackers, especially Uzumaki. But after seeing them, Growler smiled slowly as he came up with a foolproof plan to expel Naruto. Yes, that's perfect. And besides, between him and Jaden Yuki, Uzumaki is the biggest annoyance, him and that nickname. First, I'll take care of him and then Jaden Yuki, then we'll see who the real mid-boss is. Growler thought as he laughed like crazy. Students who saw this slowly backed away, or quickly surrounded the clearly angry teacher. Then, after finishing the dual quizzes with Alexis, Naruto and Blair joined Jaden and Cyrus before heading to Professor Banner's class. "By the way, thanks for earlier Naruto, Jaden," Cyrus whispered, not wanting to risk interrupting Banner and making him angry. "No problem," Naruto replied. "Huh, what for?" Jaden asked sleepily, with Cyrus gaining a mark upon seeing this. "For defending me," Cyrus said loudly, momentarily forgetting his earlier concern about disrupting the class. Cyrus, freezing at the sound of his name, Cyrus turned slowly and paled when he saw Professor Banner looming over him with a forced smile. "You did it!" "Just," interrupted. "My class? That makes me so angry!" Banner said, with the slifers starting to freak out as they remembered the welcome back dinner. No. "Of course not, Professor Banner, sir. How about just calm down, please?" Cyrus said, hoping to avoid another ruckus. Unfortunately, his words had the opposite effect and simply enraged Banner. "Calm down? Calm down? I'm perfectly calm!" Banner shouted as his voice once again deepened and transformed again. A moment later, all the students ran out of the classroom with a loud girlish squeal to escape the aggressive teacher. "Wow, thanks Cyrus! This is exactly what I wanted to do, run away from a huge teacher," Blair said sarcastically. "Me? It's Jaden's fault I had to raise my voice," Cyrus said, blaming Jaden. "Don't blame me. You're the one who told him to calm down," Jaden retorted, knowing you never tell an angry person to calm down. "Well, if you hadn't fallen asleep, I wouldn't have had to scream in the first place," Cyrus declared. "Yeah, well, you didn't have to scream at all," Jaden said. "It's your fault." "No, it's yours." "It's not yours." Yours. That's both of your fouls, how about that?" Naruto said loudly, as he hit them both on the head. At that moment Alexis, Jasmine and Mindy managed to catch up with them. The last two looked scared and the first was in shock. "Does that happen often with you guys?" Alexis asked. Given that Banner was the head of the Slifer dorm, it was a miracle he was still standing. "It's a miracle the entire academy was still standing," Jaden, having finished arguing with Cyrus, just laughed and said goodbye. No, not really. Banner's actually a pretty cool guy, at least until someone or something sets him off, Jaden said, muttering the last part. Come on, I think we have some free time until our next class, Naruto said, still wanting to put as much distance between them and Banner until he calmed down. Then, with Growler, perfect, Growler thought, looking at the finished fake love letter he wrote to Naruto, addressed to Alexis. Now, he just had to put the finishing touches on. Grabbing a mirror and some lipstick, Growler paused for a moment. No, there's nothing feminine about it. I'm not wearing it because I want to, it's for a good cause, Growler thought. To reassure himself of his own masculinity, Growler put it on and kissed the envelope. Say ha! Now just to put it in his locker, Growler thought, as he headed to the gym. After making sure all the students were out of the locker room, Growler entered and began searching for Naruto's locker. After locating it, Growler placed the letter on top of his shoes before running out. What Growler didn't know, though, was that he was being watched, with Naruto. There you go, Blair, Naruto said, seeing his roommate now dressed in his gym attire. Yeah, where were you? Didn't we see you in the locker room? Jaden asked. I don't like changing in front of other people. Okay, Blair said quickly, since she had to wait for everyone else to finish changing before she could go in. And she also couldn't risk changing in the girls' locker room since someone might recognize who she was. That made Naruto and Jaden shrug in acceptance. Hey, where's Cyrus? Blair asked, wanting to change the subject, but also curious since they'd gotten separated while escaping Banner's rampage. Don't worry, I have someone in the locker room watching over him, Naruto replied, much to the confusion of his fellow Slifers. With Cyrus. Oh man, I finally made it. I didn't realize how big this place was, Cyrus said, entering the locker room after getting lost in his escape from Banner. Now that I think about it, should we have class after that? Then again, this might be something everyone else has gotten used to. I feel like I should be worried about that, Cyrus said to himself. You might have to ask your brother how often Banner gets angry like this. Shaking those thoughts off for now, Cyrus went to his locker, only to stop when he saw Naruto, still dressed in his Slifer uniform, reading a letter with squinted eyes. Hey, Naruto? What are you doing still in your uniform and not in class? And what are you reading? Cyrus asked. In response, Naruto shook his head and handed him the letter. Upon reading it, Cyrus was horrified to see that it was a love letter from Alexis addressed to Naruto. Ah man! Why do girls always go for the wild-looking bad boys or the dark, mysterious boys? Cyrus lamented, as he now had to compete with both his brother and Naruto. Really? Ever since I came to Japan, people keep saying I'm a delinquent because I have blonde hair and mustache marks, Naruto said, annoyed with that stereo guy. Sorry, Cyrus stuttered, which Naruto simply brushed off, as while it was annoying, he had mostly gotten used to it. Anyway, as for the letter, it's fake, it was put there by mid-boss. Not only that, but look, his name is misspelled, Naruto said, pointing at the signature and showing that his name was misspelled. Well, maybe Alexis was embarrassed to confess her feelings in a letter, with her name spelled incorrectly because it was a typo or something, Cyrus said. Growler might be an idiot, but I doubt he's actually trying to get Naruto expelled like this. I don't think so. Alexis seems more like the type to be upfront about her feelings for someone and not tell them through a letter, Naruto replied, placing the letter on a nearby bench. Now forget it, we still have gym class, remember? Naruto reminded. Oh right, Cyrus said, running to his locker to change. Still, maybe you should, huh? Cyrus said, before looking around in confusion when he didn't see Naruto anywhere. While confused by his sudden disappearance, Cyrus looked at the letter on the bench and grabbed it. Maybe Naruto is right and it is fake. But what if Alexis wrote it? I should make sure, in case she's waiting for Naruto to arrive, Cyrus thought, since if it was from Alexis and Naruto doesn't show up, she might think he rejected her. Better safe than sorry. Putting the letter in his coat pocket before hanging it on his locker, Cyrus ran towards the track, only to pause in confusion when he saw Naruto there, looking like he was in the middle of his training. Wasn't he just? How did he? Cyrus thought, looking between the locker room and the track, wondering if he was starting to see things. Meanwhile, the girls had finished their stretches and were taking a break, with Jasmine and Mindy noticing the fact that Naruto had taken off his jacket, wearing a black t-shirt underneath that clung to his muscles. "Wow, I didn't realize I was so fit," Jasmine said, admiring the view. "I know. What do you think, Alexis? Naruto doesn't look good," Mindy joked, having noticed that Alexis had taken an interest in Naruto ever since his entrance duel against Growler. Alexis shot her friend and looked annoyed, but looked at Naruto. "Looks good," Queen Obelisk thought with a slight blush on her face. Naruto, oblivious to the girls admiring him, noticed that Blair was starting to fall behind and looked tired. "Hey Blair, are you okay?" Naruto asked, worried since he looked ready to faint at any moment. "Why yes, I am fine, whoa," Blair said, when he suddenly stumbled. Though before he could fall to the ground, Naruto caught him. "Are you sure about that?" Naruto asked. Blair couldn't answer as her face turned even redder from the way Naruto was holding her. "Miss Fontaine, is it okay for Blair to take a break?" Naruto asked the teacher/nurse, who smiled and nodded. "Of course. And good job looking out for your classmate, Naruto," Fonda said, happy to see the students looking out for each other. Nodding, Naruto lifted Blair onto his back, his blush intensifying. "Why am I blushing? Sure, I'm a romantic, but I just met Naruto. Besides, I like saying," Blair thought as Naruto led him to a bench and handed him some water. "Thanks," Blair murmured, lowering her head so Naruto wouldn't see her blush. "No problem. Although, why is your face red? Do you have a fever?" Naruto asked, placing his hand on his forehead, Blair's blush deepening further, which worried Naruto even more. "Miss Fontaine, is it okay if I take Blair to the nurse's office?" Naruto asked. "Okay, I'll see Blair once class is over," Fonda replied. "Baskets of shit," Blair thought, worried that Miss Fontaine might find out she was a girl. But she couldn't say anything without arousing suspicion. "You'll have to do everything you can to hide your cover." Later at night, Naruto and Blair went upstairs to Slifer's dormitory after Miss Fontaine checked on him. Blair was relieved that her secret hadn't been exposed, as Miss Fontaine only checked her temperature and other signs of illness. After seeing that he was in good health, the nurse concluded it was heat stroke, telling Blair to take it easy and drink plenty of water. Passing by Jaden, Cyrus, and Chumley's room, Naruto decided to check on them. He also wanted to make sure Cyrus hadn't done anything stupid regarding the love letter. Opening the door, Naruto only saw Jaden and Chumley sitting at the desk, working on Chumley's terrace. "Hey Naruto, Blair. What's up?" Jaden asked, after looking up and seeing them. "Nothing, we just wanted to see how you guys were doing," Naruto replied. "Well, we're just working on Chumley's deck and giving him some cards that might help him. Sai gave him Des Kangaroo and I gave him Master of Oz," Jaden said, with Chumley nodding since both cards were good for his deck. Is that right? Well, I think I have some cards that might work for your deck," Naruto said, opening his briefcase and taking out some cards. "I think these will help you," Naruto said, handing the cards to Chumley, who was surprised by the cards offered. "Wow, thanks," Chumley said, looking at the cards, while noticing the vampire koala and the enraged battle ox. "Why raging battle ox?" Chumley asked, since it wouldn't exactly fit with his Australian-themed deck. "Because of its effect, it gives all beast, warrior beast, and winged beast monsters you control the ability to deal piercing damage. Something your deck would benefit from, given that they're primarily beast monsters," Naruto said, with Chumley nodding in understanding and appreciation. "By the way, where is Cyrus?" Naruto asked, not seeing the blue-haired boy. "I don't know, he wasn't here when I got back. Chumley said he had an errand to run," Jaden replied, making Naruto frown, as he had a feeling he knew what errand Cyrus was on. "I just hope I'm wrong," Naruto thought, with Cyrus. Unfortunately for Naruto, Cyrus was doing exactly what he told her not to do when he arrived at the Obelisk girls' dormitory. I wonder who that boat is," Cyrus wondered, seeing another motorized boat. As he left, Cyrus walked silently through the doors, being careful not to be seen or heard, knowing that if he was caught, he would definitely be thrown out. Meanwhile, Growler hid in the bushes while waiting for Naruto to arrive, where he can take a picture of him breaking the school rules and get him expelled. Though what he didn't expect was to see Cyrus arrive instead of Naruto. With Alexis, Mindy, and Jasmine, the three girls from the obelisk entered the bathhouse before throwing away their towels. Since they were only girls, they entered naked instead of wearing swimsuits. Sighing in relief at the warm water, they began to talk about their classes. "I can't believe Dr. Growler keeps getting called mid-boss by everyone," Jasmine said, laughing. "I know. But you have to admit, the nickname really suits him." "What do you think, Alexis?" Mindy asked, with Alexis smiling in response. "He does, doesn't he? I'm still surprised Naruto has the guts to call Growler like that to his face without fear or concern. It's actually pretty good," Alexis said, while Jasmine and Mindy looked at her with knowing smiles. After a while of soaking in the water, Alexis stood up and began stretching to get the kinks out of her body. Seeing this, Jasmine and Mindy sank deeper into the water. Even though they knew they had great bodies, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous and depressed seeing Alexis's figure compared to their own. Although it also showed why almost every male student, and even some females, wanted to go on a date with Alexis. Suddenly, the girls froze when they heard a scream. "What is that nitwit field spell doing here? Was that a boy?" Jasmine asked, as she stood up and quickly grabbed her towel, followed by Mindy and Alexis also grabbing their towels to cover themselves. "Let's find out," Mindy said, angry that someone was probably trying to spy on them. As they ran out of the bathhouse, the girls saw Cyrus frozen in fear. I can explain," Cyrus said nervously, seeing the three angry girls. "Then, a love letter? Do you seriously expect us to believe that Alexis wrote you a love letter?" Mindy asked the tied-up Cyrus. After catching Cyrus and making sure he couldn't escape, the girls put on their uniforms and began interrogating him about why he was out of the bathhouse. "Not me, I swear! It was addressed to Naruto, but he thought it was fake. I just came here to see if it was real. I have it in my pocket," Cyrus said, taking it out and handing it to her, and the girls saw that it was a love letter from Alexis, much to said girl's disgust. "For once, I'm glad Atticus isn't here," Alexis thought, knowing exactly what her reaction would be if she ever found out about this love letter. The worst part is that she'd probably approve of Naruto and try to set them up. Not that she'd object, but she just met him, and knowing her brother, she'd do it in the most embarrassing way possible. "Cyrus, my names aren't even spelled right, and I don't even wear lipstick," Alexis said. "Ah shit, so Naruto was right," Cyrus said, realizing he screwed up big time. "You said Naruto knew it was fake. Did he say who put it in his locker?" Alexis asked. "Naruto said it was Growler who put him there," Cyrus replied, with the girls nodding, since with Naruto's nickname, and beating him on the entrance exam, it's very likely Growler did this to get himself expelled. Although since he was a teacher, they couldn't accuse him without real proof. "I don't know, he says he talked to Naruto, but Naruto was working out while Cyrus was in the locker room," Jasmine said skeptically, thinking Cyrus was lying. "Wait, what?" Cyrus thought, now very confused as he was sure he had seen Naruto in the locker room, but then saw him running laps shortly after. Although Cyrus didn't say anything because he was already in trouble and didn't want them to think he was crazy too. Especially since he's now questioning his own sanity at this point. The girls discussed what to do with Cyrus, with Jasmine and Mindy wanting to hand him over. But Alexis had another idea. One in which she'd have the chance to duel the object of her interest, with Naruto. After helping Chumli with his mallet, Naruto and Blair returned to their room to relax. It didn't last long, though, as Naruto's PDA shut down and he pulled it out. Naruto frowned when he saw it was from an anonymous caller. "We have your friend Cyrus. If you want him back, come to the girls' dorm now and bring your mallet." Upon hearing the message, Naruto silently cursed Cyrus for not listening and swore he was going to kill him. Grabbing his mallet and dual disc, Naruto prepared to go out and meet the kidnappers, only to be stopped by Blair. "I want to go too," Blair said, wanting to see Naruto duel. As with Jaden, he did not see Naruto's entrance exam duel against Growler, as he had to leave early, given that his disguise had been ruined during his own duel. "Ugh, fine, but stay close. I'd rather the kidnapper didn't get another hostage," Naruto said, not having time to argue with Cyrus in danger. Then, arriving at the girls' dormitory, Naruto blinked in confusion when he saw Alexis, Mindy, and Jasmine, along with Cyrus. "Hey, what happened? Were you three kidnapped too?" Naruto asked, looking for the kidnapper. Hearing this, the obelisk girls began to sweat as it seemed obvious that they sent a message, but Naruto apparently didn't see that. "Is it always this dense?" Jasmine asked, looking at Cyrus and Blair. "We just met him," Cyrus and Blair replied. It took Naruto a moment to realize that the girls were the ones who kidnapped Cyrus. Okay. Now your friend here got caught trespassing in the girls' dorm and now you guys are too," Jasmine said, smiling, making Naruto frown with a slight glance towards them, as he didn't like being manipulated, even less when his friends were dragged towards him. "So what do you want then?" Naruto demanded. "Simple, a duel between you and me. If I win, then you three will be reported to the Chancellor, but if you win, you're free," Alexis replied, smiling as she arrived to duel Naruto. "You also have a date with Alexis," Mindy quickly added, her words catching everyone off guard, with Naruto and Alexis blushing in embarrassment. "What did she just say?" Dark Magician Girl demanded, appearing from Naruto's cover with an annoyed expression. "I accept the duel, but you don't have to go on a date with me if you don't want to," Naruto said, both because he didn't want to force Alexis into that kind of deal and because he didn't want to upset the Dark Magician Girl, or Mana, as he called her. This surprised the girls, as anyone else would have jumped at the chance to date Alexis. But it earned Naruto some of their respect, as he was giving Alexis a choice. "Okay, let's go," Alexis said. The group took 2 boats out onto the lake, with the girls and Cyrus on one, while Naruto and Blair were on the other. Taking out his deck, Naruto decided to use his elemental hero deck this time. "Let's duel!" Naruto 4000, Alexis 4000. "I'll get things started," Alexis said, drawing and looking at the cards she drew, before looking at her hand to see what she had. "First, I activate the spell card, Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw more cards," Alexis said. Pot of Greed. Card type, normal spell. Effect, draw 2 cards from your deck. Seeing the cards she had now, Alexis suppressed her smile as she had a form of strategy in her mind. "I now summon Cyber Tutu to the field," Alexis said, as she summoned her monster, Cyber Tutu. Attribute Earth. Level 3. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect, if the ATK of each monster your opponent controls is greater than the ATK of this card can attack your opponent directly. ATK/1000 def/800. I now activate Prima Light, sacrificing my Tutu to summon Cyber Prima, Alexis said, as she played the spell card, Prima Light. Card type, Quick Play Spell. Effect, send 1 face-up, Cyber Tutu, you control to the graveyard. Special summon 1, Cyber Prima, from your hand. Cyber Tutu disappeared in a pillar of light, with the stronger Cyber Prima now appearing in his place. Cyber Prima. Attribute Earth. Level 6. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect, when this card is summoned, destroy all spell cards on the field. ATK/2300 def/1600. Finally, I place 2 cards face down and end my turn, Alexis said, as she placed 2 cards face down. Nice move, but now it's my turn, I draw, Naruto said, and looked at his hand. First, I summon the elemental hero Solid Soldier, Naruto said, summoning the hero monster, while the others were surprised by the appearance of an elemental hero. Solid Soldier Elemental Hero. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect, when this card is normal summoned, you can special summon 1 level 4 or lower hero, monster from your hand. If this card is sent from the monster zone to the graveyard by a spell effect, you can target 1 hero, monster in your graveyard except Elemental Hero Solid Soldier. Special summon it in defense position. You can only use this effect of Elemental Hero Solid Soldier once per turn. ATK/1300 def/1100. An elemental hero? But I thought you used a darkness deck? Alexis asked, with Naruto smirking at her question. That's true, but I also have an elemental hero deck. But unlike Jaden, I use the lesser-known heroes, so don't think you'll have an easier time seeing familiar cards, Naruto said, with Alexis shaking off her surprise before returning his smile. I wouldn't dream of it, Alexis replied. Good, because I summoned Solid Soldier. I use its effect to special summon a level 4 or lower hero monster from my hand, and I'm the perfect one. Come, Elemental Hero Shadow Mist, Naruto said as shadows rose and condensed into the Dark Elemental Hero. Elemental Hero Shadow Mist. Attribute Dark, Level 4. Card Type, Effect Monster. Monster Type, Warrior. Effect: if this card is special summoned, you can add one Switch, Quick Play spell card from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one hero monster from your deck to your hand except Elemental Hero Shadow Mist. You can only use one effect of Elemental Hero Shadow Mist per turn, and only once that turn. ATK/1000 def/1500. But that's not all, because Shadow Mist was special summoned this turn. I also use his ability and add a change spell from my deck to my hand and choose Mask Change, Naruto said, as he took out said card. Mask Change? Alexis muttered, never having heard of that card before. Now activate the card I just drew and use it on Elemental Hero Shadow Mist, Naruto declared, as he placed the spell card into his dual disc. Mask Change. Card Type, Quick Play Spell. Effect: target one hero monster you control. Send it to the graveyard. Also, after that, if it left the field by this effect, special summon one masked hero monster from your extra deck with the same attribute as the sent monster had when it was on the field, its original attribute. If face down, a mask appeared in front of Shadow Mist, which he took and put on, before beginning to transform into a different monster. Meet the masked hero Dark Law, Naruto said as his new monster appeared. Dark Law of the Masked Hero. Attribute Dark. Level 6. Card Type, Effect Monster. Monster Type, Warrior/Fusion. Effect: must be special summoned by Mask Change. Instead, any card sent to your opponent's graveyard is banished. Once per turn, if your opponent adds a cards from their deck to their hand, except during the draw phase or damage step, you can banish one random card from your opponent's hand. ATK/2400 def/1800. What? A fusion monster? Alexis asked, surprised that Naruto brought out a fusion monster without polymerization and just a monster. That's right. Look, masked heroes are a special type of fusion summon. They don't need polymerization to be summoned, or two or more fusion materials. All I need is a change spell card to bring them out, Naruto explained, much to his amazement at seeing such a fusion summon. Wow. He's definitely giving it his all, Alexis thought, knowing this was going to be a tough match. Now Dark Law, attack his cyber cousin, Naruto ordered, with Dark Law giving a yell and charging forward. I activate my face down, double pass and spirit barrier, Alexis said, activating her trap cards. Double pass. Card type, normal trap. Effect: activate when your opponent attacks a face-up attack position monster you control. It becomes a direct attack. Then, the monster originally selected as the attack target directly attacks your opponent. Spiritual barrier. Card type, continuous trap. Effect: while you control a monster, you take no battle damage. With double pass I can change your prima attack into a direct attack, and with spirit barrier, because I control a monster, I don't take battle damage, Alexis said as Dark Law switched from attacking Cyber Prima to Alexis, but a barrier appeared blocking his attack. And thanks to Double Passe, Cyber Prima can attack you directly, Alexis said as Cyber Prima skated across the water and launched a kick towards Naruto, sending him stumbling backward as his life points took a huge hit. Naruto 4,000-2,300 is equal to 1,700. Naruto! Blair said, worried seeing him suffer so much damage. Damn, in just my first turn she already took half of my life points. Naruto thought, impressed that Alexis not only summoned a powerful monster, but prevented him from destroying her monster and then landed a direct attack. But instead of worrying, he was excited. Excited to have a duel with someone who could challenge him. So, are you impressed? Alexis asked, smiling. Impressed? I'm in love! This is the first time someone has been able to harm me in a long time, Naruto said, smiling, with Alexis blushing slightly at the praise, while also being pleased by her success. although he quickly shook it off, remembering that he was still in the midst of grieving. "You're sweet, but I still have to crush you," Alexis said. "We'll see who crushes." "I'd put 2 cards face down and end my turn," Naruto said. "Then it's my move. And I'll start by activating Machine Angel Ritual," Alexis said, using the card she had just drawn as a large, burning torch appeared behind her. Ritual of the Angel of the Machine. Card type, Ritual Spell. Effect: this card can be used to ritual summon any Cyber Angel, ritual monster. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field whose total levels exactly equal the level of the ritual monster you ritual summon. "Oh shit," Naruto muttered, knowing what's coming next, having dealt with Yugi's ritual monsters and knowing that whatever Alexis is summoning won't be easy. "With this card, I can ritual summon any Cyber Angel monster using monsters from my hand or field, as long as the total level matches the exact level of the monster I'm summoning. Therefore, I use my level 2 Cyber Petit Angel and the level 6 Mine on Air from my hand to ritual summon Cyber Angel Dakini," Alexis declared as her monsters appeared and flew towards the fire as it unleashed a strong wind that shook the boats, forcing the others to cover their faces before it disappeared while Alexis's monster appeared from the torch and jumped in front of her. Cyber Angel Dakini. Attribute: Light. Level 8. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Fairy/Ritual. Effect: this card can only be ritual summoned with the ritual spell card. Machine Angel Ritual. When this card is special summoned, your opponent selects and destroys one of their monsters. During battle between this attacking card and a defense position monster whose def is lower than this card's ATK, inflict the difference as battle damage to your opponent. ATK/2700 def/2400. Now, because Cyber Angel Dakini was specially summoned, you have to. Alexis trailed off as her eyes widened at what she saw. "What?" Naruto asked, confused as to why she suddenly stopped and stared at something with a shocked expression. Seeing her looking behind him, Naruto only had his eyes wide open at what he saw. The winds created by Alexis's ritual summoning had caused Blair's hat to be blown away, revealing that he was actually a she. "What? What's everyone looking at?" Blair asked, not noticing that her hat was missing. Blair," Naruto said, pointing at her head. Confused, Blair placed a hand on her head, only for her eyes to widen in horror when she couldn't feel her hat being where it used to be. "I can explain," Blair said quickly. "Blair is a girl?" Cyrus exclaimed in shock at the sight of Blair's long hair. "Why isn't she in the Obelisk Girls' dorm then?" Mindy questioned. "We'll have to tell Miss Fontaine and the Chancellor to transfer her," Jasmine added. Naruto frowned when he saw Blair pale at what they said and turned to them. "Hey! I'm adding another stipulation. If I win, don't tell anyone that Blair is a girl and she stays in the red dormitory," Naruto said, much to her surprise, especially Blair's. "What? We can't let her stay in a dorm full of boys," Jasmine said, only to fall silent when Alexis glared at her. "Deal," Alexis said, having noticed Blair's expression when her friends started talking about telling the Chancellor and Miss Fontaine. Alexis might not know why Blair looked scared. Maybe she thought she was going to be kicked out or something. But if Naruto wants to help her, and if she wanted to stay in the red dormitory, so be it. Nodding in thanks, the duel resumed. "Now then, as I was saying, since Dakini was special summoned, you have to choose one of your monsters to destroy," Alexis said, continuing from where she left off, before noticing Blair's true appearance. "Damn, sorry Solid Soldier," Naruto said, looking at his monster, with Solid Soldier nodding in understanding as he disappeared, knowing that his fellow heroes would help his duelist win. "Now attack Dakini, Masked Hero Dark Law," Alexis ordered, with Dakini skating forward with her swords ready to slash Dark Law. "Not so fast, I activate the trap card, Drain Shield," Naruto said as his trap card turned face up. Drain his shield. Card type: Normal Trap. Effect: negate the attack of one of your opponent's monsters and increase your life points by the ATK of the attacking monster. Not only does this stop your attack, but I gain life points equal to Dakini's ATK points, Naruto said as a barrier appeared, blocking the Cyber Angel's attack, while his life points went back up. Naruto 1700 plus 2700 is equal to 4400. Grr, my turn's over. Alexis said, annoyed that her hit points were now higher than before. But still, she was having fun with this duel and happy to meet someone who could challenge her. Whether he wins or loses, there's no way he'll hand Naruto over and miss the chance to duel him some more. Okay, my move, Naruto said, preparing to draw a card, while waiting for him to draw the one he needs. Come on, I have all the cards I need in my hand, I just need 2 more cards. Naruto thought, knowing that if he draws something that allows him to get the cards he needs, he'll win the duel. Naruto took out his card, looked at it and smiled, before activating the spell card he drew. I play Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 more cards, Naruto said before smiling at the 2 cards he drew, which made Alexis feel awkward since it meant he drew the cards he needed. Alright, first I'm activating the field spell, Fusion Gate, Naruto said as dark, swirling clouds appeared overhead. Fusion Gate. Card type, field spell. Effect, fusion monsters can be fusion summoned without using polymerization. Fusion material monsters used for this fusion summon are removed from the game, instead of being sent to the graveyard. Now, by removing the Elemental Hero Woodsman and the Elemental Hero Prisma from my hand, I can fusion summon Elemental Hero Gaia, Naruto said as both heroes appeared before flying into the vortex, as a colossal figure emerged landing on the lake, sending waves and the boats swaying, forcing them to stabilize as they stared in awe at the massive Elemental Hero. Elemental Hero Gaia. Attribute Earth. Level 6. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type. Warrior/Fusion. Effect. Must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card is fusion summoned, target one face-up monster your opponent controls. Until the end phase, its ATK is halved and this card gains the same amount of ATK. ATK/2200 Def/2600. And thanks to Gaia's ability, I can target one of your monsters and for the rest of this turn its ATK points are halved, while Gaia's are increased by the same amount. And I choose Cyber Angel Dakini, Naruto said, as the Elemental Hero Gaia absorbed Dakini's attack points, weakening her and strengthening himself. Cyber Angel Dakini. ATK/2700 DF/2400 ATK/1350 DF/2400. Elemental Hero Gaia. ATK/2200 DF/2600 ATK/3550 DF/2600. Dakini! Alexis said, worried at her strongest monster weakening, while Naruto's hero grew stronger than her Dakini and Prima. Fortunately, Spirit Barrier was still in effect, so his life points were safe. I will now summon the Elemental Hero Stratos to the field in attack mode, Naruto said, summoning the Hero of Wind. Elemental Hero Stratos. Attribute, Wind. Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect. When this card is normal or special summoned, you can activate one of these effects. Destroy spells/traps on the field, up to the number of hero monsters you control, except this card. Add one hero monster from your deck to your hand. ATK/1800 Def/300. And thanks to its special ability, I can destroy any number of spells/traps on the field equal to the number of hero monsters I control, except Stratos. Fortunately, I have 2 heroes and only 1 trap card to destroy. Go Stratos, destroy the Spirit Barrier! Naruto said, Stratos cupping his hands and releasing a gust of wind that destroyed the Spirit Barrier. Oh no! Alexis said as her hit points were now vulnerable. Oh yeah! I'm now activating the spell card, Heated Heart H, to increase Stratos' attack points by 500. Naruto said as Stratos was covered in a flame-like aura. Elemental Hero Stratos. ATK/1800 DF/600 ATK/2300 DF/600. Now Masked Hero Dark Law, attack Cyber Angel Dakini! Naruto ordered, Dark Law moving forward and destroying the ritual monster while damaging Alexis's life points. Alexis 4000-1050 equals 2950. The Elemental Hero Gaia attacks Cyber Prima! Naruto said as Gaia roared and slammed her fist into the ground, causing a tremor that destroyed Cyber Prima and further reduced Alexis's hit points. Alexis 2950-1250 equals 1700. Now Stratos, attack her directly and end this duel, Naruto said, with Stratos flying forward and unleashing a gust of wind at Alexis, destroying the last of her life points. Alexis 1700-2300 equals -600. Aya! Alexis screamed as the boat rocked in the wind, before falling into the water. Alexis! Mindy and Jasmine screamed in fear, confusing and worrying Naruto as a result. What is it? Naruto asked as they looked at him in fear. She can't swim! Mindy yelled, making Naruto's eyes widen. Shit! Naruto cursed, before taking off his jacket and dual disc, then diving into the water. Seeing Alexis sink to the bottom of the lake, Naruto swam after her, using his chakra to speed him up. Once he caught up with her, Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and swam back to the surface. Breaking through the surface, Naruto and Alexis gasped for air, as Blair helped pull Alexis onto the boat, followed by Naruto climbing in. Why the hell did you want to duel in the lake if you can't swim? Naruto demanded, wrapping his jacket around her to keep her warm. I thought it would be cool. Alexis mumbled as she blushed in embarrassment, since in hindsight, it wasn't one of her best ideas. Hearing this, Naruto patted himself, but said nothing more, knowing that she had learned her lesson. Rowing over to the other boat, Naruto helped Alexis get in with her friends, while pulling Cyrus onto his and Blair's. A deal's a deal, you three can leave for free, and thank you, Naruto, Alexis said, with Naruto nodding. No problem. See you later, come on Cyrus, you have a lot of rowing to do, Naruto said. W me? Why do I have to row? Cyrus asked, having just been held hostage. Because I told you to forget about that stupid love letter, but you didn't, dragging us into this mess as a result, Naruto replied, with Cyrus ducking his head, knowing Naruto was right. Hey Naruto, do you want to go out on Sunday? Alexis asked hesitantly and a little hopefully. Alexis, you don't have to go out with me, just because I won and saved you, Naruto said. I know, but it doesn't have to be a date. I just want to show my appreciation for helping me, Alexis said, smiling, though part of her was disappointed it wasn't a date. Well, if you're sure, Naruto said, giving him the chance to back off. I am, Alexis replied. It's okay, it's Sunday, Naruto said, smiling at her, to which Alexis replied. The whole time Mana and Blair were upset to hear this. Mana because of the fact that her love interest was going to be with an attractive girl. And Blair, since Naruto helped make sure she didn't have to go to the girls' dorm, and no other reason. Although Blair didn't know it, her crush on Zane was starting to change into a crush on Naruto. Greeting the girls, Naruto turned to Blair. Blair, why are you hiding the fact that you're a girl? Naruto asked, now that the duel was over and no one would get in trouble. Because if people knew I was a girl, they'd automatically put me in the Obelisk girls' dorm, and I didn't want that. If they put me in Obelisk Blue, I want it because I proved I deserved to be in Obelisk Blue, not because of some stupid rule, Blair said, crossing her arms. Hearing this, Naruto nodded, as he could relate to wanting to advance in rank due to his abilities. He also knew that while Kaiba had a major role in the construction and founding of Duel Academy, he was not heavily involved with the project, preferring to leave the hiring and rules of the academy to the former president and superintendent, Kajamaru. He only gained full ownership after Kajamaru left. I'll see if I can talk to Kaiba about fixing that, Naruto said, knowing that Kaiba would prefer students to be classified by their abilities, rather than their gender or connections. If there was one thing Kaiba hated, it was a duelist who couldn't back up their words with actual skill. Maybe he can also look into building a red girls' dormitory and a yellow girls' dormitory, as well as improving the red dormitory as well, Naruto thought, as while he had no problem with the red dormitory, he's sure the rest of the Slifers would like better housing. However, it might take a while to complete the paperwork and changes. Although it would be best to tell Jaden and Chumley as well, since they are also your friends and you can trust them, just like Cyrus and I, Naruto said, with Cyrus nodding his head. Yeah, we won't tell anyone, Cyrus said. Blair thought about it for a moment before nodding slowly. It would be nice not to have to hide her gender from her friends. Chapter 4. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror. He was now dressed in more casual clothes consisting of black shoes, dark blue jeans, a dark blue belt with his suitcases, a black shirt, and an orange sports jacket. The reason for the more casual clothing was because it was Sunday, so they didn't have school, as Naruto had gotten ready to meet up with Alexis to hang out. Sitting in her chair, Blair glared at Naruto with an annoyed expression, with Mana floating beside her, not that Blair could see her, with a similar expression. Blair was also wearing a casual outfit of blue and white sneakers, light blue jeans, a dark yellow shirt, a crimson-red vest, and a black and red hat with the Duel Monsters logo on the front. The reason she had a new hat was because her old one had gone missing after she took it during Naruto and Alexis's duel. Not that Blair was complaining, as it got annoying to wear the big, ugly hat, and the new one could still hide her long hair. It feels great to be in orange again. Maybe I should think about wearing an orange shirt under my jacket, Naruto muttered in thought. When he first arrived on Earth, his old jumpsuit had been torn to shreds from both his fight with Sasuke and being thrown through a dimensional rift. It was also covered in blood, so he was forced to throw it away. Yugi had been kind enough to let him use some of his old clothes until he could get his own, and when Naruto was able to, he only received a few items of orange clothing as he didn't think he would be taken seriously as a duelist if he dressed all in orange. So, are you ready for your date with Alexis? Blair asked with some sarcasm in her tone, catching Naruto and her off guard. What's wrong with me? Why does it bother me that Naruto is dating Alexis? Blair thought, shaking her head. It's not a date, we're just hanging out as friends, Naruto said, eyeing her suspiciously, since in his experience, whenever a girl talks to him like that, he usually ends up getting punched. He then turned his attention to one of his decks on his desk with a frown. What is it? Blair asked, as Naruto took the deck and shuffled the cards. Just one of the decks I'm working on. It's supposed to be a spellcaster deck with some warriors and dragons for support, but it's still missing a few cards, Naruto replied, before putting it in the case on his belt. The reason for the deck was because Naruto wanted to create one specifically for Dark Magician Girl, instead of having to switch her between his Elemental Hero and Darkness decks. Hearing this made Mana smile. She personally didn't mind Naruto rotating her between his two current decks, as it meant she'd always have a chance to be summoned, but he still wanted to create a deck that would use her to her full potential. Unfortunately, he then remembered that he was about to go meet Alexis and sighed in frustration. Maybe I need to be more open about my feelings. He still thinks I only see him as a little brother figure, and that I'm just being overprotective. I need Naruto to see me in a more romantic light, Mana thought. She then gave Blair a dirty look. Although Blair might not have been able to see it, she could see that the girl was starting to fall for Naruto. Meaning, not only did she have to compete with Alexis, but now she had to compete with the lowly too. Once Naruto felt he was ready, he left the room. See you, Blair. Have fun with Mindy and Jasmine, Naruto said, as the two obelisk girls had offered to take Blair shopping for both boy clothes for her costume and also girl clothes for when she finally reveals she's a girl. While Jaden, Cyrus and Chumley were having a boys' day/night out, Naruto left the Slifer Red dorm with Blair trailing behind him as they headed towards the island city. It wasn't big at all, built as a place for students to hang out and relax without being confined to their dorms or the main academy building. Once they arrived, they found Alexis, Jasmine, and Mindy waiting for them at the entrance, with the three obelisk girls also wearing casual clothes. Jasmine and Mindy wore simple heels, white jeans, and blue blouses. Alexis, meanwhile, was wearing dark blue boots, dark purple pants that hit just below her knees, a black tank top, and a pale purple sleeveless jacket, which she left open. She looks really cool, Naruto thought, before waving when they looked at them. Hey Alexis, you look great, Naruto complimented her, with Alexis smiling at him. Thanks, you look good too, Alexis replied, her friends looking at them with giddy expressions, before each of them took Blair's arms. Well, now let's go get Blair her outfits. Have fun on your date, Mindy said jokingly as they ran off with Blair, while Naruto and Alexis blushed at her last comment. It's not a date, they muttered before looking at each other. So what do you want to do? Naruto asked, feeling nervous since this was his first time hanging out with a girl alone. Well, there's a music store and a card shop we can visit, along with a couple of other shops too, Alexis replied, though she also felt nervous, given that the only guys she ever really spent time with were her brother and Zane. Yeah, that sounds good, let's go, Naruto said smiling, which Alexis replied as they both headed into town. Then, after visiting the music and card shops, they headed to an anime/manga shop, the latter of which Naruto ran into when he first saw it. Afterward, they went to a cafe for lunch, with Alexis offering to pay, though Naruto tried to protest and was willing to pay himself, but Alexis insisted since she still needed to pay him for saving her life. The nervousness they had both originally felt also faded, and they could both say they had a great time. Now that it was getting late, the two decided it was time to head back to their bedrooms. This was a lot of fun, I'm glad we got to do it, Naruto said, smiling at Alexis, which she smiled back. Would that be okay to do this again? Alexis asked a little hopefully. Sure, Naruto replied, only to blink when he saw something, which Alexis noticed. Turning to where Naruto was looking, Alexis saw Miss Dorothy and her truck outside the card shop, and it looked like she was having trouble starting it. Looking at each other, they both approached to see if he needed help. Do you need help, Miss Dorothy? Naruto asked, getting the woman's attention as she smiled at who it was. Oh, Naruto and Alexis. It's good to see you too, and actually yes, I was picking up some cards to refill the shop back at the academy. But this old thing seems like it's on its last leg. Even worse, with the promotion exams being so close, along with the new shipment of dual monster cards, not to mention the super rare ones that will be arriving as well, Sito Kaiba had personally arranged for a personal transport, Dorothy said, worried that her truck would break down before the shipment arrived. This caught Naruto's attention as he heard that a new shipment of cards would be arriving soon. Hopefully, I'll be able to get some before they run out, maybe even find some to fill out my wizard deck, Naruto thought. Well, if you want, we can help you take the truck back to the shop, Alexis offered, with Naruto nodding his head. Thank you both, it would be a great help, Miss Dorothy said, smiling gratefully. Then, it had taken a while to help Miss Dorothy get the truck back to the card shop, but they finally made it. Now, Naruto and Alexis were walking around the lake, and Naruto had offered to walk her back to the dock where the boats are parked, since he wasn't allowed in the Obelisk Blue Girls' dormitory. Today was really great. I wanted to thank you, Naruto, both for today and for saving me. I also want to apologize for how I tricked you into dueling me, Alexis said, with Naruto waving his hand with a smile. Don't worry, that was the biggest duel I've had in a long time. And you don't have to thank me for saving you, I'll always be there to help you if you need me, Naruto said. That made Alexis smile softly at him, starting to realize how awesome Naruto was. Though she blushed when she realized how close they were to each other, and took a step back. I should head back now. See you, Naruto, and good luck on your exam, Alexis said, as she walked towards the boats she, Jasmine, and Mindy took. You too, Alexis, Naruto said, as he greeted her. Once he was out of sight, Naruto turned and started heading back to the Slifer dorm. Time skip Wednesday. Wake up! Burst. Oh! Naruto groaned as he rubbed his head after hitting it against the top bunk, all while his eye began to twitch as the Kyuubi laughed in his head. One thing Naruto was definitely thankful for after arriving on Earth was that the Kyuubi had mellowed over the years. Given the fact that there was no chakra or ninja in this world to seal it back away and use the fox as a weapon. Though granted, the Kyuubi didn't go out of its way to talk to Naruto, preferring to remain silent or sleep, and the only times it would speak was when something caught its interest or bothered Naruto, such as acting as an internal alarm clock. Personally, Naruto wasn't sure what was more annoying, being woken up by the Kyuubi or the sun. Shaking his head, Naruto looked over and saw Blair still asleep, giving him the opportunity to get dressed in his uniform. Hey Blair, wake up, the promotion exams are today, Naruto said, shaking the girl awake once she finished changing. Oh yeah, the promotion exams. Thanks for waking me up, Naruto, Blair said, rubbing her eyes with a yawn. Nodding, Naruto left the room to let Blair change. A few moments later, Blair emerged from the room in her boy disguise, and they went to breakfast before heading to the academy. Upon reaching the classroom, they gulped nervously when they saw that Banner was the teacher overseeing the written portion of the exams. Fortunately, they hadn't started yet, and they didn't have to worry about setting Banner off. All right, students. You all have 1 hour to finish your exams, and now you may begin, Banner said before the door suddenly opened and Cyrus rushed in. Phew, I did it! Cyrus said in relief. Cyrus! Banner said with a forced smile, causing Cyrus to pale when he saw Banner. PR Professor Banner, sir, I dash. Hi, Cy, glad I found you. Though I held back from helping Miss Dorothy with her. Jaden! Banner said as his eye began to twitch, with Jaden frozen in fear at the sight of the big red flag, or in this case, the big green flag. Fortunately, to the relief of the entire class, Banner didn't get angry. You two, please take a seat now, Banner said, smiling tightly. Nodding quickly, both Sliffers quickly took their seats, not wanting to risk another Hulk incident. Then, all right, class, the written exam is over. So please walk, not run, to get in line to receive today's new rare cards, Banner said. They're here? Immediately, the students went wild and ran out of the classroom to be first in line for the new cards. Unfortunately, in their haste, they ended up making a mess of the classroom, causing Banner's eyes to twitch, while they let out a few angry growls. I said, walk. Do. No. Run. Now you've ruined the classroom, Banner said before transforming again with a roar. Shock. Smash students. Once Hulk Banner left, Naruto, Blair, Bastion, Alexis, and Chaz peeked out from under their desks and saw the massive hole in the wall where Hulk Banner had crashed. They knew that would happen immediately after all the other students ran off, instead of following instructions and becoming targets for Banner's wrath. So they did the smart thing and waited for him to chase after the others. Hey Bastion, would you mind waking up the sleeping beauties while we go check out the rare cards? Naruto asked. Yes, I can do that, Bastion replied, as he had no desire to obtain rare cards since his decks were already perfectly organized. Besides, he didn't want to get involved in another commotion. Nodding in thanks, Naruto, Blair, and Alexis left the classroom, with Chaz following them. Normally, Chaz would have stayed to check her test and sent his minions to get her the rare cards, but after her loss to Jaden, they abandoned him. So he couldn't check her test without risking missing some rare cards. Fortunately, when they arrived at the card shop, none of the other students were there, meaning they were still being chased by Banner. Hey Sadie, where are the rare cards? Naruto asked, since he didn't see any of the new packs. Sorry, we're all sold out. An anonymous buyer showed up and bought them all, Sadie said apologetically. Just great, Ches muttered as he walked out of the store, angry at missing out on a single rare card. Did someone buy all the cards? Naruto thought, wondering who could have gotten here early enough to get all the rare cards. Not long after, Jaden and Cyrus arrived and were informed about what happened, both relieved to not be caught in Banner's rampage and disappointed that they hadn't received any rare letters. Not so fast, children. I have some strange envelopes and letters right here, which I managed to save, Dorothy said, leaving through the back. Really? They asked excitedly. Yes, and here they are as a thank you for the help you three gave me, Dorothy said, handing them to Naruto, Alexis, and Jaden, who thanked her. Opening the packs, the three looked through the cards, swapping out some that fit best in each other's decks, and giving the rest to Blair and Cyrus as a thank you. Naruto was especially happy, as he took out his spellcaster deck and added the cards he had. These are perfect, now my spellcaster deck is complete, Naruto thought excitedly. Even better, you can also use it for the promotion exam. With Chaz. First I lose to that cipher slacker in front of the entire school, costing me my minions and my reputation. Now I've missed out on rare cards because some loser bought them all, Chaz said angrily. Oh, what's this about rare cards? A familiar voice said, catching Chaz's attention. Chaz looked toward the stairs and raised an eyebrow when he saw a man wearing a cape and hat. This would have made Chaz nervous at the appearance of this stranger, if it weren't for the fact that it was a pretty terrible disguise. Mid-boss, what are you doing? Chaz questioned, wondering what was up with the outfit. My name is not Ahem. I mean, who is this mid-boss? Growler said, after taking a moment to calm himself. Your mid-boss. What's with the uprising? Isn't it a little early for Dual Monster Spirit Day? Chaz asked, while Growler got annoyed and took off his hat. All right, that's it. Look, I'm the one who bought all the rare cards, look, Growler said, opening his cloak and revealing several rows of cards. The weird cards, Chaz said, surprised to see them. That's right, and they're all yours, Chaz, as long as you use them to duel Naruto. Growler said. Uzumaki? No way, if I face any slifer in a duel, it'll be Jaden Yuki. Chaz said, more than happy to use cards to beat Jaden. But why settle for a slacker, when you could defeat the king of gambling's student? That will only raise your reputation to new heights and make everyone forget your defeat against Jaden. Growler said, with Chaz nodding his head, as that would be better than getting revenge on Jaden. Just one problem, we're still in different dorms. So I couldn't possibly confront him. Chaz said, seeing a major flaw in that plan. Leave it to me, I can arrange for you and Naruto to face off in the promotion duel. So, what do you say, Chaz? Growler said. Humph, alright, you got yourself a deal, mid-boss. Chaz said, smiling. Call me that again and I'll find someone else to give the cards to. Growler threatened, frowning. Shut up now. Chaz said, before looking at the cards Growler gave him. He only saw a few he really liked and smiled, knowing that with these, he'd beat Naruto and then move on to Jaden. Then, so I'm fighting Chaz, huh? Naruto asked, frowning. That's right, Naruto. After all, I'm sure anything less wouldn't be a challenge, so I pulled some strings to give you a proper one. Growler said with a smile, only for it to fade at Naruto's next words. Well, you're the boss of the obelisk dorm and I beat you to mid-boss. So yeah, this might be a step up. Naruto said, smirking, while Growler fumed, while Chaz stifled his laughter. Let the duel begin now. Growler said through gritted teeth. I hope you're ready to lose, Uzumaki, because my decks have improved since my duel with the slacker. Chaz said, smiling. Oh, how ironic, because I'm also using a new deck. Tell me what you think while my monsters take you down. Naruto replied, mentally laughing as he couldn't wait to see everyone's faces when they saw some of the cards in his spellcaster deck. Duel! Naruto 4000, Chaz 4000. My move! And I'll start by activating Double Summon, Naruto said, as he played the spell card. Double Summon. Card type, normal spell. Effect, you can normal summon one additional time this turn. You can only gain this effect once per turn. I now summon both the Dark Magician Expert and the White Magician Expert to the field in ATK mode, Naruto said as he called out to the two magicians, who were dressed in white and black, respectively. Expert Dark Mage, Attribute Dark, Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Spellcaster. Effect, each time a spell card is activated, place one spell counter on this card when that spell resolves, maximum 3. You can tribute this card with 3 spell counters. Special summon 1 Dark Magician, from your hand, deck, or graveyard. ATK/1900 Def/1700. Expert White Mage, Attribute, Light, Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Spellcaster. Effect, each time a spell card is activated, place 1 spell counter on this card when that spell card resolves, max 3. You can tribute this card with 3 spell counters. Special summon 1 Buster Blader, from your hand, deck, or graveyard. ATK/1700 Def/1900. Now I put a card face down and end my turn, Naruto said, as he placed a card face down. Alright, draw. I now activate the card I just drew, Magical Mallet, to send it and 4 cards to my deck, where I'll then shuffle it and draw the same number of cards I sent back, Chaz said, returning 5 cards to his deck. Magic Deck. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect, add this card and any number of cards from your hand to the deck and shuffle it. Then draw the same number of cards you added to the deck. Drawing 5 cards, Chaz smiled, only to frown when he saw that both of Naruto's mages had a glowing orb on their left shoulders. What? Chaz muttered, while Naruto smiled. You activated my mage abilities. You see, every time a spell card is activated, each of you gains a spell counter. And when you get 3, well, I'll leave it as a surprise, Naruto said, keeping silent about the last part of its effects to mess with Chaz. Dark Wizard Expert, counters, 1. Expert White Mage, counters, 1. This made Chaz mentally curse as he looked at his hand. He drew Magical Mallet again and was able to use it, but then those mages would gain another spell counter, and something told Chaz he didn't want them to reach 3. Especially when one called himself an Adept Dark Mage, but at the same time, he could summon a powerful monster instead of risking having to use a spell card. In the end, he had to decide that it would be worth it to summon a powerful card, rather than risk the possibility of those mages getting close to 3 counters. Buck him, Chaz thought. I play my own double summon spell card, Chaz said as another orb lit up above the expert dark mage and the expert white mage. Dark mage expert counters 2, expert white mage counters 2. That's another counter, Naruto said, smirking as he only needed one more now. Yeah, well, they won't stay long enough for that to happen. I summoned the Thonian soldier, Chaz said as his soldier appeared. Thonian soldier, attribute dark, level 4, card type, effect monster, monster type, warrior, effect. When this monster is destroyed, your opponent takes any battle damage you received from that battle. ATK/1200 def/1400. And now I pay homage to my soldier, to bring forth the Thonian Emperor Dragon, Chaz declared as his Thonian soldier disappeared with the Thonian Emperor Dragon appearing in its place. Thonian Emperor Dragon, attribute dark, level 6, card type, Gemini monster, monster type dragon, effect. This card is treated as a normal monster while it is face up on the field or in the graveyard. While this card is face up on the field, you can normal summon it to have it treated as an effect monster with this effect. This card can attack twice during the same battle phase. ATK/2400 def/1500. And with that, I'll put 2 cards face down and end my turn, Chaz said, placing 2 cards on the field. He would have tried to attack, but he wasn't going to risk losing his Emperor Dragon with the face Naruto had. Chaz may be confident he'll win with the cards Growler gave him, but he wasn't going to underestimate Naruto and this new deck he had. Alright, my move, Naruto said, pulling out his card. First, I played the spell card, Pot of Greed, to draw 2 cards. Also adding a 3rd counter to my mages, Naruto said. Pot of Greed, card type, normal spell, effect, draw 2 cards from your deck. Dark Mage Expert counters 3. Expert White Mage counters 3. The stage is set, Chaz, I hope you're ready, Naruto said with a smile, which made Chaz nervous about what he was about to do. Now first, I'll activate my White Mage Adept's ability. Since it has 3 spell counters, I contribute it to summon the legendary Dragon Slayer, Buster Blader, Naruto said, to everyone's surprise, as the adept white mage glowed brightly, before transforming into Buster Blader. Buster Blader, attribute Earth, level 7, card type, effect monster, monster type, warrior, effect. Increase the ATK of this card by 500 points for each dragon-type monster on your opponent's side of the field and in your opponent's graveyard. ATK/2600 def/2300. What? Buster Blader, Chaz said, surprised to see one of the King of Games ace monsters. That's right, and since you have a dragon-type monster on the field, my Blader gains 500 ATK points, Naruto said as Buster Blader grew stronger. Buster Blader, ATK/2600 df/2300 ATK/3100 df/2300. But that's not all, I'm now activating the Dark Magician enabled effect as well, allowing me to pay tribute to him to bring out an even stronger monster, Naruto said, Chaz's eyes widening in shock as realization hit him. If skilled White Magician pulled Buster Blader, that means skilled Dark Magician will pull. I pay homage to the expert Dark Magician to summon the Master of Magic, the Dark Magician, Naruto said, which surprised everyone by the possibility of seeing, in person, the true ace of the King of Games and the strongest monster. The skilled Dark Magician crossed his arm in an X shape as a magical ring appeared beneath it, before it stood up and began to transform him into the legendary magician. Although the Dark Magician that Naruto summoned had a different color scheme, instead of the dark blue robes and light blue skin, this Dark Magician wore dark crimson-red robes with golden trim, had silver hair, and tan skin. Dark Wizard, attribute dark, level 7, card type, normal monster, monster type, spellcaster, card text, the ultimate mage in terms of attack and defense. ATK/2500 def/2100. Despite not looking the same, everyone was overjoyed to see the legendary card, even more so than when Naruto first summoned Dark Magician Girl, all except Chaz, who was unfortunate enough to face these 2 legendary cards. Ho how! Only the King of Games has that card, Chaz said, surprised and scared to see the Dark Wizard. That's right, Yugi still has the Dark Magician. Though this version was owned by a duelist he had defeated during the Battle City tournament, and by the rules of Battle City, Yugi obtained its best card, this Dark Magician, which Yugi then in turn passed on to me. Naruto said. Yugi had received 2 copies of this particular Dark Magician from Akana, both as thanks for saving his life and because he hadn't been able to give Yugi his best card after their duel. Akana had mailed them to Yugi after he had reunited with his now wife, Catherine, and received help for his mental health issues. Yugi had sent them to Naruto as congratulations on entering Duel Academy, given that he was fine with his own Dark Magician, although he first had Pegasus fix them from their illegal clipping. I activate Threatening Roar, Chaz said, as he quickly activated his trap card. Menacing Roar. Card type, Normal Trap. Effect, your opponent cannot declare an attack this turn. Chaz sighed in relief that he was safe from being attacked by these powerful monsters, at least for this turn. Okay, you're safe for now, Naruto said, ending his turn. Alright, draw, Chaz said, mentally praying to pull out a card he could use. First I'm activating Magical Mallet again to send it, and 2 other cards to my deck, and then I'll draw 3 new cards, Chaz said, relieved when he saw the cards he drew. I now summon the X-Head Cannon field, Chaz said as the machine monster appeared. X-Head Cannon. Attribute, Light. Level 4. Card type, Normal Monster. Monster type, Machine. Card text, a monster with a powerful cannon. It is capable of integrating its attacks. It attacks in a variety of ways, combining and separating with other monsters. ATK/1800 Def/1500. And I activate my face-down frontline base to summon Z-Metal Tank, Chaz said before summoning his second machine monster. Z-Metal Tank. Attribute, Light. Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Machine/Union. Effect, once per turn, you can target 1 X-Head Cannon or Y Dragon Head you control. Equip this card to that target, or unequip this card and special summon it. A monster equipped with this card gains 600 ATK/Def. Also, if the equipped monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect, destroy this card instead. ATK/1500 Def/1300. Now, I combine X-Head Cannon with Z-Metal Tank to summon XZ Tank Cannon, Chaz said, as the 2 machine monsters combined. XZ Tank Cannon. Attribute, Light. Level 6. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Machine/Fusion. Effect, must first be special summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above cards you control. You do not use polymerization. Cannot be special summoned from the graveyard. You can discard 1 card, then target 1 face-down spell/trap card your opponent controls. Destroy that target. ATK/2400 Def/2100. Now, I use my Tank Cannon's ability. By discarding a card, I can destroy a face-down spell or trap card. Go Tank Cannon, destroy its face-down card, Chaz ordered. XZ Tank Cannon aimed its weapons at Naruto prone and opened fire, destroying him. You may have destroyed me face-down, but you're forgetting that I still have 2 monsters on the field. Both of them are stronger than yours, Naruto reminded, with Buster Blader and Dark Magician standing in front of him, as he looked at Chaz and his monsters. Maybe, but let's see how good they are when I play this. Swords of Revealing Light, Chaz said, playing his spell card, as swords of light rained down around Naruto and his monsters. Swords of Revealing Light. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect, after this card is activated, it remains on the field, but destroy it during the end phase of your opponent's 3rd turn. When this card is activated, if your opponent controls a face-down monster, flip all monsters they control face-up. While this card is face-up on the field, your opponent's monsters cannot declare an attack. Now, you can't attack for 3 of your turns, Chaz said, relieved to be able to buy some time to bring out the rest of his VWXYZ monsters. TSK, my move, Naruto said, taking out his card, annoyed at not being able to attack. I now activate Sanctity card, allowing us to draw until we have 6 cards, Naruto said as he played the spell card. Letter of Holiness. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect, each player draws until they have 6 cards in hand. Humph, thanks for the cards, slacker, Chaz said, after seeing that he now had more machines to summon next turn. I wouldn't thank you so soon if I were you. Because I'm activating the magic card, Master-Student Bond. Bond between teacher and student. Card type, normal spell. Effect, if you control Dark Magician, special summon 1. Dark Magician Girl. From your hand, deck, or graveyard, then you can set 1. Dark Magic Attack. Dark Burning Attack. Dark Burning Magic. Or Dark Magic Twin Burst. Directly from your deck. You can only activate 1. Teacher-Student Bond. Per turn. With Dark Magician on the field, I also bring out his prize student, come Dark Magician Girl. Naruto said as the Dark Magician appeared on the field next to her master, and both magicians nodded to each other. Dark Magician Girl. Attribute Dark. Level 6. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type. Spellcaster. Effect gains 300 ATK for each Dark Magician, or Black Chaos Magician. In the graveyard. ATK/2000 def/1700. And since I activated Bond between teacher and student, I can now set Dark Magic Attack from my deck directly to the field, which I will now activate. Dark Magician, destroy Swords of Revealing Light. Naruto said. Dark Magic Attack. Card type, normal spell. Effect, if you control Dark Magician, destroy all spells and traps your opponent controls. Dark Magician swung his staff, releasing a blast of magic as the lightsabers were destroyed, along with frontline base. Oh no! Chaz exclaimed, seeing that it was now completely open. Oh yeah! I'm now using magic card polymerization to fuse Dark Magician Girl with the Red Ice Black Dragon in my hand, to fusion summon Dark Magician Girl Dragon Knight. Naruto said, as the Red Ice Black Dragon appeared, while the Dark Magician Girl's robes and wand changed into armor and a sword. Before she jumped into the air and she rode the Red Ice Black Dragon. Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. Attribute Dark. Level 7. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type. Dragon/Fusion. Effect, must be fusion summoned with the above fusion materials or with the Eye of Timaeus. Once per turn, quick effect, you can send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard, then target 1 face-up card on the field. Destroy that target. ATK/2600 def/1700. You have Red Ice Black Dragon too? Chaz said, surprised that he not only had Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl, but also the Red Ice Black Dragon. I was also seeing how outmatched I was in this duel. That's it. And I'm going to use my Dragon Knight's ability. By sending a card to the graveyard, she can destroy a face-up card on the field, and I choose XC Tank Cannon. Naruto said. Dark Magician Girl raised her sword, before throwing it towards Tank Cannon, before releasing a wave of magic, destroying the fusion monster. Now Buster Blader, destroy the Thonian Emperor Dragon with Destruction Sword Flash. Naruto ordered, with Buster Blader charging forward and leaped into the air, before swinging his sword towards Chaz's dragon, destroying it. Chaz 4700 is equal to 3300. The Dark Magician attacks him directly. Dark Magic Attack, Naruto said, spinning his staff. Dark Magician flew in front of Chaz, before unleashing a blast of magic. Chaz 3400-2500 equals 900. Now Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, finish this with Black Dragon Burst. Naruto said. Both the Dark Magician Girl and the Red Ice Black Dragon unleashed a combined blast of magic and fire at Chaz, erasing the rest of his life points. Chaz 902,600 is equal to minus 1,700. Gah! Chaz yelled as he was knocked back by the attacks. Meanwhile, the students cheered as they watched the incredible duel and saw so many legendary monsters. Well done, Naruto! Shepard said over the intercom. Never before in the history of Duel Academy has a Slifer overcome an obelisk in such a manner. Not only did you hold your own, but you were able to overcome Chaz's monsters and traps. It is with great pride that I grant you the promotion from Slifer Red to RA Yellow, Shepard said proudly. This made the students cheer for Naruto, the RA Yellow, especially now having the King of Games student in their dorm. I'd also like to inform the students that we have successfully detained Professor Banner, and that he will be restrained until he calms down. Shepard added, to everyone's relief. Crush. Reaha Wayaha. Crush messy students. I'm my mistake. He seems to get away. Please walk, don't run, to the nearest and exit. Shepard stammered, his face now deathly pale, his eyes wide with fear. Smash mid-boss too! Upon hearing this, Growler immediately ran off the observation deck with a scream, causing the students to also flee the arena. All the while, a loud girl's squeal was heard, followed by several crashes. Then, Slifer bedroom. Thanks again for letting me sleep with you, Blair said to Jaden and Cyrus in the latter two's room. Hey, no problem. With Naruto and Chumli getting promoted to RA Yellow, we all need new roommates, Jaden said, as with all the help they've given Chumli, and the fact that he was putting it all into dueling again, he was able to win his promotion duel and advance to RA Yellow as well. Yes, Blair murmured sadly. Hey, what's up, Blair? Cyrus asked. It's nothing, I'm fine, Blair replied, wondering why she was so upset that Naruto left to go to the RA Yellow dorm. On the other hand, he's been very kind to me and a great friend, and he's kept my secret, Blair thought, wondering why she was upset. There was a knock on the door before it opened, revealing Naruto in his new RA Yellow uniform. Hey, I just wanted to check on you, Naruto said, looking at Blair. I am fine. You look good in the new uniform, though I'm sure it won't be long before why you're wearing blue, Blair said shakily at the end, since Naruto would be another rank above her, and further away from her as well. Yeah, I guess. Though I don't think it's really my color, Naruto said, as he looked at the yellow jacket, before looking at Blair. Listen, Blair, I just want you to know, I'm really glad I met you and got to be your friend. I also know that you're going to become an amazing duelist. I also know that no matter what you do, we'll always be friends, Naruto said, smiling at the younger girl. Blair felt tears well up in her eyes at his words and pulled her hat down to cover her eyes. The same hat Naruto had bought her after she lost her old one. Why, yes. Why, you're right, Blair stammered, struggling against her. Great, now let's go, Naruto said, much to her confusion. Jigo? Where to? Blair asked, with Naruto smiling at her. Our room, you know, right at the end of the walkway, Naruto said, Blair's eyes widening at his words. What? Blair asked. I've worked it out with Chancellor Shepard, and I'm allowed to stay in the Slifer dorm, Naruto revealed. Hearing this, Blair raised his hat and looked at him with very surprised eyes. You refuse to go to the RA dorm? Why? Blair asked, only blinking when Naruto touched her forehead with his index and middle fingers. You, of course, Naruto replied, smiling at her. And me? Blair stuttered while blushing, while Naruto nodded. Hearing that she was the reason he chose to stay in the Slifer dorm made her heart perk up. Although Blair didn't understand the reason for this, she didn't care at the moment. She only cared that Naruto stayed. With her tears changing from sadness to joy, Blair hugged Naruto tightly, happy that he was staying, with Naruto smiling and hugging her back. Meanwhile, Jaden and Cyrus cried anime tears at the happy scene, happy for their friends and that Naruto would be staying. RA bedroom. Chumli looked around his new room in RA Yellow dorm, pleased that he had managed to finish settling in. He was still amazed that he had passed the written exam and won his promotion duel, even more so that he was promoted to RA Yellow. He had basically given up on the possibility of advancing in rank, but here he is dressed in yellow. Chumli then heard his PDA buzz and answered it, only to be surprised when he saw it was his dad. Hi, Dad, Chumli greeted awkwardly, as his father always wanted him to stay home and help run his sake business. Hey Chumli, I was just calling to. I heard you got promoted at the academy, and I wanted to call and say, I'm proud of you, son, Mr. Huffington said, much to Chumli's surprise and delight. Really? Chumli asked, his father nodding. Yes, I had been considering coming there to take you home, if you hadn't improved. But now, I see that it's no longer necessary. You're becoming your own man, Chumli, as well as a great duelist, and I'm happy for you. I'm also sure you've made some great friends at Duel Academy, Mr. Huffington said, as Chumli smiled with teary eyes, before looking out the window. Yeah, really. I can tell you more when I get home for winter break, Dad, Chumli said as he looked toward the Slifer dorm, as his room had a great view of his old dorm. Slifer bedroom. To Naruto being promoted to RA Yellow. Jaden said as the three Slifers and the newly promoted RA clinked glasses. Naruto, Jaden, and Cyrus smiled with flushed expressions, Naruto's less intense thanks to his healing factor. The reason being that Naruto had managed to sneak in some bottles of sake. Cyrus was hesitant at first, since they were still underage, but Naruto and Jaden managed to convince him eventually. Blair was clinging to Naruto's side with her eyes closed and wearing a small smile, while also having a blush on her face, showing that she was also taking part in the drinking. Her excitement and happiness that Naruto was still her roommate made her throw caution to the wind. Though there was also another reason why she was blushing and happy, she didn't know it yet. Humans and their mating rituals. QB thought, rolling his eyes before going to sleep. Chapter 5. Further, Shinobi of Duel Academy by Windstorm 16. Naruto and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX overrated. T English, Adventure and Romance. Naruto U. Alexis R. /Asuka T. Blair F. /Ray S. Black / Dark Magician Girl. Words, 68k plus. Faves, 945. Follows, 1k plus. Published, January 2nd. Updated, June 7th. 361. Chapter 5. Hello everyone, Storm here with a new chapter. Here we'll see Naruto investigating the abandoned dormitory along with his first shadow game, and the return of a surprise character. So without further ado, I don't have anything, and beneath the full moon, I see a path through a cavern that looks abandoned. Then, at the very back of the cavern, I see a mysterious lake. So, I go in to look very carefully, and beneath just the right angle of the light, at the bottom of the lake, beyond my reflection, I see a rare and powerful card. Naturally, I would go and get it, but as I reach for it, an arm grabs me and tries to pull me into the lake. Hawk! Help me! Not the water! Nothing but the water! Cyrus yelled, while Naruto, Blair, and Jaden sat with him at a table. Currently, the three Slifers students and one RA student were telling scary stories by drawing cards, and the higher the level, the scarier the story. It was Cyrus's turn, having drawn the level 4 Earth Spirit, so it wouldn't be as scary. Wow, you got pulled underwater and drowned, Cyrus? That's pretty bad. How did you survive? Naruto said jokingly, with Cyrus giving a creepy smile. Heaven didn't want me, and hell was full, Cyrus said, looking at them all with an ominous, well, that was a good story, a mid-level scare for a mid-level card. Alright, my turn, hopefully I get a good one, Jaden said, drawing a card and saw that it was Elemental Hero Thunder Giant, a level 6 monster. Oh sweet, Jaden said, showing the card he drew, with Cyrus paling since it was a level higher than his. Ah man, now your story is going to be a lot scarier than mine, Cyrus said in despair. Okay, I have a good story. Well, actually it's more of a memory from when I was a little kid. I used to hear sounds, but only at night. At first, I thought I was just dreaming, but when I would open my eyes, I would find myself surrounded by flames, and then I would hear someone screaming, begging me to help them. I tried running to them, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find them. And the more I searched, the louder the screaming would get, and soon I would feel the flames getting more intense around me. Then all of a sudden, the screaming would stop, and then someone would grab me from behind and pull me into the fire. But before they could touch me, I would wake up in my room, Jaden said, with Cyrus and Blair going pale at his story, while Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought as he saw Jaden looking down after telling his story. I wonder, Naruto thought, sensing there was more to the story as well. Okay Blair, your turn, Jaden said, with the girl nodding shakily. Alright, Blair said, puzzled by Jaden's story. Drawing a card, Blair was relieved that it was only a level 3 monster. As Blair began her story, Naruto subtly glanced at Mana, who had been watching and listening to the stories. Hey Mana, is it possible for dual monster spirits to affect the physical world? Naruto asked in a low voice, while listening to Blair's story, so as not to attract the attention of others. It is possible, if the spirit is strong enough, they can affect the physical world if they so desire. There are even a select few dual spirits that are strong enough to truly manifest. Like the Egyptian gods, when Pegasus angered them, driving them into the dual monsters card game. Mana explained, as it was possible that Jaiden's dreams were the result of a dual monster's spirit. Naruto thought, as Blair finished her story, meaning it was now his turn. Though before he could draw a card, everyone jumped in fear when they heard maniacal laughter behind Jaden. I want to join the scare fest. Oh, Blair, I see you're not wearing your hat, Banner said, appearing out of nowhere, behind Jaden. This made everyone worried as Banner now knew Blair's secret. Oh no, I have to worry, kids. I can keep a secret, Banner said, causing her to relax and breathe a sigh of relief. Well, now that you're here, why don't you draw a card? The higher the level, the scarier the story has to be, Naruto explained. Oh, well, that sounds easy enough. Let's see, Banner said, pulling out a card and revealing it to be a 5-headed dragon, a level 12 monster. I think I'm going to bed now, Cyrus said. Who knows what kind of creepy and scary stories Banner knew. It didn't help when he started laughing horribly. What's wrong? Don't you want to hear about the abandoned dorm at the end of the island? Banner said, with Naruto immediately turning to him. The abandoned dorm? That's the place Kaiba wanted me to check, Naruto thought, since that was one of the things Kaiba wanted him to investigate. What happened to the missing students? Abandoned bedroom? Jaden asked curiously. That's right, not many people talk about it, but there was once a special dormitory located at the edge of the forest. It was sealed off after several students mysteriously disappeared. But that's the mystery of it all, no one knows where it went. The rumor was that it had something to do with the Shadow Games, Banner said mysteriously. Shadow Games, really? However, none of those things are true, Jaden said, not really believing that the Shadow Games really were. Jaden, you know I've met people who've participated in real shadow play. And how can you be skeptical when you can see and hear dual spirits? Naruto asked with a deadpan look. This caused Jaden to fall off his chair, realizing that Naruto was right, while the others laughed. That's true, Naruto. But the abandoned dorm is also off limits, so you can't go near it. And if I find out you broke the rules, I'll be pissed, Banner said with a creepy smile, making Blair, Cyrus, and Jaden gulp, while Naruto didn't look scared in the least. You get angry all the time, it doesn't really scare me anymore, Naruto said, Banner's creepy smile widening as he leaned in close to Naruto. Oh really? So you're not afraid of anything? Banner challenged. It's not a thing, Naruto replied with a smile. Well then, how about this? Banner said, taking out a photo and showing it to the four. Immediately when they saw it, the four of them screamed in complete horror. My eyes burn! Oh God, it's so horrible! What kind of sick monster are you, mother? Even the Kyuubi was horrified by the sight, having seen the image through Naruto's eyes. For the wise, what the hell is wrong with you? Banner laughed maniacally as the four students rolled on the floor, covering their eyes at the horrifying sight. The photo in question was of Dr. Growler at a staff Christmas party, where he got drunk and ran around the island, completely naked. Don't mess with the teacher! And at least you know for sure that mid-boss is a boy, Banner said, laughing as he left the students mentally scarred. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom, Growler was furious. I thought I destroyed all those photos, Growler thought, having believed he had destroyed all the images of that damn Christmas party. He swore he'd get that photo and destroy it too, but on a more positive note, this could be the opportunity you've been waiting for. I think the Shadow Games should come back. Millennium items and all, Growler thought, before starting to laugh like crazy at his brilliant idea. Hey, does anyone else hear a weird laugh? Blair asked. Yeah, let's go see it, Naruto said. Oh shoot, Growler said before running away. Domino City. Ah! Okay, you won. Please take whatever you want and leave. A duelist pleaded with his opponent, a masked duelist who introduced himself as Titan, a shadow duelist. What I want is your soul, Titan said, holding up a Millennium item that looked like the Millennium Puzzle. No, please show some mercy, the duelist said, clutching his chest. Mercy? What is that? Titan said cruelly, as a light emanated from his pendant, enveloping the duelists before they fell to the ground. Rest in peace in the Shadow Realm, Titan said, walking toward the duelists before his phone rang. Speak. Duel Academy? Tomorrow night? I'll be there, Titan said, after hearing the details of the job. Day after, with Naruto. Naruto walked through the forest with Blair, Jaden, and Cyrus following him. The four were currently traveling to the abandoned dorm. Naruto for the job Kaiba gave him. Jaden wanted to check it out. Cyrus knew where it was after stumbling upon it, and Blair was also curious about the dorm. I guess someone was here before us," Naruto said, shining his flashlight on a red rose outside the abandoned dormitory door. "The old bedroom!" Jaden exclaimed, surprised to see it for the first time. "And probably a lot of ghosts too," Cyrus added, wanting to get away from the creepy building. "Relax, Sai. There's no one here," Jaden assured, only to be proven wrong when a branch broke. "Then what is that?" Cyrus exclaimed, as he became scared. Naruto shone his flashlight at the fountain, only to see Alexis standing there with a flashlight. "Oh, hello, Alexis. What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, as Alexis frowned and walked towards them. "That's funny. I was just about to ask you for the same thing," Alexis said, looking annoyed. "We heard about the abandoned dorm and wanted to check it out," Jaden replied. "Well, that's not very smart. Don't you know kids tend to disappear around here?" Alexis said as she looked around the bedroom, while Naruto looked back at the rose, realizing that she was the one who put it there. "One of the missing students? You knew them, didn't you?" Naruto asked. "That's none of your business," Alexis snapped, glaring at them, surprising all four of them to see the normally level-headed and pleasant Alexis get angry. "Hey! Don't get mad at Naruto, just for asking!" Blair exclaimed, defending her friend, only for Naruto to put a hand on her shoulder. "Blair, don't do it," Naruto said, thinking that whoever Alexis lost here was someone she cared about a lot, and probably doesn't like talking about it. "No. You're right, I shouldn't have gotten mad. It's just two of the students who disappeared here were my brother, Atticus, and his friend, Yusuke Fujiwara," Alexis revealed, looking at the dormitory sadly, before seeing Naruto standing next to her. 3. "Well then, that's just another reason for me to find out what happened to those students," Naruto said, confusing the others. "Find out what happened? What do you mean?" Alexis asked. "It's part of the reason why I'm at Duel Academy. Kaiba asked me to investigate the abandoned dormitory to see what happened to the missing students. If two of the students were your brother and his friend, then it's just another reason for me to find out what happened to them," Naruto said, as he placed a hand on Alexis's shoulder, as they looked at him in shock at hearing that Seto Kaiba, himself, asked Naruto to investigate the abandoned dormitory. "Oh man, that's so cool! You're probably a secret agent," Jaden exclaimed excitedly upon learning that Naruto was working for Seto Kaiba himself. "I wouldn't go that far," Naruto said, as he was more capable of figuring out what happened and not getting lost, thanks to his chakra. Besides, he wouldn't be a very good secret agent if he told them his entire mission. "Still, the fact that you're here to investigate means a lot, Naruto," Alexis said, happy to know there was a chance to finally find out what happened to her brother. "No problem. You might want to head back to your dorm though. I'll be sure to let you know if I find anything out," Naruto said, since he already had to keep an eye on Jaden, Cyrus, and Blair. He didn't want Alexis to be in any potential danger either. Nodding, Alexis waved at them and watched as they entered the abandoned dormitory with a worried expression. Even though she was grateful Naruto was here to investigate what happened, she couldn't help but worry that they might disappear too. "I hope Naruto knows what he's doing," Alexis thought, before turning back, only to bump into someone. Looking up, Alexis's eyes widened as she saw Titan standing in front of her. "You'll make the perfect hostage," Titan said, smiling. Alexis only managed a short scream before Titan covered her mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in chloroform. Alexis struggled for a moment before collapsing unconscious. Abandoned bedroom. Looking around the abandoned dormitory, Naruto looked around, frowning when he saw Egyptian hieroglyphics written on the walls, along with pictures of the Millennium items. This definitely involved the Shadow Games. Maybe even related to when Duel Monsters was originally played in Egypt, Naruto thought, as he looked at the hieroglyphics. He then saw a picture showing an obelisk blue student. Grabbing it, Naruto could see that the guy had similar features to Alexis. This must be her brother, Naruto thought, before putting the photo in his pocket to give it to Alexis. "I wonder what they'll say," Blair wondered, unable to understand the glyphs. "I can read them," Naruto revealed, surprising Blair and Cyrus, while Jaden nodded. I can read a little too, Jaden added, surprising the two even more. Can you two read Egyptian hieroglyphics? Cyrus asked, surprised to learn this. Yes, Yugi, his grandfather, and the Ishtar family taught me, Naruto replied. Given Duel Monster's connection to ancient Egypt, as well as all of his past adventures and experiences, they thought it would be good for Naruto to know how to read hieroglyphics. My uncle is an archaeologist, and he taught me a little bit. I can't understand everything though, Jaden replied. Now that you think about it, we don't really know that much about each other's families, Blair said. Immediately, an awkward silence surrounded the four, realizing that Blair was right. Cyrus's family was pretty good overall, with things being tense between him and his brother. Jaden wasn't on very good terms with his parents, given their constant work ethic. And it didn't help when they started taking him to all those medical procedures for his nightmares after he sent Yubel into outer space. Naruto simply didn't get the chance to meet his parents, given that they had died the night he was born. Seeing this, Kyuubi felt slightly ashamed, as Naruto proved that he wasn't like other humans by the way he treats his monsters and cares for his decks. Though while Minato and Kushina were already near death, due to Minato using the dead demon consuming seal and Kushina being a Jinchuriki, who had her tail beast ripped out, the Kyuubi's attack caused them to definitely die. Thankfully, the silence ended when Naruto read the hieroglyphics closely, only for his eyes to widen in shock when he saw what they were. What is Naruto? Blair asked, after seeing his expression. These aren't just random hieroglyphs, they're instructions, Naruto said. Instructions? To what? Jaden asked, since he couldn't make out that part. Instructions on how to recreate the Millennium Elements, Naruto revealed, surprising the three by what the hieroglyphs were. Recreating the Millennium Objects, magical relics created during ancient Egypt. Cyrus, Naruto said, getting his attention, only to see Naruto clenching his hands and staring at the wall. Why yes? Cyrus asked nervously, as he didn't think he'd ever seen Naruto look so angry before. How many students are there in Obelisk Blue, both girls and boys? Naruto asked, since his brother is in Obelisk Blue, confusing the three with the strange question. I'm not really sure. Maybe a couple dozen, close to or just over 100. Why? Cyrus asked. Because one of the steps in creating the Millennium items involves 99 human sacrifices, Naruto revealed gravely. Granted that they had to have evil souls, but he knew from experience that every rule had its exceptions, you just needed to know how to find it. This made them recoil in shock and horror. Not even 99 sacrifices? Blair stammered, looking pale and sick at this. But if that's true, and these instructions and the missing students. Cyrus trailed off, looking sick at the thought that the missing students had been sacrificed by someone to recreate the Millennium items. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. If someone had recreated the Millennium items, they probably would have used them by now, Naruto said, knowing that if someone had made their own Millennium items, they wouldn't have waited so long to use their power. Taking out his PDA, Naruto began taking several photographs of the writing on the wall, knowing that he had to let Kaiba, and possibly Yugi and the others, know about this. But if whoever made those students disappear used them and others in a plan to create their own Millennium items, then this was worse than I thought. Come on, let's see what else we can find, Naruto said, planning to search every inch of this place. He knew that to make the Millennium items, a mold would be needed, like the Millennium Stone used to make the originals. If someone was planning to recreate the items and already had a mold, Naruto planned to break it into pieces. Walking further into the dorm, they soon arrived at what they assumed was a common area. Looking around, Naruto's attention was caught when he saw a Duel Monsters card on the floor. Naruto walked over and grabbed it, only to stiffen when he saw it was Ito's Cyber. This is Alexis's card, Naruto thought, worried about what this might mean for Alexis. The others approached and saw the card, also worried when they recognized that it belonged to Alexis. At that moment, the card glowed for a moment, reacting to Naruto's chakra, and Ito's Cyber appeared in front of them, although only Naruto and Jaden could see it. Cyberstar? Where's Alexis? Naruto asked, his dual spirit pointing toward a hallway before flying down it. Come on, Alexis is in danger, Naruto said as they ran down the hallway, with Alexis groaning. Alexis slowly opened her eyes, only to see Titan stranded over her. She would have tried to run only to find herself tied up and inside a coffin. Who are you? Why are you here? Alexis demanded, while looking at Titan, refusing to show how much the situation scared her. I am Titan, the shadow duelist. And I was hired to deal with someone you are familiar with, and you are my leverage to make sure he plays along. Now fall into the shadow realm, Titan said with a smile, while holding his Millennium Pendant, though before he could use it, he was stopped when Naruto, Blair, Cyrus, and Jaden came running in. Alexis! Naruto shouted, when he saw her and looked at Titan. Seeing them, Alexis felt relieved, knowing they could help her. But she was also worried when she realized who Titan was supposed to deal with and who hired him. Damn it, Growler! Alexis thought, not even bothering to use his nickname due to the gravity of the situation, as this showed that Growler's grudge against Naruto was getting out of hand if he brought a mercenary duelist, rumored to specialize in shadow games, on Naruto Uzumaki. I've been waiting for you. If you wish to save your friend, you'll have to beat me in a shadow game, Titan declared, with Naruto glaring at the man, before scoffing. Yeah, how about not? Naruto said before taking out a flash bomb, having saved some of his ninja tools just in case, and threw it, enveloping the area in a glow. With everyone blinded, Naruto used a substitution technique to switch with Alexis, before jumping back to Jaden, Cyrus, and Blair. When the light faded, Titan was surprised to see Alexis free. Come on, let's go! Naruto said, wanting to get his friends out of here, then he'll deal with Titan. Not so fast, Titan said, pulling out a grenade and throwing it at the entrance, stopping the others as the grenade exploded, blocking the exit and trapping them. Growler had informed him that Naruto was difficult, so he came prepared to force him into a duel. Growling in anger, Naruto glared at Titan, seeing that he wasn't going to give up until they dueled. All right, Undertaker reject. You want a duel, then let's duel. Guys, see if you can get us out of here, while I take care of this guy, Naruto said, with the others nodding and went to try and clear the exit. I hope you're ready for the shadow games, Titan said, with Naruto scoffing as he put on his dual disc and inserted his darkness deck. Yeah, get ready for some revenge, Naruto said as they activated their dual discs and brought their hands out. Let's duel! Naruto 4000, Titan 4000. Get ready for the shadows. I summon Infernal Queen Archfiend in ATK mode, Titan said, as he summoned his monster, Archdemon Queen of Hell. Attribute Fire, Level 4. Card Type, Effect Monster. Monster Type Demon. Effect. The controller of this card pays 500 life points during each of their standby phases. This is not optional. When this card is specifically designated as the target of the effect of a card your opponent controls, when resolving the effect, roll a 6-sided die. If the result is 2 or 5, negate the effect and destroy the opponent's card. While this card remains on the field, increase the ATK of all face-up Archfiend monsters by 1000 points. ATK/900 def/1500. And now, due to my Infernal Queen's ability, it and every monster with Archfiend in its name gains 1000 ATK points, Titan said, as he increased his monster's ATK power. Infernal Queen Archdemon. ATK/900 df/1500 ATK/1900 df/1500. I now activate the field spell, Pandemonium, Titan said, inserting the field spell as the cavern transformed around him. Pandemonium. Card Type, Field Spell. Effect. Either player has to pay life points during the standby phase for Archfiend monsters. Each time a player's Archfiend monster is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, except by battle, that player can add one Archfiend monster from their deck to their hand that is one level lower than the destroyed card. With Pandemonium, I no longer have to pay life points to keep my Archfiends on the field. And if they're ever destroyed outside of battle, I can add another Archfiend, one level lower than the destroyed one, directly to my hand, Titan said cheerfully, while Naruto growled at him. My move! Naruto said, as he drew a card and looked at his hand. Alright, first I'm summoning Armageddon Knight to the field in ATK mode, Naruto said, summoning his monster. Knight of Armageddon, Attribute Dark, Level 4, Card Type, Effect Monster, Monster Type, Warrior. Effect: when this card is summoned, you can send one dark monster from your deck to the graveyard, ATK/1400 def/1200. And when it's summoned, I can send a dark monster from my deck directly to the graveyard, Naruto said, as he sent a monster to the graveyard. But why stop there? I activate Fool's Burial of spell cards to send another monster from my deck to the graveyard, Naruto said, sending another dark monster to the graveyard. Fool's Burial. Card type, normal spell. Effect: send one monster from your deck to the graveyard. What's wrong with you? You're so scared you've forgotten how to play, Titan said, smiling. Just wait, Naruto muttered. I now activate the quick play spell, Reckless Rush, and use it on my knight, increasing its ATK by 700 for this turn, Naruto said, as his Armageddon knight grew stronger. Rush recklessly. Card type, quick play spell. Effect: target one face-up monster on the field. It gains 700 ATK until the end of this turn. Armageddon Knight. ATK/1400 DF/1200 ATK/2100 DF/1200. Now attack his Infernal Queen, Naruto ordered, with his knight rushing forward and slashing at the Infernal Queen, destroying her and damaging the Titan's life points. Titan 4000-200 equals 3800. I now place a card face down and end my turn, Naruto said, placing a card as his knight's ATK points return to normal. Armageddon Knight. ATK/2100 DF/1200 ATK/1400 DF/1200. TSK, you may have destroyed my Infernal Queen, but that still won't save you from the shadows, Titan declared, as he drew a card. I played the spell card, Monster Reborn, bringing back my Archdemon Infernal Queen, Titan said as his Infernal Queen reappeared. Monster Reborn. Card type, normal spell. Effect: target one monster in any graveyard, special summon. And with Infernal Queen back, I can summon Terror King Archfiend, Titan declared, as he summoned his second monster, Terror King Archdemon. Attribute Dark, Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Demon. Effect: you cannot normal summon or flip summon this card unless you have an Archfiend monster card on your side of the field. The controller of this card pays 800 life points during each of their standby phases. This is not optional. When this card is specifically designated as the target of the effect of a card your opponent controls, when resolving the effect, roll a 6-sided die. If the result is 2 or 5, negate the effect and destroy the opponent's card. Also negate the effect of an effect monster that is destroyed by this monster by battle. ATK/2000 def/1500. And because of Infernal Queen's ability, he also gains 1000 ATK points. Archdemon Job. ATK/2000 df/1500 ATK/3000 df/1500. I don't believe it. I activate my face-down card, Dark Lord Rebellion, Naruto said, as his face-down face was revealed. Rebellion of the Dark Lord. Card type, normal trap. Effect: send one Dark Lord monster from your hand or face-up from your field to the graveyard. Destroy one card on the field. You can only activate one Dark Lord Rebellion per turn. Now, by sending Dark Lord Zerato from my hand to the graveyard, I can destroy a card on the field and choose your Terror King, Naruto said, as he sent Zerato to the graveyard. Not so. I quickly activate Terror King's ability. When it's targeted by the effect of a card you control, I get to gamble to keep it. A number from 1 to 6 is randomly selected, and if it happens to be a 2 or a 5, I get to keep it, while your trap is destroyed. Now let's see what fate decides, Titan said, as 6 orbs shot out of the central lava pit, each numbered 1 to 6, and floated above Titan's hand. The orb ignited as a flame surrounded the orbs, before finally stopping at 6, causing Naruto to smile. Looks like Terror King Archfiend is going bye-bye, Naruto said, as an image of the Dark Lord Zerato flew out of his graveyard and pierced through the Terror King Archfiend, destroying it. Never mind, since Pandemonium's effect now activates and allows me to add a fiend monster from my deck to my hand, Titan said, as he added a fiend monster to his hand, and I still have my Infernal Queen on the field, and I'll use her to send Armageddon Knight straight into the shadows. Go now, Infernal Queen! Titan ordered. Infernal Queen Archfiend squealed, before charging forward and destroying Armageddon Knight. Naruto 4500 is equal to 3500. And that's not all, because now, the Shadow Games truly begin, Titan said, as he took out his Millennium Pendant, surprising Naruto. How do you have the Millennium Puzzle? Naruto demanded, since from what Yugi told him, the Pharaoh had taken the puzzle to the afterlife, after returning to help defeat Agami, and yet Titan has it now, unless it could be one of the Millennium elements that someone is trying to recreate? But does that mean the other elements were also recreated, or is the one on Titan just a kind of prototype? I don't know this puzzle you speak of, but this Millennium Pendant is the last thing you will see when you fall into the Shadow Realm, Titan said, while hiding his confusion of what Naruto said. Naruto, that pendant is fake, Mana said, appearing beside him. What, a fake? Naruto asked, with Mana nodding. Yes, I would recognize a real Millennium item from my time with Yugi and the Pharaoh, as well as my original owner in ancient Egypt. And that's nothing more than a fake, Mana said, as she looked at Titan, given how much the Millennium Puzzle meant to Yugi, Adam, and his original summoner, and the namesake of his nickname, Mana. Naruto was relieved that the Millennium items hadn't been remade yet. Though he was still angry at Titan, not only for kidnapping Alexis, but for pretending to be a shadow duelist and messing with things he shouldn't be. Alright, my move, Naruto said, pulling out a card, and smiled at what he had drawn. Alright, first I activate Dark Eruption to bring Armageddon Knight from the graveyard to my hand, Naruto said as Armageddon Knight returned to his hand. Dark Eruption. Card type, normal spell. Effect, target one dark monster with 1500 or less ATK in your graveyard. Add that target to your hand. I will now summon it back to the field. And since I have 3 dark monsters in my graveyard, I can special summon my ultimate monster, Arise Dark Armed Dragon, Naruto said, as he summoned his Armageddon Knight and the large black and silver dragon, which roared as it took to the field. Dark Armed Dragon. Attribute Dark. Level 7. Card type, effect monster. Monster type, dragon. Effect, cannot be normal summon/set. Must be special summoned, from your hand, by having exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard. You can banish 1 dark monster from your graveyard, then target 1 card on the field. Destroy that target. ATK/2800 def/1000. What? Titan said, surprised to see such a powerful monster, one much stronger than his Infernal Queen. And that's the end of it, because I'm using Dark Armed Dragon's ability. You see, if I banish a dark monster from my graveyard, I can destroy a card on 1 field, and I have 3 while you only have 2 cards. So I banish a monster and destroy Pandemonium, Naruto said, banishing a monster as the Dark Armed Dragon unleashed a sonic roar that destroyed Pandemonium, returning the cavern to normal. But why stop there? I discard another card and destroy your Infernal Queen, Naruto said, banishing another monster as Dark Armed Dragon charged forward and destroyed Infernal Queen Archfiend. My monster! Titan said as he now had no cards on the field. That's right, you're done, Titan, Naruto said, as Titan quickly took out his Millennium Pendant. Not so fast. You may have destroyed my monster and the field spell, but you haven't destroyed this, Titan said, holding it in an attempt to regain control of the duel. Oh, give it a break. That's nothing but a cheap imitation, and we both know it, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention. Cheap imitation? Blair asked. Yeah, that's not a Millennium item. This isn't even a real shadow game, just some jobless people who think it's tough, Naruto said. I'm not out of work. I could get my job back at the fair if I wanted, Titan said without thinking. Thanks for proving my point. Now, Dark Armored Dragon, attack him directly, Naruto ordered, as his dragon roared with a beam of dark energy, knocking the Titan back and removing most of its life points. Titan 3800-2800 equals 1000. Gah! Titan screamed in pain from the attack, before getting to his feet. That's it, I'm out of here, see you never, punks, Titan said, throwing his pendant, creating a cloud of smoke due to the fact that it had a built-in smoke bomb. Hey idiot, you forgot you trapped us here, remember? Naruto said, causing Titan to freeze in realization. Suddenly, the statues in the cavern lit up and shot out rays of light, while a large eye of Jajut appeared on the ground. "Oh no!" Naruto said, his eyes wide, before wind and shadows began to swirl around him and Titan. "Naruto!" Blair, Alexis, Cyrus, and Jaden yelled as they saw their friend about to get caught by what they thought was another one of Titan's tricks and ran to help him. "No, stay back!" Naruto exclaimed, but it was too late when darkness rose and surrounded them, and they all found themselves surrounded by a swirling black and purple energy. What is this place? Where am I?" Titan said, getting scared. "What are you talking about? Enough with the tricks," Jaden said, thinking this was another one of Titan's tricks. "Jaden, this isn't a trick, this is real. See?" Naruto said, pointing at the now solid mana, with Alexis, Blair, and Cyrus surprised that they could see it. At that moment, several black slime creatures fell from the ceiling and began attacking Titan. No, take them off, please help!" Titan begged, before a glowing green orb tried to force its way into his mouth. More creatures tried to attack Naruto and his friends, but a roar from the dark armored dragon made them back away from Naruto, while Winged Kuriboh, Dark Magician Girl, and more of Naruto's spirits surrounded his friends. "Thanks, guys!" Naruto said, relieved that his dual spirits were here to help. "Whoa, real dual monsters!" Alexis said in amazement. Looking back at Titan, Naruto saw that he now had glowing red eyes. "Simply great!" Naruto muttered. "Naruto Uzumaki, the shadows demand payment. Only one will emerge alive from this duel," Titan said. "Then it's good that this duel ends now. Armageddon Knight, finish off the rest of his life points," Naruto said, as Armageddon Knight charged forward and swung his sword towards Titan, destroying the last of his life points. Titan 1000-1400 equals -400. "No!" Titan screamed, before being consumed by the shadow creatures. "Idiot!" Naruto thought, knowing this was Titan's punishment for angering the real Shadow Realm with his fake shadow games. "Come on, we have to get out of here," Naruto told his friends, doubting the shadow creatures would let them leave. Winged Kuriboh caught everyone's attention and pointed to a light shining in the darkness. "Good job, Winged Kuriboh, let's go!" Jaden said, more than eager to get out of here. But before they could run for the exit, they stopped when they saw a figure moving in the shadows towards them. "That's no good," Naruto thought, as he prepared for a fight. "Actually, the only one escaping this realm is me. After the Pharaoh and my other half sentenced me to this cursed place, I now have the chance to be free," the figure said in a twisted voice as they came into view, causing everyone to gasp in shock at who it was. "Hello, Binky boys. That's it. That's Merrick," Cyrus said in fear as he saw the runner-up of the Battle City tournament and former owner of the Winged Dragon of Ra. "No, that's not the real Merrick, it's his dark half," Naruto said, while Yami Merrick laughed evilly. "Correct, lad, and if you know that, then you obviously know the Pharaoh and my weaker side. I'll be sure to let them know you're trapped here, before I send them to join you," Yami Merrick said before activating his dual disc and summoning several monsters. "Get up Drilligo, Legendary Fiend, Lava Golem, Makura the Destroyer, and Lord Poison. Keep those monsters busy, it's time for me to regain my freedom," Merrick said, as he sent his monsters to fight Naruto's. "Not so fast. Dark Horus, the Red Ice Black Dragon destroys Merrick's monster," Naruto said, as he summoned his two dragons. Roaring, Dark Horus, and Red Ice unleashed a combined blast of fire, destroying Merrick's monsters and halting his advance. "Let's go now," Naruto said as he, his friends, and the dual spirits ran towards the exit. "No!" Merrick screamed, running toward the exit, only for it to close before he could get through. Abandoned bedroom. Naruto and the others fell out of the Shadow Realm in a large pile before getting back up. Seeing that the exit was still blocked, Naruto cursed, knowing he had to get them out of there. Forming a Rasengan, much to the others' surprise, Naruto slammed it into the rubble, clearing a path. "How did you dash?" Blair began. "I'll explain later, let's get out of here first," Naruto said, not wanting to risk being dragged back into the Shadow Realm, especially with Yami Merrick there waiting for them. Nodding in agreement, everyone ran out of the abandoned dormitory. Then, after leaving the dorm, With Naruto planning to send what he learned to Kaiba, he had told his friends where he was from, his abilities, and how he got here. That's so cool! Jaden said, surprised and excited to learn that Naruto was a ninja from another world. Are you kidding me? So you really were in 2 places at once? That's why Alexis, Jasmine, and Mindy didn't believe me about the letter, and why I thought I was going crazy, Cyrus said, annoyed, while also feeling relieved to know he wasn't crazy. Sorry, Naruto said timidly, as he didn't think leaving a shadow clone in the locker room would result in that happening. Well, I thought it was fun, Mana said as she appeared and hugged Naruto affectionately, though Cyrus, Alexis, and Blair were surprised that they could still see her. Hey, we can still see you, Blair said in surprise. Really? Naruto asked. Oh yeah, given your time in the Shadow Realm, you'll now be able to see dual spirits, Mana revealed, to their surprise. That's interesting, Alexis muttered, not knowing what else to say after all the things they had just seen. Looking up, Naruto was surprised to see the sun rising, showing how long they'd been down there. Though he also remembered the image he'd found, along with the cyber star. Oh yeah, Alexis, I found your card, along with this photo, Naruto said, handing both to Alexis, who nodded gratefully to have Ito's cyber back. Although when she saw that the photo was of her brother, she was surprised and looked at Naruto, who smiled at her. I promise you, Alexis, that I'll help you find out what happened to your brother, Naruto swore, to her delight, before she hugged him. Thank you, both for this and for saving me again, Alexis said before stepping back. Like I said, I'll always save you if you need me. Though I think we should head back to our dorms now, Naruto suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Before Blair and Alexis could start walking, though, Mana grabbed them both and pulled them aside. Just to make it clear to both of you, I won't lose to either of you. I've known him and been with Naruto longer, and I don't plan on losing him anytime soon, Mana said before disappearing, leaving the 2 confused girls behind. What did he mean? Blair asked, with Alexis shaking her head, unsure of what to make of that. He made it sound like they liked Naruto or something. But that can't be true. They haven't known each other that long, and they can't like him that much anymore. Plus, could they? Chapter 6. Early in the morning, a truck full of black-clad soldiers arrived at the Slifer Red dorm. Upon stopping outside the dorm, the soldiers jumped out of the truck and immediately began charging up the stairs, creating a lot of noise, causing Professor Banner to be awakened. Oh, whoever's making a fuss, they're making me so, huh? Banner said before stopping in his tracks, when he saw who it was and immediately ran back to his room. The United States government, they finally found me. Quick, Pharaoh, to the secret tunnel, Banner yelled, believing the United States government had finally located him. Although in truth, this was the Duel Academy disciplinary squad and they were going up to Jaden and Cyrus's room, along with Naruto and Blair's room. Jaden and Cyrus woke up when the disciplinary squad suddenly opened the door, and the same thing happened to Naruto and Blair's. Fortunately, Blair was wearing a nightcap to hide her hair, having learned her lesson the night before when Banner suddenly appeared. Just in case someone else suddenly, unexpectedly, appeared. Or, what's the big idea? Naruto demanded, annoyed at being woken up like this and suddenly barging into his room. Silence! Naruto Uzumaki, Blair Flanagan, you two along with Jaden Yuki and Cyrus Truesdale are under arrest on campus, a member of the squad said. What for? Blair questioned. That will become clear during the interrogation. Let's go! Then, after being allowed to dress, Naruto, Blair, Jaden, and Cyrus had been escorted to Chancellor Shepard's office, where the rest of the staff, except Banner, were waiting for them. Where is Professor Banner? Shepard asked, not seeing the Slifer dorm head present. He thought the U.S. government found him and that we sent the disciplinary squad to arrest him for them. Professor Sartor, the head of the RA Yellow dormitory, replied with a deadpan expression. This caused everyone in the room, including the students, to clap their hands in disbelief. Although they were also grateful that this didn't result in Banner hulking out again. Well, it's no use waiting, but after this meeting we'll have to send someone to get him. Any volunteers? Shepard asked. That's not it, most of the teachers said. No, I know, Growler said in horror, knowing he had to clear the air with Banner. All right, Mid-Boss will clear things up with Banner once we're done here, Shepard said, relieved that he wasn't the one who had to do it. Oh, come on! Very well, now the 4 of you have been charged with trespassing into the abandoned dormitory after hours, which is strictly forbidden for students to go near. Do you have anything to say for yourselves? Shepard asked seriously, as he could be light-hearted on most matters, but when it came to the abandoned dormitory, he made it completely clear that it was off-limits. I didn't want any more students to disappear. Yes, I have this pass that allows me access to the entire island, including the abandoned dormitory. It was given to me by Sito Kaiba, when he asked me to investigate some of the strange occurrences that were happening at Duel Academy, including the investigation of the abandoned dormitory and what happened to the missing students. Naruto said, taking out the pass Kaiba had given him, just in case something like this happened, to make sure he didn't get into trouble if he was found somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. That's obviously false. There's no way Mr. Kaiba can trust him to investigate these matters, Growler said, not believing Kaiba would trust this delinquent with such important matters. Indeed, it's real, and I trust Naruto to find out what happened to those students, someone said as the door opened and everyone besides Naruto was surprised to see Sito Kaiba and Yugi Muto walk into the office, with Alexis also following behind them. He had originally been on his way after hearing what happened and to defend his friends, while being surprised to see Kaiba and Yugi also heading to the Chancellor's office. While Kaiba and Yugi had received the information Naruto had learned, including instructions on how to recreate the Millennium items. That's what made the 2 of them take the former's Blue Eyes White Dragon jet to Duel Academy, as this was something that had to be dealt with personally. Kaiba is right. Naruto was trusted to figure out what happened at the abandoned dormitory, and our trust was not misplaced, Yugi said with a grave expression that he had been playing sports about ever since he learned what might have happened at the abandoned dormitory. It would have been bad enough if those students had been involved in the shadow games. But if one of them, or someone else, had been planning to recreate the Millennium items, then it's even worse. Chancellor, professors, I was also in the abandoned dorm and I saw Naruto, Jaden, Cyrus, and Blair, and Naruto also told me that I was allowed there. Though I didn't go in and was planning on returning to my dorm when I was kidnapped by Titan, a fake shadow duelist. He was planning on using me as a hostage to force Naruto to duel him in a shadow game. But Naruto was able to save me. But before we could escape, Titan destroyed the entrance, forcing Naruto to duel him, Alexis added, as she showed them a recording she took of Naruto and Titan's duel, though it was cut off when they were taken to the Shadow Realm. He figured Growler would try something like this, in case Titan couldn't scare Naruto, so he made sure he had proof. Unfortunately, however, he couldn't record anything that could have been used as evidence that Growler was the one who hired Titan. Well, Alexis, that doesn't answer why you were in the abandoned bedroom. Would you mind explaining? Miss Fontaine asked sternly, and Alexis seemed reluctant to answer. I've been going to the abandoned dormitory almost every night, to pay respects to my brother, Alexis replied, with the teachers and Chancellor nodding in understanding. Well, I can understand your point, Alexis. It was still very dangerous to be out at night like that, especially in the abandoned dormitory, even if you hadn't gone in there until last night. You're lucky, Naruto and the others were there to save you from Titan, Shepard said before turning to Kaiba and Yugi. And thank you, Mr. Kaiba, for helping clear up this matter. You have my word that Naruto will have no further interference in your investigations, Shepard said, with Kaiba nodding tersely. Damn. That brat is basically untouchable now, Growler thought, knowing that with this, he has zero chance of Naruto being expelled, unless he does something really bad. Though that gave Growler pause, even though he couldn't do anything to Naruto because of his pass, his friends, on the other hand, didn't have that protection. Chancellor, while it's true that Naruto has access to the entire island location, Jaden, Cyrus, Blair, and Alexis were still trespassing, with Ms. Rhodes admitting that she's most likely been doing so since she first arrived on Academy Island, despite her not entering the abandoned dormitory until after she was kidnapped by Titan. And what kind of example would we set if we let them all free? Then how about we give them a chance? With the 4 of them participating in tag duels, Jaden partnered with Cyrus and Alexis partnered with Blair. Both teams go against duelists that I will personally choose as their opponents. If they win their duels, they're free to leave. But if they lose, they'll be expelled, Growler said. While he didn't like the idea of including one of his obelisks, especially a talented one like Alexis, he couldn't seem biased. And this way, he could still get to Naruto by getting most of his friends expelled. A tag duel? Sweetie, I'm game, Jaden said, excited by the idea of dueling alongside Cyrus, while Cyrus didn't seem as excited. That seems fair, Alexis said with Blair nodding, though the staff, along with Kaiba and Yugi, didn't like it. But none of them could argue Growler's point, unfortunately. Especially considering Kaiba hadn't included access to anyone Naruto had invited to assist in his investigations, given that with his abilities he could handle any threat he encountered himself. Naruto especially wasn't happy, as he knew Growler was doing this to get revenge on him. Though he smiled when he had an idea. Fine, since my friends are ready for tag duels, so am I. But since they'll be expelled if they lose, I propose that if they win, not only do they stay, but Growler has to legally change his name to Mid-Boss, Naruto said, much to Growler's anger. What? How dare you dash? I'll allow it. Kaiba interrupted with a smile. Growler's jaw dropped in shock, knowing he couldn't protest further if Kaiba agreed to Naruto's stipulation. Alright, the tag teams of Jaden and Cyrus and Alexis and Blair will participate in tag duels of Growler's choosing. If they lose, they will be expelled. But if they win, they will get to stay at Duel Academy and Growler will have to change his name to Mid-Boss, Shepard said. With that, everyone left the office. Sorry, we can't do anything to help your friends, Naruto, Yugi said, with Kaiba nodding, as it seems they have a lot of potential as duelists. He may have gained full ownership of the school after Kajimara left, but he couldn't offer immunity to certain students. It's fine. Besides, I have faith that my friends will be able to defeat the duelists Mid-Boss throws at them, Naruto said, seeing that Blair, Alexis, and Jaden were confident they would win, but noticed that Cyrus didn't seem so sure. Tell us about the abandoned dormitory. What else did you find besides those hieroglyphics? Kaiba asked, wanting to know everything that happened there, and what else Naruto discovered. Well, I can't say for sure what happened to the missing students, but it was obvious that one of them might have been messing around with things they shouldn't have. While Titan wasn't a true shadow duelist, we had all been taken to the Shadow Realm at the end of the duel, where he was possessed. We managed to escape, but not before running into Merrick's evil half, Naruto revealed, with Yugi and Kaiba looking at him in surprise. Merrick's other half? Yugi asked, worried that he might have escaped. Yes, he tried to escape and leave us trapped there, but I was able to stop him. However, whatever happened there, it created a powerful connection to the Shadow Realm. But one thing that bothers me is this. How does someone discover the spell to recreate the Millennium items? Naruto asked, given that knowledge of such a spell should be lost. Yugi and Kaiba nodded. It was more worrying since they don't know who learned how to create the Millennium items, nor what else this mysterious person might know. Their instinct would be to destroy the abandoned dormitory and prevent anyone else from deciphering the instructions. But who knows if it isn't written somewhere else, and if destroying the dormitory would let this person know they're onto them. For now, the best, indeed, the only thing they could do was search the abandoned bedroom for anything else. On the way back to the Slifer Red dorm, they met Chumli and Bastion. The two RA Yellow were also surprised when they saw Yugi and Kaiba. Hey guys! Chumli, are you feeling better? Naruto asked, since Chumli was supposed to join them when they were telling scary stories. But he had gotten food poisoning when a sandwich he got from Sandwich Day didn't agree with him. Yeah, much better. We just heard what happened. Are you guys being expelled? Chumli asked, worried that his friends were being expelled from the academy. Naruto shook his head and explained what happened, and his partner Ras was surprised that he was indirectly working for Seto Kaiba. Jaden, Cyrus, Blair, and Alexis also had to participate in tag duels if they wanted to stay at the academy. They soon arrived at the Slifer dorm, and Yugi gave Kaiba a dry look, knowing exactly why he was made that way. You couldn't resist, could you? Yugi declared, with Kaiba covering his embarrassment with a cough, as he looked anywhere but at his rival and the students. Shut up! Kaiba muttered, as dorm designs were one of the few things he was involved with when making the academy. Thankfully, the awkward moment ended shortly after when Growler came running out of the dorm, screaming, with Hulk Banner crashing into the wall and chasing after him. The students didn't even blink at the sight, having grown accustomed to it, while Yugi and Kaiba watched with wide eyes. "Does that happen often?" Yugi asked, looking at Naruto, while Kaiba now realized why he was always getting so many bills to repair the Slifer dormitory. Twice a day at most. We've gotten pretty good at what we say around him, but something usually sets him off. We're lucky the whole dorm didn't fall on us," Naruto said, with him and the Slifers looking at Kaiba. "Very well. I'll have the Slifer dorm renovated after this school year." Kaiba relented, having also taken Naruto's suggestion to add girl dorms for Slifer Red and RA Yellow to better categorize the girls, instead of just putting them in obelisk. "Hey Alexis, since we're going to be pair partners, do you want to duel so we can work on strategies and learn about each other's decks?" Blair asked. "Yeah, that sounds good," Alexis responded with a smile, also curious to know what kind of deck Blair used. Plus, she managed to get her hands on some new rare cards from the latest shipment, and was eager to try them out. "Great idea! How about we duel each other too, Sai?" Jaden suggested. "Alright," Cyrus muttered. With that decided, Blair and Alexis retrieved their dual discs and stood opposite each other, while the others watched. Yugi and Kaiba were also interested to see how good they were. "Duel! Blair 4,000, Alexis 4,000. Alright, I'll get started," Alexis said, pulling out a card. "First I play Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards. Pot of Greed, card type, normal spell. Effect, draw 2 cards from your deck. I now activate the ritual spell card, Machine Angel Ritual," Alexis said, as a large, flaming torch appeared behind her. Ritual of the Angel of the Machine. Card type, Ritual Spell. Effect, this card can be used to ritual summon any Cyber Angel, ritual monster. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field whose total levels exactly equal the level of the ritual monster you ritual summon. I now tribute level 2 Cyber Petit Angel and level 3 Cyber Tutu to ritual summon Cyber Angel Natasha, Alexis said, as she summoned her new Cyber Angel monster, Cyber Angel Natasha. Attribute, Light, Level 5. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Fairy/Ritual. Effect, you can ritual summon this card with Machine Angel Ritual. Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster you control, gain LP equal to half its ATK. When a ritual monster you control is the target of an attack, you can negate the attack. If this card is in the graveyard, you can banish another Cyber Angel monster from your graveyard, then target one monster your opponent controls, special summon this card, and if you do, take control of that monster. ATK/1000 def/1000. I've now equipped my Natasha with a ritual weapon, increasing her ATK and def by 1500, Alexis said as the weapon appeared on her monster and its power increased. Ritual weapon. Card type, Equip Spell. Effect, equip only to a level 6 or lower ritual monster. Gains 1500 ATK and DF. Cyber Angel Natasha. ATK/1000 DF/1000 ATK/2500 DF/2500. And with that, I turn a card face down and end my turn, Alexis said, turning a card face down. Alright, it's my turn, Blair said, drawing a card. I'll start by activating the field spell, Magic Fusion, Blair said, as the field changed around her. Magical Melt. Card type, Field Spell. Effect, when this card is activated, you can add one Alistair the Invoker from your deck to your hand. Activation of your cards and effects that include an effect that fusion summons a fusion monster cannot be negated, nor can your opponent's cards and effects be activated when a monster is fusion summoned this way. You can only activate one Magical Meltdown per turn. With this out, I can add Alistair the Invoker from my deck to my hand, and with it I'll use spell card polymerization to fuse Alistair with my Laundry Dragon Maid to fuse summon Def Summoning Cositus, Blair said, as her two monsters appeared and fused into the large water dragon. Polymerization. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or your side of the field as fusion materials. Cositus summoned. Attribute, Water. Level 6. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Dragon/Fusion. Effect, cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. This card can attack while in face-up defense position. If so, apply its ATK to calculate damage, ATK/1800 def/2900. And with that, my turn ends, Blair said since she had nothing else to play. Okay, I'll draw, and I'll start by playing Card of Sanctity, Alexis said, as she and Blair each drew until they were down to 6 cards again. Letter of Holiness. Card type, normal spell. Effect, each player draws until they have 6 cards in hand. Now I play Mystical Space Typhoon, destroying Magical Meltdown, Alexis said, as a typhoon returned the field to normal. Mystical Space Typhoon. Card type, normal spell. Effect, destroy 1 spell or trap card on the field. Next, I'll summon Etoile Cyber in ATK mode, Alexis said, as she summoned her monster, Cyberstar. Attribute Earth, level 4. Card type, effect monster. Monster type, warrior. Effect, each time this card attacks your opponent directly, it gains 600 ATK, during the damage step only. ATK/1200 def/1600. And I'll equip it with the magic card Angel Wing, Alexis said, as white angel wings emerged from Etoile Cyber's back. Angel's Wing. Card type, equip spell. Effect, when the equipped monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent, inflict 300 damage to your opponent. When this face-up card is sent to the graveyard, draw 1 card. I'm finishing my shift, Alexis said. Fine, I'll draw, Blair said before looking at the card she drew. I summon Kitchen Dragon Maid in ATK mode, Blair said, as she called out to the red-haired Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid Kitchen. Attribute Fire, level 3. Card type, effect monster. Monster type, dragon. Effect, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 Dragon Maid monster from your deck to your hand, except Kitchen Dragon Maid, then send 1 Dragon Maid monster from your hand to the graveyard. At the start of the battle phase, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon 1 level 8 Dragon Maid monster from your hand or graveyard. You can only use each effective Kitchen Dragon Maid once per turn. ATK/500 def/1700. And with its ability, I can add a Dragon Maid monster from my deck to my hand, but I have to send a Dragon Maid monster to the graveyard, Blair said, as she added a Dragon Maid monster to her hand, while sending another to the grave. Now I use my Dragon Maid's other ability to return her to my hand and special summon a level 8 Dragon Maid from my graveyard, and I choose Dragon Maid Tinkhek, Blair said, as her Dragon Maid transformed into a large red dragon. Dragon Maid Tinkhek. Attribute Fire, level 8. Card type, effect monster. Monster type, dragon. Effect, cannot be destroyed by card effects while you control a fusion monster. You can only use each of the following effects of Dragon Maid Tinkhek once per turn. Quick effect, you can discard this card, then target 1 Dragon Maid monster you control. It gains 2000 ATK until the end of this turn. At the end of the battle phase, you can return this card to your hand, and if you do, special summon 1 level 3 Dragon Maid monster from your hand. ATK/2700 def/1700. Now Tinkhek attacks Cyber Angel Natasha, Blair said, her dragon roaring and breathing fire at Natasha. I activate Natasha's ability. When a ritual monster I control is attacked, I can negate it, Alexis said, as Natasha dodged the flames. Well, you're not the only one who can use monster effects. My Cositus has one of his own. Because he's in face-up def mode, he can still attack. Go, Cositus, destroy Etoile Cyber, Blair said, with Cositus roaring as he unleashed a high-pressure water jet. I activate my face-down double pass, switching your attack from my Cyber to me, Alexis said, activating her trap card, gritting her teeth as the attack hit her. Double pass. Card type, normal trap. Effect, activate when your opponent attacks a face-up attack position monster you control. It becomes a direct attack. Then, the monster originally selected as the attack target directly attacks your opponent. Alexis 1800 is equal to 2200. And now my Etoile Cyber attacks you directly, increasing its ATK points by 600. And thanks to Angel Wing, you take an extra 300 points of damage, Alexis said, as Etoile Cyber skated forward, gaining a temporary boost in power. Etoile Cyber, ATK/1200 DF/1600 ATK/1800 DF/1600. Blair grunted in pain as Etoile Cyber kicked him, reducing his hit points, while Angel Wing also took effect. Blair 2100 is equal to 1900. Blair groaned as she lost over half of her life points, while her Tink Heck also returned to her hand and Kitchen Dragon Maid returned. I activate Stamping Destruction to destroy the ritual weapon and inflict 500 damage to you, Blair said, as Cyber Angel Natasha's ATK and Def returned to normal, while Alexis's HP dropped slightly. Cyber Angel Natasha, ATK/2500 DF/2500 ATK/1000 DF/1000. Alexis 2200-500 equals 1700. And with that, I place a card face down and end my turn, Blair said, as she turned a card face down. Okay, I'll draw, Alexis said, and I activate my face down, Castle of Dragon Souls, Blair said, activating her trap card as a large castle appeared behind her, with numerous dragons flying around it. Dragon Soul Castle. Card type, Continuous Trap. Effect, once per turn, you can banish one dragon monster from your graveyard, then target one monster you control. It gains 700 ATK until the end of this turn, even if this card leaves the field. When this face-up card on the field is sent to the graveyard, you can target one of your banished dragon monsters. Special summon that target. You can only control one. Castle of Dragon Souls. Now, by banishing a dragon monster from my graveyard, I can target a monster I control, and it gains 700 ATK points for the rest of this turn, and I choose Kitchen Dragon Maid, Blair said, removing one of the dragon monsters in her graveyard from play, while Kitchen Dragon Maid's ATK points increased. Dragon Maid Kitchen, ATK/500 DF/1700 ATK/1200 DF/1700. Seeing the move made Alexis smile, as she couldn't attack with Blair's two monsters having equal or higher ATK than her Cyberstar. But looking at her hand and the card she drew, Alexis smiled at Blair. Blair, I have to admit, you put up a great fight and almost beat me, and I couldn't have asked for a better tag partner. I now activate Polymerization, fusing my Etoile Cyber on the field and the Blade Skater in my hand, to fuse Cyber Blader, Alexis said, as her two monsters fused together. Cyber Blader. Attribute Earth. Level 7. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Warrior/Fusion. Effect, while your opponent controls only one monster, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. While your opponent controls only two monsters, double this card's ATK. While your opponent controls only 3 monsters, negate the effects of your opponent's spell, trap, and effect monsters. ATK/2100 Def/800. And thanks to its ability, since you have 2 monsters on the field, their ATK points are doubled, Alexis said, while Blair's eyes widened, realizing what that meant. Cyber Blader. ATK/2100 DF/800 ATK/4200 DF/800. Now Cyber Blader, attack Kitchen Dragon Maid with Whirlwind Rage, Alexis said as Cyber Blader spun towards Kitchen Dragon Maid, launching a kick that destroyed her and the last of Blair's life points. Blair, 1900 minus 3000 is equal to minus 1100. Oh man, Blair said, saddened by his loss. Don't take this too personally, Blair. Like I said, you almost had me. And I meant it when I said I couldn't ask for a better partner. Alexis smiled and extended her hand, which Blair shook, wearing a smile of her own, not letting the loss affect her. In fact, it will only push her to strengthen herself for the next duel. Oh man, that was a sweet duel! Come on, Sai, it's our turn! Jaden said excitedly, after seeing Alexis and Blair. Alright. Cyrus muttered as they took Blair and Alexis's place and began their duel. That was really cool, Blair. You have a pretty good deck too, mixing Dragon Maids and Summoners, Naruto said, Blair smiling at the compliment. Thanks, I thought it would be nice to have the Invoker Fusion monsters too, since the Dragon Maids have all different attributes, so if I use them to fusion summon an Invoker, I can rotate them to the graveyard and back into my hand, thanks to the human Dragon Maid's abilities," Blair said. Yugi and Kaiba nodded approvingly at the solid strategy, along with the duel, as they could both tell that Alexis and Blair had a lot of potential to become pro-duelists. Even though they watched Jaden and Cyrus's duel, everyone couldn't help but frown as Cyrus hesitated in his turns, looking unsure of himself. Even more worrying was when he froze when he drew a card. What was that card? Naruto wondered, just as Jaden won the duel with Thunder Giant. Power Bond? Why didn't you use it? Jaden asked, when he saw the cards Cyrus had drawn. You could have doubled Steam Gyrod's ATK in one, even more so if you had limiter removal to double it again, and flatten everything it had. Though for my sake, I'm glad you didn't, Jaden said, seeing that Cyrus could have made Steam Gyrod stronger than any monster in his deck. You don't understand, Jaden. Zane said I'm not good enough to use that card, and I probably never will be, Cyrus said, snatching the cards from Jaden and running off before anyone could stop him. Zane? Kaiba asked, frowning. Cyrus's brother. He's an obelisk blue and the best duelist here, Alexis replied. That made everyone frown, wondering what Zane could have possibly said to Cyrus to make him believe he didn't deserve to use Power Bond and develop such trust issues. Especially Blair, with her already faded crush on Zane knocked down a couple of pegs. Well, I don't care if Zane is the best duelist here. I'm going to face him and show him that Cyrus is a great duelist, Jaden cursed, making the others smile at Jaden's determination to help Cyrus. Chapter 7. Man, these duel request forms are a pain, Jaden muttered, as he filled out a form requesting a duel against Zane. After learning more about Zane, it only made Jaden want to fight him more and show Cyrus that he does deserve to use Power Bond, along with the chance to teach Zane a lesson for crushing Cyrus's self-confidence. Normally, Jaden would have marched up to the obelisk dorm and asked Zane to duel him. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that and had to fill out a form requesting a duel. While it would take longer, Jaden was fine with it as long as he could face Zane and help his friend. Duel request form? Growler said, taking the paper after seeing Jaden and hearing him mention said form. Hey! Jaden said, as he looked at Growler, annoyed that he suddenly took his form. We're planning a duel? Against whom? Growler asked, only to be surprised to see that Slifer Slacker was requesting a duel against Zane. You must be kidding me? No, I'm not. I'm going to duel Zane to help Cyrus build his confidence so he'll be ready for our fight. Now can I get that back? Jaden asked, holding out his hand. Oh, come on, like Zane would waste his time with a Slifer Slacker like you, Growler said before tearing up the form, much to Jaden's surprise and growing annoyance. Plus, this way, his chances of winning his tag match will only decrease, and then Growler won't have to worry about changing his name. Oh yeah! This is coming from the guy who got beaten up by two students who were high on Slifer Red. So, I don't think you can really do anything, mid-boss, Jaden retorted, before getting up and leaving the card shop. Meanwhile, Growler gritted his teeth in anger at the reminder and nickname, while the other students in the card shop laughed at Growler. Yeah! Jaden's right, you're not one to talk, mid-boss. Who said that? I'll give you a year's detention. Growler shouted but couldn't make out who said it. With Jaden stomped back to the Slifer dorm, complaining that Growler broke his body and tried to stop him from dueling Zane. Now he had to think of some other way to duel Zane or find some other way to help Cyrus's confidence. Though suddenly, Jaden stopped when he saw Naruto and Yugi standing in front of each other, and they were dueling. Oh man! Jaden thought, annoyed at missing the chance to see the king of games in action. Looking at their fields, Jaden was surprised to see that Naruto had Red Ice Black Dragon and Dark Paladin on the field, while Yugi, who was also using the Solid Light Dual Disc, only had his own Dark Magician and a face down. Jaden also took a look at their life points to see who was winning. Naruto 1000, Yugi 1500. Whoa! Jaden thought, never having seen Naruto push this far in a duel before, and despite Naruto having two stronger monsters, Yugi didn't even look fazed. Alright, Dark Paladin, attack the Dark Magician, Naruto said, as Dark Paladin swung his sword staff, unleashing a wave of dark magic. I don't believe it! I activate the trap card, Magic Cylinder! Not only saving my Dark Magician but sending your Paladin's attack back at you. Yugi said, activating his trap as two cylinders appeared in front of him, with the Dark Paladin's attack entering one and exiting the other, straight at Naruto. Magic Cylinder. Card type. Normal trap. Effect. Negates the attack of one of your opponent's monsters and inflicts damage equal to the attacking monster's ATK to your opponent's life points. Naruto growled as his paladin's attack hit him, destroying the last of his life points. Naruto 1500 3400 is equal to minus 1900. I lost again. Naruto muttered, hoping to beat Yugi a second time with his spellcaster deck, but the older duelist simply had the luck of a draw on his side. Don't take it too hard, Naruto. You've managed to master your new deck in a short time, despite using cards you haven't used before. Give it some time, and I'm sure the next duel will conclude very differently. Yugi said, having enjoyed the duel, and if he hadn't brought out the magic cylinder, then Naruto would have won. Nodding to their teacher, Naruto and Yugi's attention turned to Jaden as he walked towards them and nodded in greeting. Hey, why are you and Kaiba still here? I don't mean there's anything wrong with that, Yugi. I mean Mr. Muto, sir. It's just that I thought you both would be pretty busy, you know. Jaden said quickly, after thinking that his question sounded rude and not wanting to offend the guy who gave him Wing Kuribo. Not to mention that Naruto might also get offended, given that he personally knew Yugi and Kaiba. Fortunately, they simply rejected it. Okay, and I understand what you mean. But Kaiba and I decided to stay for the tag duels, and he also thought that now would be a good time for him to personally investigate how Duel Academy is performing, and there are a few things that come to mind. Yugi replied, as he waited to see the tag duels. He remembered the last tag duel he saw, which was when Adam teamed up with Kaiba to duel against Loomis and Umbra during Battle City. What about you, Jaden? Did you turn in that duel request form against Sane? Naruto asked. No, I was going to, but then Growler showed up and broke it up, saying that. As if Sane would waste his time on a slifer slacker like you. Jaden said, imitating Growler's voice, with Naruto and Yugi frowning upon hearing this, the latter of whom is really starting to dislike Growler's attitude. It reminded him too much of some of the duelists he had fought, like the Big Five and Noah in the virtual world. So it only hurts against Sane, Naruto said, making them look at him. What? Jaden asked, not sure he'd heard correctly. Just go to the obelisk dorm and challenge Zane to a duel. Forget about the application form. Naruto replied, and Yugi nodded in agreement. He's right. You want to duel Zane to help Cyrus, right? Yugi asked, with Jaden nodding. Yes, I want to show Cyrus that he can be a great duelist and that even his brother can lose. Jaden replied. Then that's all the reason you need. Whenever my friends needed my help, I didn't wait around to fill out some form. I just went and helped them, while taking out anyone who tried to stop me. Yugi said. Duelist Kingdom, Battle City, fighting against Darts and the Orichalcos, Yugi always rushed to save his friends if they were in danger, and he didn't need permission or to fill out any paperwork to do so. Yeah, you're right. If I'm going to help Cyrus, I'm not going to wait. I'm going straight to the obelisk dormitory and challenge Zane. Jaden said determinedly. Without another word, Jaden raced to the obelisk dorm to find Zane and challenge him to a duel, and he won't let anything stop him. Then, Jaden grunted as two obelisk students threw him to the ground. Hey, what's your problem? I'm just here to challenge Zane, Jaden said, glaring at the two obelisks for kicking him out. I don't have a problem, but you will if you don't get over it. One sneered. Yeah, Zane wouldn't waste his time on a slifer. You're probably still wet behind the ears from pre-duel school. The second added. I'm not, Jaden said, only to snarl in anger as a bucket of water was thrown at him. Now you are! First Growler broke my form. Now these guys are throwing me around and splashing water on me? Jaden thought, his temper reaching its boiling point. He just wanted to help Cyrus, and yet it seems like the universe itself was punishing him for it. Unbeknownst to Jaden, his eyes briefly turned a malicious gold as he stood up. Fine then. You think I'm not worth Zane's time? Then why don't you try it? I'll even duel both of you at once, Jaden said, taking out his duel disc and its cover, while the obelisk scoffed at the idea. Please, only one of us would crush you on the first turn, one said, smirking arrogantly, only for both of them to freeze upon hearing a new voice. Oh, you two sound so confident, and yet here you are running away from a challenge. Kaiba said, walking out of the obelisk dormitory, as he coldly looked at the two obelisks. If you two are so confident in your dueling skills, prove it right now. Or maybe you just don't deserve those jackets. Maybe yellow would be more appropriate, or maybe you'd like red. Kaiba said, crossing his arms, daring them to try and refuse the challenge. Plus, this will give you a good chance to see how corrupt the dorm ranking system is at your school, and see if any obelisk blues need to be demoted to RA yellow, or even Slifer red. One thing Kaiba won't tolerate is weaklings who dare to defile the dormitory named after his god card. The two obelisks gritted their teeth at their pride being damaged and being watched by Sito Kaiba. All right, slacker, you're ready. It's both of us against you. Just don't start crying when you lose, said one of the obelisks, as they took out their dual discs. All right, let's start your game, Jaden said, with Cyrus. Cyrus sat on his bed, sadly looking at his power bond card. Zane was right. I don't deserve this card and I don't deserve to be Jaden's partner in the tag duel, Cyrus thought. He simply imagined himself making a mistake, with one of his opponents taking control of his monster and using it to attack Jaden, causing him to lose the duel. Even worse, one of the opponents was Zane, because he doesn't belong here. Cyrus cried, turning away from his own fear-induced vision. I can't stay at Duel Academy. If I do, I'll get Jaden expelled. He needs a tag partner who won't drag him down. Cyrus thought before grabbing a bag to pack his things and leaving a note for his friends. Then, with Jaden, Elemental Hero Thunder Giant, attack with Voltic Thunder, Jaden said as Thunder Giant unleashed a blast of lightning at the two obelisks, taking out the last of their life points. The obelisks screamed as they were thrown back, landing at Kaiba's feet, with the blue eyes duelists glaring at the two in disgust and anger. Not only did they not defeat Jaden on their first turn as they claimed, but they didn't even deal damage to his life points, nor did they destroy any of his monsters, and they lost before their third turn. You two are pathetic. Just from the first few moves you made, I knew you both didn't get into Obelisk Blue for your dueling skills. You both probably couldn't even tell the difference between Graceful Charity and Graceful Dice. Getting into this academy is beyond my comprehension, and I won't even waste my time trying to figure it out, because I could literally be doing a million better things than wasting even a second of my time thinking about a pair of amateur duelists like you two. In fact, I've seen better duels from Wheeler, and he's about as competent as a monkey with a dual disc. And also, after that pathetic display, it's clear that neither of you deserve those jackets. Pack up your things and hand in your blazers, because from this moment on, you're both being demoted to Slifer Red, Kaiba said. This made Jaden laugh not only at being able to teach the obelisks, or should I say Slifers, a lesson, but now they were being personally degraded by Sito Kaiba. The two ancient obelisks, meanwhile, gaped at being demoted, before frowning. You can't do that! You're not a teacher! One of them shouted, momentarily forgetting who they were talking to, though they quickly remembered, when Kaiba came closer and looked at them. Can't I? I have full ownership of this academy, I helped build this academy, and I created the dormitory system. If I tell you to do something, don't ask why or how, just do it. And now you'll also get 2 months of detention, and if you have a problem with that, you're more than welcome to challenge me to a duel. But here's a friendly warning, challenge me, and I'll make sure you face all three, Kaiba said, as he brought out his 3 blue eyes white dragons, causing the 2 ancient obelisks to turn pale in fear as they faced those beasts. Knowing they were beaten, the now ex-obelisks went to their rooms to pack their things and hand in their jackets. Wow, thanks for the help, Mr. Kaiba, Jaden said, with Kaiba nodding and returning his prize dragons to their deck. It's nothing, I refuse to let those weaklings dirty Obelisk Blue any more than they already have, Kaiba said. Jaden noticed the sun was beginning to set and thought it was time to return to the Slifer dorm. Kaiba joined him, given that the 2 ex-obelisks had proven themselves to be sore losers, and tried to jump Jaden in retaliation for his loss and demotion. As they walked, they also met Naruto and Yugi, and the former showed Yugi the abandoned dormitory to look at the hieroglyphics and see if they could find anything else. Arriving at Slifer's bedroom, they stopped when they saw Blair running out of Jaden and Cyrus's room. Naruto, Jaden! Quick, you have to whoa! Blair said, running down the stairs, only to stumble on the last few steps. Fortunately, Naruto rushed forward and was able to catch her before she could fall down the stairs. "Blair, are you okay?" Naruto asked, worried that she might have hurt herself, while Blair blushed slightly as Naruto hugged her. "I'm fine. But you have to see this, it's from Cyrus," Blair said, handing Jaden a piece of paper. From Cyrus?" Jaden asked, looking and seeing that it was a letter, and was surprised by what it said. "What does it say?" Naruto asked. "He says Cyrus is leaving the academy," Jaden said before immediately running off to find Cyrus, with the others following him. Meanwhile, at the pier, Zane stood by the lighthouse, watching the sunset, before he heard footsteps and saw Alexis. "So, any new leads?" Zane asked as she tried to find Atticus, whom Zane had also been good friends with before he disappeared. "No, I still can't believe he's gone. I keep looking for any sign, but it's like Atticus disappeared into thin air," Alexis said, although she had some hope that Naruto would be tasked with investigating the abandoned dormitory, and hoped he could find her brother. "Don't give up, you'll find him," Zane said, having faith that they'll find Atticus one day. "I hope so. Speaking of brothers, I saw yours the other day," Alexis said, looking at Zane. "You knew?" Zane said, feeling like he knew what it was. "Yeah, he lost the practice duel against Jaden Yuki after he drew Power Bond. After that, your name came up, and not in a friendly way," Alexis said, with Zane giving no outward reaction, though he was frowning internally. "The bad older brother. What, should I expect a scolding from Jaden and Naruto?" Zane asked indifferently, though inside he began to wonder if perhaps he had been too harsh on Cyrus when they were kids. He's willing to admit that there were times when he could have taken things more slowly with Cyrus, but Zane always believed in tough love and believed that it would help Cyrus grow as a duelist. And maybe on some level, he just hoped Cyrus was a naturally talented duelist like him, and he got annoyed whenever he saw Cyrus making obvious mistakes that he should have known better than to make. Like when he would have lost that duel as a kid, if he had used Power Bond. "Actually, Jaden wants to duel you," Alexis replied. "Stay back, Jaden!" The scream caught their attention and they went over to look, only to see Cyrus next to a raft. "Is that Cyrus? What's he doing with a raft?" Alexis asked. Cyrus looked back and saw Jaden running towards him, and quickly jumped onto his raft before he could be stopped. Unfortunately, before he could, Jaden suddenly jumped onto the raft, and the impact caused it to fall apart, causing Jaden and Cyrus to fall into the water. "Help me, I can't swim," Cyrus said, grabbing Jaden. "And you were about to take a raft into the ocean?" "Yeah, that makes sense," Jaden said, as Cyrus dragged them both down. The others saw this, with Naruto and Blair about to jump in to help their friends, only for Yugi to stop them. "You both realize you're still in shallow water, right?" Kaiba said, annoyed, as Jaden and Cyrus stood up, showing that the water only reached their knees. "Why don't you just let me go, Jaden? I'll just drag you down. Besides, if I'm not there, they'll assign you a better partner for the tag match," Cyrus said while looking down. "Yeah, that's your brother talking. You can't let him get you down," Jaden said. "And he's right, I am a lost cause," Cyrus muttered. "Cyrus," Zane said, after he and Alexis walked over. "Zane!" Cyrus said, surprised to see his brother here. "So, that's the best duelist in the school," Jaden muttered, remembering seeing Zane when they first arrived. "Are you quitting?" Zane asked, looking at his brother neutrally. "Well, yeah, a little," Cyrus said. "Well, I guess Duel Academy wasn't right for you after all," Zane said, making it sound like he was seeing his brother off, though inside Zane was angry with himself. He knew Cyrus had trust issues, but he didn't think they were bad enough to push him to try to leave Duel Academy. Cyrus lowered his head and returned to the remains of his raft, tears in his eyes at his brother's words. Seeing this, Jaden looked at Zane. "What's your problem?" "You're his brother, how can you say that?" Jaden asked. "Because I know him," Zane said. "Then you obviously don't know him as well as you think you do, and I'm going to prove it right now. We're going to duel right here, now," Jaden said, and Zane was a little surprised that Jaden was openly challenging him. "Duel with Slifer? Alright, it's been a while since I practiced," Zane said, smiling. "Then start your game, Zane!" Jaden said. Then, dock. They all stood on the dock, Zane and Jaden facing each other with their dual discs activated. Duel! Jaden 4000, Zane 4000. Hey Alexis, what kind of deck does Zane use? Naruto asked, having never seen Zane duel, nor asked anyone what deck he used. Zane uses the Cyber Dragon archetype, along with Chimeritic fusion monsters. That's part of the reason he's the best student, and why he always has a plan for any opponent he faces. Alexis said. Cyber Dragons? Kaiba asked, now even more interested in the duel, after hearing that Zane used the Cyber Dragon series. Since the Cyber Dragon archetype is the successor to his own Blue Eyes White Dragons, Kaiba was interested to see how good they were in a duel. Furthermore, he wanted to see if the Cyber Dragons could compete with his Blue Eyes, as while they didn't have 3000 ATK, their abilities allowed one to be instantly summoned if his opponent already had a monster. Okay, here comes Zane! And I'm going to start by summoning the elemental hero Avian in attack mode, Jaden said, summoning the wind hero to the field. Avian elemental hero, attribute, wind, level 3, card type, normal monster, monster type, warrior, card text, a winged elemental hero that glides through the sky and manipulates the wind. Its signature move, Feather Break, deals villainy a blow from above. ATK/1000 def/1000. And I'll throw a face down and end my turn, Jaden said, as Zane drew a card. That's it, huh? Okay, since you have a monster on the field, I'll start with a special summon of Cyber Dragon in attack mode, Zane said as his dragon popped out of the ground. Cyber Dragon, attribute, light, level 5, card type, effect monster, monster type machine, effect. If there is a monster on your opponent's side of the field, and there are no monsters on your side of the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. ATK/2100 def/1600. And now I'll play Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy you face down, Zane said, playing the spell card as a typhoon shot out and destroyed Jaden's face down. Mystical Space Typhoon, card type, normal spell, effect, destroy one spell or trap card on the field. That was fast, Jaden muttered, seeing how quickly Zane took control of the duel. Not as fast as your hit points decrease. Cyber Dragon, attack Avian with Strident Blast, Zane ordered, as Cyber Dragon unleashed a blue beam that destroyed Avian and damaged Jaden's hit points. Jaden 4000-1100 equals 2900. Next, I activate the spell card, Different Dimension Capsule, which allows me to remove a card from the game, and in 2 turns, if my capsule is still here, I can put it directly into my hand, Zane said, putting the card inside his capsule. Capsule of Different Dimensions, card type, normal spell, effect, select one card from your deck and remove it from play face down. During your second standby phase after activation, destroy this card and add the removed card to your hand. His move, Zane said, crossing his arms. Okay, first I'll play Polymerization, to fuse Sparkman and Clayman into the fusion summon, Elemental Hero Thunder Giant, Jaden said as his 2 heroes fused, and Thunder Giant appeared in a flash. Thunder Giant Elemental Hero, attribute, light, level 6, card type, effect monster, monster type, warrior/fusion, effect. This monster cannot be special summoned except by fusion summon. When this card is fusion summoned, select and destroy one face-up monster on the field with original ATK lower than this card's ATK. ATK/2400 def/1500. And thanks to his ability, Thunder Giant can destroy a monster with less ATK points than him, so Cyber Dragon is falling, Jaden said, as Cyber Dragon was attacked by lightning, destroying it, and that was just his ability. Now Thunder Giant can attack you directly, Jaden said, with Thunder Giant launching a blast of lightning at Zane, with the obelisk not even flinching from the attack. Zane 2400 is equal to 1600. You could at least flinch. I'll put a card face down and end my turn, Jaden said, placing a card down. Good moves, but with my field empty again, I can summon another Cyber Dragon, Zane said, as he did just that. But why only have one? I'm playing Monster Reborn to bring back the Cyber Dragon you destroyed, Zane said, reviving his first Cyber Dragon. Monster Reborn, card type, normal spell, effect, target one monster in any graveyard, special summon. But they won't stay, at least not as they are. I play polymerization. Now the dragons unite and form Cyber Twin Dragon, Zane said as his dragons fused into a two-headed version. Cyber Twin Dragon. Attribute: Light. Level 6. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Machine/Fusion. Effect: A fusion summon of this card can only be performed with the previous fusion material monsters. This card can attack twice during the same battle phase. ATK/2800 Def/2100. And Cyber Twin Dragon has its own ability. It can attack twice in one turn. Meaning not only is Thunder Giant destroyed, but it can also launch a direct attack to your life points. Cyber Twin Dragon, attack! Zane said. Not so fast. I activate a hero emerges. Jaden said. A hero emerges. Card type: Normal Trap. Effect: You can only activate this card when your opponent declares an attack. Select one random card from your hand. If it's a monster card, special summon it to your side of the field. If not, send it to the graveyard. Now normally you would choose a card in my hand, and if it was a monster, I could summon it. But I only have one card, so I summon Rottweiler in Def mode. Rottweiler. Attribute: Earth. Level 3. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Machine. Effect: When this card is destroyed, you can add one Elemental Hero card and one Polymerization card from your graveyard to your hand. ATK/800 Def/1200. You can save yourself from a direct attack, but you can't save your monster. Cyber Twin Dragon, Double Strident Blast! Zane ordered, with Cyber Twin Dragon destroying both Thunder Giant and Rottweiler, with only the former in ATK mode and resulting in damage to Jaden's life points. Jaden 2900-400 equals 2500. Thanks! Because with Rottweiler destroyed, its ability activates, bringing back an elemental hero and a polymerization to my hand. And I bet you thought you didn't have to worry anymore, Jaden said, retrieving polymerization and elemental hero claiming. I don't care, Zane said. Okay, now I summon the elemental hero Bubble Man in ATK mode, Jaden said. Elemental hero Bubble Man. Attribute: Water. Level 4. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Warrior. Effect: When this is the only card in your hand, you can treat this card's summon as a special summon. When it is normal summoned, flip summoned, or special summoned, if there are no other cards on your side of the field, draw 2 cards from your deck. ATK/800 Def/1200. And since it's the only monster on my field, I get to draw 2 cards, Jaden said, and saw her draw Winged Kuriboh and Transcendent Wings, one of the cards she received from Dorothy. Yes. With these, I can summon Winged Kuriboh next turn and use Transcendent Wings to evolve it and destroy Cyber Twin Dragon, dealing damage to Zane equal to his dragon's ATK points. But I can't summon it this turn. But that doesn't mean I can't play another card, Jaden thought. Okay, I play Polymerization and fuse Bubble Man and Clayman to fusion summon Elemental Hero Mudballman in Def mode, Jaden said. Elemental Hero Mudballman. Attribute: Earth. Level 6. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Warrior/Fusion. Card text: This monster cannot be special summoned except by fusion summon. ATK/1900 Def/3000. Alright, give me your best shot, Zane, Jaden said, confident that he'd last until his next turn and win. My best chance? Okay, but you asked for it. But don't forget, it's been 2 turns, which means I get to bring back the different dimensional capsule, along with the card I put down and added it to my hand, Zane said as his capsule rose up and he took the card, placing it inside. You fought well, Jaden. A good duelist should always know when to play their cards and when to use them. And you know when to use your cards, Zane said, smiling, while Cyrus's eyes widened as he finally realized what Zane told him years ago. But now I'm finishing this duel. First I play Diffusion, separating my twin dragon into 2 cyber dragons, Zane said as his dragon split into 2, and now I activate Power Bond and fuse the 2 cyber dragons on the field with the one in my hand. And together they create the Cyber End Dragon, Zane declared, as his 3 cyber dragons appeared and fused into his most powerful monster, Cyber End Dragon. Attribute: Light. Level 10. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Machine/Fusion. Effect: a fusion summon of this card can only be performed with the above fusion material monsters. During battle between this attacking card and a defense position monster whose def is lower than this card's ATK, inflict the difference as battle damage to your opponent's life points. ATK/4000 def/2800. Cyber End Dragon took to the field and let out a roar from its 3 heads, and everyone was shocked to see the powerful monster. With Kaiba and Yugi even comparing it to the former's Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. And thanks to Power Bond, my Cyber End Dragon's ATK points have doubled to 8,000, Zane said, his dragon roaring as its power grew exponentially. Cyber End Dragon, ATK/4000 df/2800 ATK/8000 df/2800. That's not all. When Cyber End Dragon attacks a monster in def mode, you take damage equal to the difference between its ATK and def points. Now Cyber End Dragon, attack Mudballman with Super Strident Blaze, Zane said, as Cyber End Dragon unleashed 3 powerful energy blasts from its 3 heads, destroying Mudballman and erasing the rest of Jaden's life points. Jaden 2400-5000 equals -2600. Humph, good duel, Zane, Jaden said, smiling, with Zane nodding, having enjoyed the duel, before looking at his brother. Cyrus, Zane said, making Cyrus gulp. Yeah, Zane? Cyrus asked. I'll be watching your and Jaden's tag match, and I hope to see you win, Zane said, Cyrus's eyes widening at his brother's words before he quickly nodded with determination in his eyes. If his brother thought he could help Jaden win his tag duel, he would. Zane, Kaiba said, walking over to Zane, who stood up a little straighter. Sir, Zane said, as an older brother, I can understand that there are times when we have to show tough love to help our siblings grow on their own. But you should know that if you are too harsh, you'll only end up doing more harm than good, Kaiba said, with Zane nodding in recognition and understanding. I know, it took me a while to see that, but I always knew my brother had what it took to be a great duelist, Zane said, surprising Cyrus once again, while also being happy that Zane believed in him, even if he didn't really show it. Then, after the duel, everyone had returned to their dorms, Yugi staying in the Slifer dorm and Kaiba staying in the RA dorm. He would have stayed at the obelisk, but he still needs to clear out the challengers. Meanwhile, Naruto was awake in his and Blair's room, talking to Mana about his duel with Yugi. How did I do? Was there anything I could have done better? Naruto asked, still feeling like he could have done better in the duel. You did great, Naruto, the best you could do, given that you just finished your spellcaster deck. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have made it as far as you did, Mana said, knowing that her crush is one of the few that can truly challenge Yugi. Nodding, Naruto moved to lie down and prepared for sleep. But before he could, Mana immediately leaned in and kissed him on the lips, before smiling at Naruto with a slight blush. Good night, Naruto, Mana said before disappearing. Chapter 8. Duel. AB 8000, J/S 8000. I'll go first, Blair said, pulling out a card and adding it to her hand, while looking to see what she drew. First, I'll turn a card face down, and then I'll summon Dragon Maid Laundress in defense mode, Blair said, turning a card face down and summoning her monster. Dragon Maid Laundry. Attribute: Water. Level 2. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Dragon. Effect: if this card is normal or special summoned, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. At the start of the battle phase, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon 1 level 7 Dragon Maid monster from your hand or graveyard. You can only use each effective Dragon Maid Laundry once per turn. ATK/500 def/1600. And because of your ability, I can send the top 3 cards of my deck to the graveyard, Blair said, as she sent the top 3 cards of her deck to the grave. I'm off duty, Blair said, crossing her arms. Alright then, my move, Jaden said, as he pulled out a card. First, I'll activate the spell card, Emergency Call, to add an elemental hero from my deck to my hand, Jaden said, activating the spell card and adding a monster to his hand. Emergency Call. Card type: Normal spell. Effect: add 1 elemental hero monster from your deck to your hand. I will now summon the elemental hero Clayman in defense mode, Jaden said, summoning the hero of Earth as he knelt in front of him. Elemental hero Clayman. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type. Normal monster. Monster type. Warrior. Card text. An elemental hero with a clay body built to last. He will preserve his fellow elemental heroes at any cost. ATK/800 def/2000. Then I'll throw a card face down and call it a turn, Jaden said, as he turned a card face down. Okay then, my drawing, Alexis said, as she pulled out a card. I summon Etoile Cyber in attack mode, Alexis said, as she summoned her monster, Cyber Star. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type. Warrior. Effect. Each time this card attacks your opponent directly, it gains 600 ATK, during the damage step only. ATK/1200 def/1600. Then I place a card face down and end my turn, Alexis said, as she placed the card face down. Then it's my turn, Cyrus said, drawing a card and adding it to his hand. And I'll start by summoning Drillroid in attack mode, Cyrus said, the monster appearing on the field. Drillroid. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type Machine. Effect. Before damage calculation, if this card attacks a defense position monster, destroy that monster. ATK/1600 def/1600. I'm done with my shift, Cyrus said, and that reminds me of everything. I draw, Blair said, pulling out a card. I now activate the spell card, Change of Heart, and bring the elemental hero Clayman to our side, Blair said, playing her spell card, as Clayman disappeared from Jaden's field and reappeared on Blair's. Change of Heart. Card type. Normal spell. Effect. Target one monster your opponent controls. Take control of it until the end phase. But he won't be staying for long, because now I play the card, Summon, to banish the Alistair the Invoker from my hand and Clayman from my field, to fusion summon Magellanica in attack mode, Blair said, playing her card, as Alistair and Clayman merged into a red summoning circle on the ground, from which Magellanica then popped out. Invocation. Card type. Normal spell. Effect. Fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand as fusion material. If you summon a summoned fusion monster this way, you can also banish monsters from your field and or any player's graveyard as fusion material. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target one of your banished. Alistair the Invoker. Shuffle this card into the deck, and if you do, add it to your hand. You can only use this summoning effect once per turn. Magellanica invoked. Attribute Earth. Level 8. Card type Monster. Monster type Rock/Fusion. Card text. Alistair the Invoker. +1 Earth Monster. ATK/3000 def/3300. And now that it's my battle phase, I can activate Dragon Maid's Laundry's ability to return it to my hand and summon Dragon Maid Nudyarl as a maid attack, Blair said, as the Dragon Maid Laundry transformed into her dragon form. Dragon Maid Nudyarl. Attribute. Water. Level 7. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type Dragon. Effect. Cannot be destroyed by card effects while you control a fusion monster. You can only use each of the following effects of Dragon Maid Nudyarl once per turn. You can discard this card, then target one monster in any graveyard, shuffle it into the deck. At the end of the battle phase, you can return this card to your hand, and if you do, special summon one level 2 Dragon Maid monster from your hand. ATK/2600 def/1600. Now Magellanica attacks Drillroid, Blair said, as Magellanica charged forward and slammed her fist into Drillroid, destroying it and damaging Jaden and Cyrus life points. J/S 8,000-1,400 is equal to 6,600. Nudyarl attacks them directly, Blair said. Not so fast. Active face down, emerge a hero, Jaden said, activating his trap card. A hero emerges. Card type. Normal trap. Effect. You can only activate this card when your opponent declares an attack. Select one random card from your hand. If it's a monster card, special summon it to your side of the field. If not, send it to the graveyard. Now, since you declared an attack, you have to select a card from my hand, and if it's a monster, I can summon it. So, what card, Blair? Jaden said, raising his hand, with Blair frowning as she decided which card to choose. My choice, second card from the left, Blair said, with Jaden smirking at her telling her she chose wrong. Good choice, that is. Come forth, Elemental Hero Bladedge, Jaden said, summoning the golden armored hero. Elemental Hero Sheet. Attribute Earth. Level 7. Card Type. Effect Monster. Monster Type. Warrior. Effect. During battle between this attacking card and a defense position monster whose def is lower than this card's ATK, inflict the difference as battle damage to your opponent's life points. ATK/2600 def/1800. Frowning at having unintentionally helped his opponents bring out a powerful monster, Blair ended his battle phase. I used Nudyal's ability to send it back to my hand and special summon Dragon Maid Laundress again in defense mode, and used Laundress's ability to send 3 more cards to the grave, Blair said, as Nudyal transformed back into his human form, while Blair sent another 3 cards to the grave. I put another card face down and end my turn, Blair said. All right, my move, Jaden said as he drew a card, and I'll start by activating Polymerization, fusing Elemental Hero Bladedge and Elemental Hero Wildheart to fuse the Elemental Hero Wildedge summon, Jaden said, as his 2 heroes fused. Elemental Hero Desert. Attribute Earth. Level 8. Card Type. Effect Monster. Monster Type. Warrior/Fusion. Effect. Elemental Hero Wildheart. Plus. Elemental Hero Bladedge. This monster cannot be special summoned except by fusion summon. This card can attack all monsters on your opponent's side of the field once each. ATK/2600 def/2300. I will now activate H-Heated Heart, increasing Wildedge's attack strength by 500, Jaden said, playing the spell card, as Wildedge's power increased. H-Warmed Heart. Card Type. Normal Spell. Effect. Target one face-up monster you control. Until the end of this turn, it gains 500 ATK, and if it attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. Elemental Hero Wildedge. ATK/2600 df/2300 ATK/3100 df/2300. Now Wildedge, attack the summon Magellanica with Scimitar Slash, Jaden said, as Wildedge charged forward to attack Magellanica. Not so fast. I activate Double Pass, changing Wildedge's attack to a straight 1, Alexis said. Double Pass. Card Type. Normal Trap. Effect. Activate when your opponent attacks a face-up attack position monster you control. It becomes a direct attack. Then, the monster originally selected as the attack target directly attacks your opponent. Wildedge leaped past Magellanica and instead slashed at Alexis and Blair, causing the girls to flinch from the blow. AB 8000 3100 is equal to 4900. While we might take damage, this allows Magellanica to attack you directly, Alexis said, as Magellanica charged towards Jaden and Cyrus, throwing her fists towards them. J/S6600-3000 equals 3600. You may have stopped Wildedge's first attack, but his special ability allows him to attack all monsters on the field, once each. Return Wildedge, attack the Dragon Maid Wagtail, Jaden said, with Wildedge coming in for another attack, only to be stopped once more. I activate my trap card, Negate Attack, not only stopping Wildedge's attack, but also ending the battle phase, Blair said, as she activated her trap. Deny Attack. Card Type. Counter Trap. Effect. Activates only when the target opponent's monster declares an attack. Negates the attack and ends the battle phase. A barrier appeared, blocking Wildedge's attack, before returning to Jaden's side of the field. My turn is over, Jaden said, as Wildedge's attack points returned to normal. Okay, my move, Alexis said, as she drew a card, and I'll use my own polymerization to fuse Atoll Cyber and Blade Skater, to fusion summon Cyber Blader, Alexis said, bringing out her own fusion monster, Cyber Blader. Attribute Earth. Level 7. Card Type. Effect Monster. Monster Type. Warrior/Fusion. Effect. While your opponent controls only one monster, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. While your opponent controls only 2 monsters, double this card's ATK. While your opponent controls only 3 monsters, negate the effects of your opponent's spell, trap, and effect monsters. ATK/2100 def/800. And I equipped it with the spell card, Rare Gold Armor. Alexis said, as Cyberblader was equipped with white and gold armor, Rare Gold Armor. Card type, Equip Spell. Effect. As long as you control the monster equipped with this card, your opponent cannot attack monsters other than the equipped monster. Then I'll activate Card of Sanctity, allowing us to draw until we have 6 cards in our hands, Alexis said, as the 4 of them drew until each had 6 cards. Letter of Holiness. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect. Each player draws until they have 6 cards in hand. And with that, I'll put 2 cards face down and end my turn, Alexis said, placing 2 cards on the field. Fine, I draw, Cyrus said, drawing a card and adding it to his hand. Cyrus looked over and gulped when he saw him draw Power Bond again. While he might have been more confident, after hearing Zane's words, Cyrus still wasn't ready to try using that card. Fortunately, he had other cards to use. I activate the spell card, Shield Crush, to destroy Laundry Dragon Maid, Cyrus said, as a white beam shot out of the card towards the Laundry Dragon Maid, destroying it. Shield Crush. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect. Target one defense position monster on the field and destroy it. I now summon Steamroid in attack mode, Cyrus said, summoning the train monster onto the field. Steamroid. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Machine. Effect. If this card attacks an opponent's monster, this card gains 500 ATK during the damage step only. If this card is attacked by an opponent's monster, this card loses 500 ATK during the damage step only. ATK/1800 def/1800. With Steamroid summoned to the field, Cyberblader's attack points were doubled thanks to its ability. Cyberblader. ATK/2100 df/800 ATK/4200 df/800. And then I'll play the spell card, Limiter Removal, doubling Steamroid's power, Cyrus said, with Steamroid hissing as its attack points doubled. Removing the limiter. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect. Double the ATK of all machine-type monsters you controlled during both the activation and resolution of this card, until the end of this turn. During the end phase, destroy those monsters. Steamroid. ATK/1800 df/1800 ATK/3600 df/1800. I also play Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy Regold Armor, Cyrus said, as Regold Armor was destroyed. Mystical Space Typhoon. Card type, Quick Play Spell. Effect. Destroy one spell or trap card on the field. And with that gone, I'll have Steamroid attack Invoker Magellanica, and gain an additional 500 attack points, thanks to its ability, Cyrus said, as Steamroid's power increased again. Steamroid. ATK/3600 df/1800 ATK/4100 df/1800. Steamroid rolled towards Magellanica at high speed, before crashing directly into the monster, destroying it and damaging Alexis and Blair's life points. AB 4900-1100 equals 3800. Now my turn ends, Cyrus said, pleased with this move and the damage it dealt. Unfortunately, because its turn ended, Steamroid was destroyed by Limiter Removal's effect. Fortunately, it also meant that Cyberblader's attack points returned to their original amount, thanks to Cyrus and Jaden now only having one monster on the field again. Oh yeah, way to go, Cy! Jaden cheered, happy with how his partner managed to give them the lead. Okay, my move, Blair said, pulling out a card. Once she saw the card she had drawn, Blair smiled widely, as she had exactly what she needed to finish this duel. First, I play the spell card, Return of the Dragon Lords, to bring back a level 8 or 7 dragon monster from my graveyard, and I choose Tempest, Dragon Ruler of the Storms, Blair said, as she activated her spell card and brought back one of her strongest monsters. Return of the Dragon Lords. Card type, Normal Spell. Effect. Target one level 7 or 8 dragon monster in your graveyard. Special summon. If a dragon monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard. The wind began to swirl around the room, as it gathered and formed a giant dragon made entirely of wind that twisted and turned, before roaring loudly. Tempest, Dragon Ruler of Storms. Attribute, Wind. Level 7. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Dragon. Effect. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can banish a total of 2 wind and or dragon-type monsters from your hand and or graveyard, except this card. Special summon this card. During your opponent's end phase, if this card was special summoned, return it to the hand. You can discard this card and 1 wind monster to the graveyard. Add 1 dragon-type monster from your deck to your hand. If this card is banished, you can add 1 wind dragon-type monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use 1 effective Tempest, Dragon Ruler of Storms, per turn, and only once that turn. ATK/2400 def/200. And now, I play the spell card, Dragon Mirror, which allows me to fusion summon a dragon fusion monster, banishing the fusion materials from my field or graveyard. Luckily for me, I have 5 dragon monsters in my grave, Blair said, as a large mirror appeared behind her, while the 5 dragon monsters in her graveyard appeared within it, before fusing together. Dragon Mirror. Card type, normal spell. Effect: fusion summon 1 dragon fusion monster from your extra deck, banishing the fusion materials appearing on it from your field or graveyard. The mirror began to spin, before 2 large clawed hands emerged from the mirror. Then, to Cyrus and Jaden's surprise, 5 dragon heads emerged from within the mirror. Before standing beside Tempest was the 5-headed dragon, with all 5 heads roaring loudly at them. 5-headed dragon. Attribute: Wind. Level 12. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Dragon/Fusion. Effect: 5 dragon monsters must be fusion summoned. Cannot be destroyed by battle with a dark, earth, water, fire, or wind monster. ATK/5000 def/5000. Now 5-headed dragon. Attack the elemental hero Wild Edge, Blair said, her dragon roaring, before the 5 heads unleashed a breath attack, destroying Wild Edge and damaging Jaden and Cyrus life points. J/S 3600-2400 equals 1200. Tempest, attack them directly and end this duel, Blair said, with Tempest roaring as well, before unleashing hurricane force winds, taking the last of Cyrus and Jaden's life points and sending the 2 boys flying to the back of the room. J/S 1200-2400 is equal to -1200. Alright. We did it! Blair cheered, smiling as she managed to win against Jaden and Cyrus. Way to go, Blair, that was a great finishing move, Alexis said, smiling at her partner, still amazed that he had such powerful monsters in his deck. It also made her grateful that Blair hadn't called out either of them during their first practice match. Oh, remind me not to make Blair mad, Jaden said, his eyes swirling, stunned by the attack. Ditto, Cyrus murmured, seeing stars dancing in his eyes. His attention then turned to Naruto, who was clapping and smiling proudly. Well done, Blair and Alexis. Along with you and Cyrus, Jaden. All of you have really improved your tag dueling synergy. This also makes it so the tag duel practice is now tied up, Naruto said, as the 4 of them had a tag duel before, and both teams now have a total of 4 wins each. Alexis and Blair smiled at the compliment, blushing slightly, while Jaden and Cyrus beamed with pride at the progress they'd made. They all felt confident they could handle any opponent Growler chose for them. Although, how about we take a break for now? We could go into town and relax for the rest of the day, Naruto suggested, as it would be good for them to relax once in a while, instead of focusing all their time on training. Yeah, that sounds great, Alexis replied. It would be nice to take a break, Blair added. I'm inside. I wanted to check out the card shop. How about you, Sai? Jaden asked, with Cyrus nodding his head. Okay, it could be fun, Cyrus said. Great, we'll head there in a few minutes to give everyone some time to rest from their duels, Naruto said, and the others nodded at that. Then, after taking a break from their duels, the 5 friends headed to Duel Academy Town to relax for the rest of the day. Mana had also decided to join them. Of course, only the 5 of them could see her, as she's still a dual spirit. They had also taken off their uniforms and put on more casual clothes. Although Blair also continued to look at Alexis and Mana with annoyed looks, as she saw the difference between her and them. She was still very short and had barely begun to develop curves, while both Alexis and Mana were tall, beautiful, and had much larger breasts than her. Stupid older girls and their big tits, Blair thought, crossing her arms over her chest. Is something wrong with Blair? Naruto asked, after seeing that his roommate seemed upset about something. Blair considered saying nothing or telling him it was okay, but she saw the genuine concern in his eyes. It's just seeing Alexis and Mana, and how they look compared to me. I can't help but be annoyed by how much prettier they are, Blair said quietly, so no one would hear her. Is that so? Naruto said, smiling at her, while Blair looked at him confused and a little annoyed by how disdainful he seemed. Blair, you shouldn't feel upset about it. Sure, Alexis and Mana have their own charm, but so do you. And besides, I guarantee that when you grow up, you'll be even more beautiful than you are now, Naruto said, with Blair looking at him in surprise now. Really? Do you really think so? Blair asked, with Naruto smiling and nodding. I know, Naruto replied. This made Blair smile at him, grateful and touched by his words. Before she blushed, realizing exactly what she'd said. Does he think I'm already beautiful? He thinks I'll get even more beautiful, Blair thought giddily. She's right, Blair. Give it time and you'll grow into a beautiful woman. Besides, you have something I don't. At least you can change what you're wearing. I'm stuck wearing the exact same outfit, and it gets so boring, Mana complained, given that the only time she changes clothes is when she gets the armor from becoming Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight, which isn't all that comfortable. I think you look perfect just the way you are and how you're wearing it, Mana, Naruto said honestly. He had never found any problem with Mana's appearance. Oh, you're so sweet, Naruto. But imagine how much prettier I'd look if I could try on different outfits, all for you, Mana said, winking at him, with Naruto blushing at her words, knowing the meaning behind them now that he's aware of her advances. And despite himself, Naruto couldn't help but imagine Mana wearing different outfits, from a secretary to a cheerleader to a nurse, each one making his blush intensify. It didn't help when he heard Kyubi laughing in his mind. Okay, come on, look, there's the card shop, Alexis said, grabbing Naruto's arm and dragging him away, while hiding her annoyance. Jaden laughed at his friend's situation, before looking at Cyrus, only to sweat drop, when he saw him cry rivers of tears. Are you okay, Cyrus? Jaden asked, his sweat drop increasing as Cyrus curled up into a ball. It's not fair, he has Alexis and the Dark Magician Girl that he likes. Stupid pretty blonde boys, Cyrus muttered, jealous that Naruto had the attention of the two beautiful girls. Well, you still have me, Cyrus, a female voice said, surprising Cyrus. Looking over, Cyrus was even more surprised when he saw Thunder Nyan Nyan floating beside him. Thunder Nyan Nyan? Cyrus said, surprised to see her here. That's it. And you don't have to worry about losing me. I'll always be here if you need me, Cyrus, Thunder Nyan Nyan said, smiling at the boy, while Cyrus blushed at what his other card crush said. Thank you? Cyrus stammered. Hey Cy, come on. We have to get to the card shop before the others get all the good cards, Jaden said, getting Cyrus's attention. See coming, Cyrus said, looking at Thunder Nyan Nyan, only to see her turn into a ball of light and fly back to her deck, and the boy barely heard her laugh. Feeling better, Cyrus followed Jaden and the others to the card shop. Then, after visiting the card shop, the five of them went to other stores and bought anything that caught their eye. Finally, they decided to head to a cafe, grab a table outside, and eat something, chatting among themselves, though Naruto noticed how Alexis seemed to be lost in her own mind, barely responding to what was being said. Alexis, are you okay? Naruto asked, with Alexis looking at him before sighing. Not really. This whole mess, the tag duels and the possibility of getting expelled, is partly my fault. If I wasn't in the abandoned dorm, then I wouldn't have been kidnapped by Titan, and all of you wouldn't have gotten into trouble, Alexis said, looking down, as she knew it was partly her fault they got into trouble to begin with. Because she had been kidnapped by Titan and they had to come rescue her, Growler was able to get evidence to prove they were in the abandoned dorm. If only she hadn't been in the abandoned dorm, then she and her friends wouldn't be at risk of being expelled. Alexis looked up, when Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't blame yourself, none of this is your fault. You were in the abandoned dormitory to show respect to your brother, something you have every right to do, and no one can blame you for it. The only person to blame is Mid-Boss, for allowing his petty grudges to put you and the others in danger, Naruto said, knowing that Titan had only been in the abandoned dormitory because Growler brought him here, which also led to them almost getting trapped in the Shadow Realm, with Yami Merrick almost being freed. So, don't blame yourself for something you had no control over, and just keep doing your best and win the tag duel. Besides, when you win, we can call Growler mid-boss, and not worry about getting in trouble for it, Naruto said, while smiling at the end. That managed to make Alexis laugh, knowing she was right. Growler will be forced to legally change his name to mid-boss if they win the tag duels. While it will be fun, she's sure it will also make it difficult to pay attention in class whenever a student calls him Professor Mid-Boss, or it would be Dr. Mid-Boss. Alexis thought with amusement. Thanks, Naruto. I really needed to hear that, Alexis said, smiling at him, which he returned. Always, Naruto replied, though Alexis's mood soured, as she groaned, when she saw something, specifically someone. What is it? Naruto asked, confused by her sudden change in behavior, and the others noticed it as well. Wordlessly, Alexis pointed to another table, where a blue obelisk was sitting, staring at them. Specifically, it was staring at Naruto. Who's that? Blair asked, annoyed by the guy staring at them. His name is Zachary, and he's your typical obelisk blue. A stereotypical rich snob who thinks that just because he's at obelisk, he's better than everyone else. Unfortunately, he's also one of the students who likes me, Alexis said, barely hiding her annoyance, as most of the guys only wanted to be with her for her looks or to get in her pants, which usually resulted in her crushing them in a duel, or verbally squashing them to leave her alone. Frowning at this, Naruto looked at Zachary, who had now stood up and walked over to them. Anything we can help you with? Naruto asked, trying to be polite, with Zachary mocking them. Yeah, you can stop bothering Alexis, you worthless delinquent. It's bad enough she's stuck around these loser slifers, she doesn't need a criminal, like you, corrupting her, Zachary said, as he looked at Naruto, before looking at Alexis with a charming smile. Alexis, how about I take you back to the obelisk dorm, where much better company is staying? Zachary said, while Jaden, Cyrus, and Blair got angry at how he insulted them and their friend, or fell more and more in love, in Blair's case. I'm pretty sure a pack of wolves would be better company than you, Zachary. Now please leave me and my friends alone, Alexis said coldly, and Zachary bristled at the dismissal. I asked her nicely, Alexis, I won't do that again. Now let's go back to the obelisk dorm, where you belong, Zachary demanded, reaching out to grab Alexis's arm, only for Naruto to wrap his hand around her wrist. Zachary was about to yell at Naruto, only to gulp in nervousness at the cold look in his eyes. Look, buddy, I honestly don't care what some trust fund brat like yourself thinks of me. But don't ever think of touching someone I care about. And if you really have a problem with me, then let's settle it in a duel right now. Then we'll see if you really deserve to wear that jacket, Naruto said, standing up, with him now looking at Zachary, who shuddered in fear, but quickly buried it and mocked the RA yellow. Fine, if you want to be so humiliated, we're going to lose, Zachary said, as he walked away. I'm going to enjoy this, Naruto thought, as the others got up and followed him, going to the nearby dueling grounds in the city, prepared for the duelists to use, while they were here. Arriving at an empty one, Naruto and Zachary stood facing each other, with their duel discs ready. Duel! Naruto 4000, Zachary 4000. I'll go first, loser. I'll draw, Zachary said, pulling out a card and smirking at what he drew. First, I cast the field spell, Empowerment, Zachary said, as the field shifted around him. Empowerment, card type, field spell. Effect, all Dragon Dash, Warrior Dash, and Spellcaster type monsters you control gain 300 ATK and DF. Once per turn, you can discard one card, special summon one boosted warrior monster from your deck. Once per turn, you can banish a total of 4 warrior and or spellcaster type monsters from your graveyard. Add 1 ether monster from your deck to your hand. Then I summon Marauder Captain to the field in attack mode, Zachary said, as his warrior monster appeared. Marauder Captain, attribute Earth, level 4, card type, effect monster, monster type, warrior, effect. Your opponent cannot target warrior monsters for attacks, except this one. When this card is normal summoned, You can special summon one level 4 or lower monster from your hand. ATK/1200 def/400. And thanks to his ability, I get a special summon of a level 4 or lower monster, and I'll summon the warrior Digrapher, Zachary said, summoning the strongest warrior-type monster on the field. Warrior Digrapher. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type. Normal monster. Monster type. Warrior. Card text. The warrior who can manipulate dragons. No one knows of his mysterious past. ATK/1700 def/1600. Not only that, but thanks to the empowerment, they gain 300 attack and defense points, Zachary said, as his monsters grew stronger. Marauder Captain. ATK/1200 df/400 ATK/1500 df/700. Digrapher Warrior. ATK/1700 df/1600 ATK/2000 df/700. My turn ends. Your move, loser, Zachary sneered, with Naruto shaking his head at the guy's arrogance. Draw. And I'll play the card I just drew, Pot of Greed, and draw 2 more cards, Naruto said, drawing a card and activating Pot of Greed to draw again. Pot of Greed. Card type. Normal spell. Effect. Draw 2 cards from your deck. I now call forth Black Dragon Chick, Naruto said, summoning a baby version of the Red Ice Black Dragon. Black Dragon Chick. Attribute Dark. Level 1. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type Dragon. Effect. You can send this face-up card you control to the graveyard. Special summon 1. Red Ice B. Dragon. From your hand. ATK/800 def/500. But don't get too attached, because this little one is about to grow up. Because I pay homage to my girl, the special Red Ice Black Dragon, Naruto said, as his Black Dragon Chick was engulfed in a dark crimson light, before it began to grow in size, before the light faded, revealing the fully grown Red Ice Black Dragon, which roared at Zachary, who paled at going against such a beast. Red Ice Black Dragon. Attribute Dark. Level 7. Card type. Normal monster. Monster type Dragon. Card text. A fierce dragon with a deadly attack. ATK/2400 def/2000. And now I activate the spell card, Polymerization, to fuse the Buster Blader and Dark Magician in my hand, to fusion summon Dark Paladin, Naruto said, as Dark Magician and Buster Blader appeared, before fusing into Dark Paladin. Dark Paladin. Attribute Dark. Level 8. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type. Spellcaster/fusion. Effect. Dark Magician, plus Buster Blader, must be fusion summoned. When a spell card is activated, quick effect, you can discard 1 card, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. This card must be face up on the field to activate and resolve this effect. It gains 500 ATK for each dragon monster on the field and in the graveyard. ATK/2900 def/2400. And because of Red Ice on my field and my chick in the graveyard, Dark Paladin gains a total of 1000 attack points, Naruto said, smirking, as Zachary began to tremble in fear as Dark Paladin's power increased even further. Dark Paladin. ATK/2900 df/2400 ATK/3900 df/2400. Then I activate the spell card, Red Ice Insight, and by sending a Red Ice monster from my hand or deck to the graveyard, I can add a Red Ice spell/trap card to my hand. That also means Paladin gains another 500 points with another dragon in the graveyard, Naruto said, sending another Red Ice monster from his deck to the grave and drawing a card, while Paladin's power increased again. Dark Paladin. ATK/3900 df/2400 ATK/4400 df/2400. Next, I'll play another spell card, Return of the Dragon Lord, to bring back the monster I just sent to the graveyard, Red Ice Black Flame Dragon, Naruto said, as a second black dragon appeared next to the original. Red Ice Black Flame Dragon. Attribute Dark. Level 7. Card type. Gemini Monster. Monster type Dragon. Effect. This card is treated as a normal monster while it is face up on the field or in the graveyard. Although this card is a normal monster on the field, you can normal summon it to have it become an effect monster with this effect. If damage calculation is performed with this card, at the end of the battle phase, You can inflict damage to your opponent equal to this card's original ATK. You can only use this effective. Red Ice Black Flame Dragon. Once per turn. ATK/2400 def/2000. Now Red Ice. Destroy their Marauder captains with Inferno Fire Blast. Naruto said, Red Ice roaring before launching a fireball, which incinerated one of Zachary's monsters and damaged it. Zechariah 4000-900 equals 3100. Black Flare Dragon. Destroy Warrior Digrapher. Naruto said, with Black Flare Dragon unleashing a stream of fire, destroying the second warrior monster, and damaging Zachary even more. Zachary 3100-400 equals 2700. Dark Paladin. Finish this! Naruto said, Dark Paladin swinging his sword, unleashing a slash of dark magic and erasing Zachary's last life points. Zachary 2700-4400 equals -1700. Zachary was sent flying backward by the attack, screaming as he hit the ground. When he opened his eyes, though, he paled in fear when he saw Naruto standing over him. Let that be a lesson for the next time you try to catch someone I care about. Now go! Naruto ordered, with Zachary quickly getting up and running away. Wow, you pulled that off on your first turn, Blair said, surprised at how quickly Naruto finished the duel. Well, what can I say? He was annoying, and I didn't want to waste my time dueling someone like him. So I put him in his place quickly, instead of dragging it out. Besides, this way, we don't waste too much time and we can just keep relaxing, Naruto said, smirking at them, not wanting to waste his time going up against an arrogant brat, when he had more important things to do, like spending time with their friends. With that, the five headed back to the city to enjoy the rest of the day. Chapter 9. Grunting, Naruto slammed his hand down on the alarm clock, which began to ring. Yawning, Naruto got out of bed and looked at Blair, who was still sleeping. Blair, come on, it's time to get up, Naruto said, shaking the girl gently, only for her to move away from him. 5 more minutes, Blair mumbled sleepily, only to be shaken by Naruto again. Sorry, Blair, but you have to get up now. Remember, today is tag duel day, Naruto said, not wanting Blair to end up sleeping in, with Mid-Boss getting her and Alexis expelled for not showing up. Grunting, Blair turned and glared at Naruto as she sat down. Yeah? I'm awake now, Blair mumbled, annoyed that she couldn't get some more sleep. Seeing Blair was up, Naruto grabbed his clothes and a towel before heading to the showers to change. Though since Naruto was still half asleep as he walked to the showers, he didn't hear the water running. What Naruto heard was the loud "EP" from the person in the showers, causing his eyes to snap open, only to see a blushing Alexis standing in the shower, covering her breasts and crotch. Naruto's eyes widened as he blushed in embarrassment. I'm so sorry, Naruto said, quickly leaving the showers to the locker room and closing the door. Sorry, Alexis. I didn't hear you there, and I forgot you were staying here, Naruto said, not wanting her to think he was spying on her or anything. I'd also forgotten that Alexis was staying at the Slifer dorm for the time being, until the tag duels were over. It would be better for her and Blair to work as a team if she stayed in the same dorm as her. Oh, okay, and Naruto, I'm sure you're not used to a girl staying in the red dormitory, besides Blair, and even then, only a few select people know about her, Alexis said, as she calmed her own embarrassment at Naruto seeing her in the shower. Once they both managed to control their blushes and hormones, Alexis resumed her shower, while Naruto waited outside. After Alexis finished, she stepped out of the showers with a robe wrapped around herself, protecting her modesty. So, how's the Slifer dorm going? Naruto asked, wondering how Alexis had adjusted, given that she usually stayed in the Obelisk girls' dorm. It's actually been very nice. While it may not be as fancy or as grand as the Obelisk dorm, the Slifer dorm also has its own appeal. And honestly, the more simplistic style of the dorm, it's a nice break from the luxuries that are the Obelisk dorm, Alexis said, smiling. While the Obelisk blue dorm's features and accommodations are nice, it gets tiring after a while. So it feels good to have a more relaxing and simple room at Slifer dorm, even if it's only temporarily. That's good. And if you want, you're more than welcome to come more often, even once the tag duels are over, if you ever want to try something simple again, Naruto offered, being more than happy if Alexis wanted to come back to the Slifer dorm. It also helps that he and Blair have a free bed in their room. Since all the rooms were equipped with 3 beds, Alexis could have the spare if she came back after the tag duels. Really? Are you offering yourself as a friend, or are you just hoping a pretty girl will stay with you? Alexis joked, smiling at him, to which Naruto replied, "That's just a perk. I just like spending time with you, and I wouldn't say no to seeing you more often." Naruto replied, Alexis's smile widening at his words, though the two soon realized their teasing sounded more like flirting, causing them to blush at the earlier comeback. I'll leave you to get ready and bye," Naruto said quickly, before running towards the showers. "Why yeah, bye," Alexis said, heading over to where she put her clothes, before noticing an annoyed Blair by the door. "So what were you and Naruto talking about?" Blair asked, having arrived to hear Naruto and Alexis talking to each other, and not liking what she heard at all. "And nothing, we were just talking and joking around," Alexis replied. "Really? Because it sounded more like flirting," Blair said, her anger growing, while Alexis blushed again and looked down. "We might have put our foot in our mouths a couple of times," Alexis muttered, peeling off her clothes as she unbuttoned her robe, and Blair also stripped off her clothes to put on her robe. Although Blair couldn't help but stare at Alexis as she dressed and couldn't help but feel envious as she looked between Alexis's large breasts, which she guessed were a high D cup, and her own B cup breasts. "But I can definitely see why she has so many admirers," Blair thought, looking at Alexis's body, and had to admit that even she felt a certain attraction to the obelisk queen. That didn't mean I wasn't still jealous of her body. Despite what Naruto told her earlier, during their trip to the city, she was still self-conscious about her body, compared to the older girls. Especially Alexis and Mana, as they also had Naruto's attention. "Blair, what do you think of the duelists chosen for the tag duels?" Alexis asked, putting on her shirt, pulling Blair out of her thoughts, while humming her words. "Well, Jaden and Cyrus will be facing off against the Paradox Brothers, and will be facing off against those former rare hunters, Loomis and Umbra. They'll definitely be tough opponents since they've worked as tag teams before," Blair said, the 4 of them being aware of who they'll be dueling against, thanks to Naruto's shadow clones and ninja training. And thanks to that, they learned that Mid-Boss had chosen the Paradox Brothers, who dueled against Yugi Muto and Joey Wheeler in Duelist Kingdom, as well as Loomis and Umbra, the rare hunters who dueled Yugi and Kaiba in Battle City. Although normally, Naruto wouldn't do something like this, not wanting to cheat before a duel. But they also knew that Mid-Boss would only find the best tag duelists to ensure they lost. "Yeah. But I guess we were lucky to be up against Loomis and Umbra, while Jaden and Cyrus are up against the Paradox Brothers," Alexis said, knowing that between the two teams, the Paradox Brothers had the best synergy as a team. It also helped that Yugi and Kaiba told them that while Loomis and Umbra's decks complement each other, their respective egos can allow them to turn the two against each other. Something that will definitely help the girls in their duel is that all they would have to do is have Loomis and Umbra fight each other, allowing them to take them out on their turns. "Blair, you can use the showers now, I'm done," Naruto said, stepping out of the showers, while wearing his own robe. "Okay, thanks, Naruto," Blair replied, as she entered the showers. "I'll meet you in your room so we can go over some last-minute strategies," Alexis said, zipping up her vest, while Blair nodded, knowing that while their tag team duel will be easier than Jaden and Cyrus's, they can never be too prepared. Alexis then left the locker room, with Naruto moving to get dressed once she left. Once she was done, Naruto stood outside the locker room, making sure no one entered, until Blair was finished. Then, "So, are you guys ready?" Naruto asked, looking at Jaden, Cyrus, Alexis, and Blair, as they sat in the competitor room outside the duel arena, with the 4 duelists looking over their decks. "Oh yeah, Sai and I are ready for anything," Jaden said, confident that he and Cyrus will be able to defeat their opponents. "Ready as we always will be," Alexis replied. At that moment, everyone heard the announcer over the loudspeaker. "The tag duel will begin in a few moments. And remember, these are tense conditions. This is a sudden ejection match." "Well, I guess that's our cue. Let's go, Cyrus," Jaden said, as they were dueling first. "Correct," Cyrus said, determined to do his best. "Good luck, guys," Naruto said, heading to the stands, while laughing silently at the memory of the favor Jaden asked him to do earlier. As they walked towards the arena, Cyrus couldn't help but think of something Mid-Boss might have tried to throw. Hey Jaden, you don't think Mid-Boss would try to give us some stupid entrance music, do you? Cyrus asked, thinking that Mid-Boss might try to humiliate them in front of everyone, or make them make a mistake during the duel. Way ahead of you, Sai. I paid Naruto to make sure that didn't happen, Jaden replied, smirking as he thought Mid-Boss would try something like that and thought ahead of him. Though the moment they entered the arena, Jaden lost his smile, while Cyrus sighed in resignation as Love Love Shine began to play. I should have known, Cyrus muttered, knowing this was something Naruto would do. Naruto! Jaden shouted angrily and annoyed. 1. Meanwhile, Naruto laughed in the stands, along with Bastion, Chumli, and Zane, and they stared blankly at Naruto. You should have known better, Jaden. You gave me the perfect opportunity. Ahahaha. Naruto laughed, having seen the perfect opportunity to play a prank on both of them, and even get paid for it. I take it you changed the entrance music for the other tag teams too? Yugi said, as he and Kaiba approached the students, interested in watching the tag matches. And after hearing Jaden and Cyrus' entrance music, they knew Naruto was responsible. I won't admit it or deny it, Naruto said, smiling, just as YMCA began to play while the Paradox Brothers took the stage. Though the Paradox Brothers were soon seen frowning at their entrance theme, once they finished turning around, they looked at the man they thought was responsible, who turned out to be a now flustered Growler. Wait! It wasn't me! Growler exclaimed as he saw the duo frown. Of course you would use that song, Yugi declared, sighing, remembering when he and Joey dueled with the Paradox Brothers. Back in the arena, Jade, Cyrus, and the Paradox Brothers stood facing each other, their duel discs ready. Duel! J/S8000, P/D8000. Alright. My move! And I'll start by summoning Gyrid in defense mode, Cyrus said, drawing a card and summoning his monster. Gyrid, attribute, wind, level 3, card type, effect monster, monster type machine. Effect, once per turn, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. ATK/1000 def/1000. I'm finishing my shift, Cyrus said. Alright, I'll draw, Para said as he drew a card. And I will summon Jirai Gumo in attack mode, Para said, summoning the giant spider. Jirai Gumo, attribute earth, level 4, card type, effect monster, monster type, insect. Effect, when this card declares an attack, flip a coin and call it. If you call it correctly, it attacks normally. If it calls it incorrectly, it loses half its life points before attacking. ATK/2200 def/100. And with that, my turn ends. Paragraph. Very well, it's my turn. I now summon Elemental Hero Burstinatrix in defense mode, Jaden said, summoning the Fire Hero, as she knelt in front of him. Elemental Hero Burstinatrix, attribute Fire, level 3, card type, normal monster, monster type, warrior. Card text, a flame manipulator who is the only female among the elemental heroes. Her burst fire burns away villainy. ATK/1200 def/800. I'll finish my shift there, Jaden said. So it's finally my drawing, Doc said as he pulled out a card. And I'll summon Kaiser Seahorse in attack mode, Doc said as he summoned his monster. Kaiser Seahorse, attribute light, level 4, card type, effect monster, monster type Sea Serpent. Effect, this card can be treated as 2 tributes for the tribute summon of a light monster. ATK/1700 def/1650. But why stop there? I play tribute doll and pay homage to my brother's Jirai Gumo by special summoning Kazujin, Doc said as Jirai Gumo disappeared and was replaced by the big green wind monster. Tribute doll, card type, normal spell. Effect, tribute 1 monster on your side of the field to activate this card. Special summon 1 level 7 monster that can be normal summoned from your hand. That monster cannot attack this turn. Kazujin, attribute, wind, level 7, card type, effect monster, monster type, spellcaster. Effect, you can only activate this card's effect during your opponent's damage calculation. Make the ATK of a monster that attacks this card 0 during damage calculation. This effect can only be used once while this card remains face up on the field. ATK/2400 def/2200. But that's not all, now I play Dark Designator, Doc said, as he played another spell card. Dark Designator. Card type, normal spell. Effect, declare one monster card name. If the declared card is in your opponent's deck, add one of that card to your opponent's hand. And the opponent I choose is my own brother. And the card he has is Sanga of Thunder, correct, brother? Doc said, smiling, while Para also smiled and nodded. Yes, brother, Sanga of the Thunder is inside my deck, and now in my hand. Para replied, knowing they were close to summoning their ace monster. I'm finishing my shift now, Doc said. Okay, my drawing again, Cyrus said, as he pulled out a card. And I'll start by summoning Steamroid in attack mode, Cyrus said, summoning his monster to the field. Steamroid. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type Machine. Effect. If this card attacks an opponent's monster, this card gains 500 ATK during the damage step only. If this card is attacked by an opponent's monster, this card loses 500 ATK during the damage step only. ATK/1800 def/1800. But he won't be staying for long, because now I play the polymerization card to fuse him with Gyroid and summon Steam Gyroid, Cyrus said, playing the spell card, as his two monsters fused together. Polymerization. Card type, normal spell. Effect, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or your side of the field as fusion materials. Steam Gyroid. Attribute Earth. Level 6. Card type Fusion Monster. Monster type Machine. Card text Gyroid plus Steamroid. ATK/2200 def/1600. Now Steam Gyroid, attack Para directly, Cyrus said, as Steam Gyroid charged forward to attack Para. Not so fast. I activate Kazugen's ability, reducing your monster's attack points to 0 for the remainder of the damage step, Doc said, as Kazugen unleashed a powerful wind that sent Steam Gyroid's attack power to 0, while protecting his and his brethren's life points. Oh man! I put a card face down and end my turn, Cyrus said, disappointed that his attack missed, while Steam Gyroid's attack points returned to normal. Alright, my drawing! And I'll start by using Monster Reborn to bring back Jiraigumo, Para said, bringing his monster back onto the field. Monster Reborn. Card type, normal spell. Effect, select one monster card from your opponent's or your own graveyard and place it onto the field under your control in attack or defense position, face up. This is considered a special summon, but he'll soon be returning to the grave, as I activate my own tribute doll to sacrifice my Jiraigumo to special summon Suijin, Para said, sacrificing his spider to bring out Suijin. Suijin. Attribute, Water. Level 7. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Aqua. Effect, you can only activate this card's effect during your opponent's damage calculation. Make the ATK of a monster that attacks this card 0 during damage calculation. This effect can only be used once while this card remains face up on the field. ATK/2500 def/2400. And now, using my brother's Kaiser Seahorse and their special ability, I will make him tribute to bring out Sanga of the Thunder, Para declared, as Kaiser Seahorse disappeared, while Sanga of the Thunder appeared on the field. Sanga of Thunder. Attribute, Light. Level 7. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Thunder. Effect, you can only activate this card's effect during your opponent's damage calculation. Make the ATK of a monster that attacks this card 0 during damage calculation. This effect can only be used once while this card remains face up on the field. ATK/2600 def/2200. With that, the field is now ready. As a tribute to Kazugen, Suijin, and Sanga of Thunder, in order to bring out our most powerful monster, Gate Guardian, said Para as Kazugen, Suijin, and Sanga combined into the colossal Gate Guardian. Gatekeeper. Attribute Dark. Level 11. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect, this card cannot be normal summoned or set. This card can only be special summoned by tributing Sanga of the Thunder, Kazugen, and Suijin. ATK/3750 def/2400. Wow, that's a really big monster, Cyrus muttered nervously. Oh man, I can't wait to take that guy out, Jaden said, eager to defeat such a powerful monster. Sure, right? We'll see how confident you are after this. Gate Guardian, destroy Steam Gyrod, Para ordered, as Gate Guardian charged forward and blasted Steam Gyrod with a beam, destroying it while damaging Jaden and Cyrus's HP. J/S8000-1550 equals 6450. Finally, I place a card face down and end my turn, said Paragraph. Okay, it's my turn, Jaden said, drawing a card and adding it to his hand, as he saw what he could use. Alright, first I'm going to summon Elemental Hero Clayman to the field, in attack mode, Jaden said, summoning the second hero to the field. Elemental Hero Clayman, Attribute Earth, Level 4, Card Type, Normal Monster, Monster Type, Warrior, Card Text, an elemental hero with a clay body built to last. He will preserve his fellow elemental heroes at any cost. ATK/800-Def/2000. Now, I will activate Polymerization to fuse Burstinatrix and Clayman, to fusion summon the elemental hero Rampart Blaster, in defense mode, Jaden said, as his two heroes fused. Elemental Hero Wall Blaster, Attribute Earth, Level 6, Card Type, Effect Monster, Monster Type, Warrior/Fusion, Effect. Elemental Hero Clayman, plus Elemental Hero Burstinatrix. This monster cannot be special summoned except by fusion summon. While this card is in face-up defense position, it can directly attack your opponent. If so, this card's ATK is halved during damage calculation only. ATK/2000 Def/2500. And since it's in face-up defense mode, Rampart Blaster can attack them directly, dealing damage equal to half of their attack points. Rampart Blaster, fire! Jaden said, with Rampart Blaster aiming his blaster arm and firing at the Paradox Brothers, damaging them. P/D8000 1000 is equal to 7000. I'm finishing my shift, Jaden said, knowing that was all he could do at the moment. Alright, draw. And I'll use the card I just drew, Fairy Meteor Crush, and equip it to Gate Guardian, Doc said, with Gate Guardian surrounded by a rainbow aura. Fairy Meteor Crush. Card Type, Equip Spell. Effect. When a monster equipped with this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict battle damage to your opponent's life points equal to the difference between the attacking monster's ATK and the defense position monster's def. I don't believe it! I play my face-down Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy Fairy Meteor Crush, Cyrus said, activating his spell card. Mystical Space Typhoon. Card Type, Quick Play Spell. Effect. Destroy one spell or trap card on the field. Not so fast. I activate my own face-down, a trap, Judgment of Anubis, Para said, activating his face-down as well. Judgment of Anubis. Card Type, Counter Trap. Effect. Discard one card from your hand. Negate the activation and effect of a spell card your opponent controls that has the effect of destroying the spell and/or trap cards on the field, and destroy it. After that, you can destroy one face-up monster on your opponent's side of the field and inflict damage to your opponent equal to the ATK of the destroyed monster. Now, by discarding a card, I can destroy your Mystical Space Typhoon and then destroy one of your monsters to inflict damage equal to its attack points. And I choose Rampart Blaster, he said, as Mystical Space Typhoon was cancelled and Rampart Blaster was destroyed, further reducing Jaden and Cyrus life points. J/S64 is equal to 4450. I now summon Defense Wall in defense mode, Doc said, summoning the monster to his field. Defense Wall. Attribute Earth. Level 4. Card Type. Effect Monster. Monster Type Rock. Effect. While this card is in face-up defense position, your opponent cannot attack other monsters you control. ATK/0 Def/2100. I'm done with my shift, Doc said. Okay, my drawing! And I'll summon Psychard in defense mode, Cyrus said, feeling more nervous about having caused himself and Jaden to lose even more life points. Psychard. Attribute Earth. Level 3. Card Type. Normal Monster. Monster Type Machine. Card Text. The cutest and friendliest of all Vehicruds. Can be armed with training wheels. ATK/300 Def/1000. And I'm done with my shift, Cyrus said. Alright, I'll draw. And I'll start by having Gate Guardian destroy Psycrod, Para said, with Gate Guardian blasting Psycrod with a beam, dealing piercing damage to Jaden and Cyrus. J/S44 52,750 is equal to 1,700. I'll finish my shift there, he declared. Okay then, it's back to me. First I'll summon Elemental Hero Sparkman to the field, Jaden said, summoning the Electric Hero. Elemental Hero Sparkman, Attribute, Light, Level 4, Card Type, Normal Monster, Monster Type, Warrior, Card Text, an elemental hero and warrior of light who skillfully wields many types of weaponry. His shining surge flash cuts through the path of villainy. ATK/1600 Def/1400. And I equipped him with his trusty Spark Blaster, Jaden said, as Sparkman grabbed his weapon when it appeared in front of him. Spark Blaster, Card Type, Equip Spell. Effect: you can only equip this card to Elemental Hero Sparkman. During the main phase of your turn, you can change the battle position of one face-up monster. After using this effect 3 times, destroy this card. And thanks to Spark Blaster, Sparkman can now change a monster's position 3 times, then Spark Blaster disappears. Now Sparkman, switch Gate Guardian to defense mode, Jaden said, with Sparkman attacking Gate Guardian forcing it to kneel, in defense mode. With that, I'll turn a card face down and end my turn, Jaden said, turning a card face down. Alright, draw. But I'll put down the card I just drew and end my turn with that, Doc said, ending his turn there. Okay, my drawing then, Cyrus said, drawing a card and adding it to his hand. I now summon Drillroid in attack mode, Cyrus said, summoning his monster. Drillroid, Attribute Earth, Level 4, Card Type, Effect Monster, Monster Type Machine. Effect: before damage calculation, if this card attacks a defense position monster, destroy that monster. ATK/1600 Def/1600. Now Drillroid, attack the defense wall, Cyrus said, Drillroid charging forward and piercing through the defense wall, leaving a crack, only to be thrown back, while Jaden and Cyrus were damaged. J/S1700-500 equals 1200. Sure, my attack missed, but now Drillroid's ability activates and destroys the defense wall, Cyrus said, as the crack Drillroid had left spread across the defense wall, before being destroyed. And now I will destroy the Gate Guardian with this Shield Crush, Cyrus said, activating his spell card, with a white beam shooting towards the Gate Guardian, destroying the monster. Shield Crush. Card Type, Normal Spell. Effect: target one defense position monster on the field and destroy it. The Paradox brothers were shocked to see their strongest monster destroyed, while Cyrus was relieved to not have another trick up his sleeve. I'll place a card face down and end my turn, Cyrus said, leaving a card face down. Okay, my drawing, Para said, pulling out a card and smiling. We must congratulate you for destroying the Gate Guardian. The last to do so were 2 duelists we encountered in Duelist Kingdom. But we also thank you, for with the destruction of the Gate Guardian, we can bring out an even more powerful beast. I activate Dark Element, Para said, playing his spell card. Dark Element. Card Type, Normal Spell. Effect: activate only if Gate Guardian is in your graveyard. Pay half your life points to special summon 1 Dark Guardian from your deck. You cannot normal summon or set this turn. And now, by paying half of our life points, I can summon the Dark Guardian. He stopped, as he summoned his newest and strongest monster. P/D 3500 is equal to 3500. Dark Guardian. Attribute Dark. Level 12. Card Type. Effect Monster. Monster Type. Warrior. Effect: this card cannot be normal summoned or set. This card cannot be special summoned except with Dark Element. This card cannot be destroyed by battle. ATK/3800 Def/3800. Now Dark Guardian, attack and destroy Drillroid, Para said, with Dark Guardian giving a battle cry, before charging Drillroid. Not so fast, buddy! I play my trap card, Hero Barrier! And since I have an elemental hero, I can negate your attack, Jaden said, as a barrier blocked the Dark Guardian's attack. Hero Barrier. Card Type, Normal Trap. Effect: if there is a face-up monster on your side of the field that includes Elemental Hero in its card name, Negate one attack from your opponent's monster. Tisk, okay, I'll finish my shift, he said. Alright, my move then. And I'll start by using the card I just drew, Pot of Greed, and draw 2 more cards, Jaden said, playing the spell card and drawing again. Pot of Greed. Card type, normal spell. Effect, draw 2 cards from your deck. I will now cast the field spell, Fusion Gate, Jaden said, inserting the field spell, as dark clouds swirled above them. Fusion Gate. Card type, field spell. Effect, fusion monsters can be fusion summoned without using polymerization. Fusion material monsters used for this fusion summon are removed from the game, instead of being sent to the graveyard. And I'll use the Fusion Gate to fuse elemental heroes Avian, Bubbleman, and Sparkman to bring out elemental hero Tempest, Jaden declared, with the 3 heroes flying into the clouds. Before descending from them was the resulting fusion summon. Elemental hero Tempest. Attribute, Wind, level 8. Card type, Fusion/Effect monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect, Elemental hero Avian. Plus, Elemental hero Sparkman. Plus, Elemental hero Bubbleman. This monster cannot be special summoned except by fusion summon. By sending 1 card, except this card, from your side of the field to the graveyard, target 1 monster on your side of the field. While this card is face up on the field, the targeted monster is not destroyed as a result of battle. Damage calculation still applies normally. ATK/2800 def/2800. That's not all, because I'm abandoning Fusion Gate and activating Skyscraper, Jaden said, as the dark clouds were replaced by a large, sprawling city, with Tempest leaping to the top of a building. Skyscraper. Card type, field spell. Effect, when an elemental hero monster you control battles an opponent's monster whose ATK is higher, the elemental hero monster gains 1000 ATK during damage calculation only. And thanks to Skyscraper increasing his attack points by 1000 and Tempest's ability, by discarding Cyrus's face-down attack, you can say goodbye to Dark Guardian. Let's go Tempest, Jaden said, as Tempest launched itself at Dark Guardian to destroy it, while Cyrus's face-down attack vanished, protecting Tempest from being destroyed. Elemental hero Tempest. ATK/2800 DF/2800 ATK/3800 DF/2800. Though instead of being destroyed, Dark Guardian blocked Tempest's attack, before knocking down the elemental hero. Nice try, but Dark Guardian has a special ability of its own. It can't be destroyed by battle, he revealed, surprising Jaden and Cyrus. Damn, I'm off duty, Jaden said, knowing that would be a problem. Very well, I draw and activate my face-down one-on-one battle. This trap card forces our strongest monsters to battle, allowing Dark Guardian and Tempest to fight once more. But unlike Dark Guardian, Tempest can still be destroyed by battle. Return Dark Guardian, Dox said. One-on-one fight. Card type, normal trap. Effect, this turn, each player selects 1 monster they control with the highest ATK. Conduct battle between the selected monsters. Dark Guardian charged towards Tempest, and the hero was forced to reluctantly attack as well. I sacrifice Skyscraper, protecting Tempest from being destroyed, Jaden said quickly, saving Tempest from being destroyed, but he and Cyrus were still damaged. J/S1200 1000 is equal to 200. You may have saved your monster, but next turn, this duel will be over, Dox said, ending his turn. Then I draw, Cyrus said, pulling out a card, his eyes wide when he saw it was Power Bond. Looking at his hand in the Paradox Brothers field, Cyrus saw that they now only had Dark Guardian, while he had the opportunity to bring out a powerful monster. Cyrus looked up at the stands and saw his brother and friends standing at the top, looking down at him. I can do this, Cyrus thought, adding Power Bond to his hand. I pay tribute to my Drillroid to summon UFOroid, Cyrus said, as Drillroid disappeared with the appearance of UFOroid. UFO. Attribute, Light. Level 6. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Machine. Effect, when this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 machine-type monster with 1500 or less ATK from your deck in face-up attack position. ATK/1200 def/1200. And now I play the spell card, Power Bond, To fuse UForoid and Elemental Hero Tempest to bring out UForoid Fighter, Cyrus said, as the UForoid transformed into a hovering vehicle, which Tempest jumped into. UForoid Fighter. Attribute, Light. Level 10. Card type, Fusion/Effect Monster. Monster type, Machine. Effect, UForoid, +1 Warrior type monster. This card can only be fusion summoned with the above fusion material monsters. This card's original ATK and def become equal to the combined original ATK of the two fusion material monsters you used to fusion summon this card. ATK/def/. Next, UForoid Fighter's attack and defense are determined by the total attack and defense points of the monsters used to summon it, giving it a total of 4,000 attack points. Not only that, but thanks to Power Bond, it's now doubled to 8,000. Cyrus said, shocking the Paradox brothers at the power the fighter possessed. UForoid Fighter, ATK/def/. ATK/8000 def/8000. Now UForoid Fighter, attack Dark Guardian, Cyrus said, with UForoid Fighter flying towards Dark Guardian and firing on him, even though Dark Guardian was not destroyed, the Paradox brothers' life points were still wiped out due to the difference in power. P/D3500-4500 equals -1000. Match winners, Jaden Yuki and Cyrus Truesdale. Are you kidding me? Growler thought, angry at seeing those Slifer slackers somehow managing to defeat the Paradox brothers. It shouldn't be possible for those Slifers to have defeated one of the best tag teams in the world. And yet, it happened right in front of him. No matter, Loomis and Umbra will be able to deal with the other Slifer slacker and Alexis, and they'll be expelled. Growler thought, although he was disappointed that he would lose Alexis as an Obelisk Blue. It would be worth it, if it meant hurting that brat, Naruto. Furthermore, Growler refused to change his name to Mid-Boss. Meanwhile, Naruto, Bastion, and Chumli went down to congratulate their friends on their victory. Way to go, guys! I knew you could do it! Naruto said, smiling at his friends. Yeah, that was an incredible duel, Chumli said. It was quite an experience, actually, Bastion added, impressed with how Jaden and Cyrus held their own against such a renowned tag team. Cyrus, Zane said, approaching them, with Cyrus stiffening slightly at his brother's appearance. Why, yeah, Zane? Cyrus said, nervous that Zane would be upset with the way he used Power Bond, only to be surprised when Zane put a hand on her shoulder and smiled at her. You did well, little brother, Zane said, pleased to see how Cyrus fared in the duel. Cyrus was surprised by his brother's words, before nodding with a big smile, happy to have proven himself to his brother and himself. Come on, let's head back to the stands so Alexis and Blair can start their match, Naruto said, with the others nodding, before heading up to the stands as Alexis and Blair were called out. Although Jaden and Cyrus felt some annoyance when Alexis and Blair came out with their own entrance music that was better than theirs. How come you didn't mess with his music? Jaden said, with Naruto grinning cheekily. Because they asked me to make sure their music was awesome, you didn't. You have to be specific, Jaden, Naruto said, since it wasn't his fault. Alexis and Blair had the foresight to take his teasing nature into account. Seriously, given all the pranks he's managed to pull since getting Duel Academy, especially on Mid-Boss, would you think Jaden would be more careful with his words? Jaden complained about this, but laughed when Loomis and Umbra came out with Barbie Girl playing for them. How fitting, Kaiba said, smiling, since those two enjoyed dressing up as dolls. What is the meaning of this? Loomis frowned, as he and Umbra stared grimly at the panicked Growler. Just for that, we'll demand double the amount promised as compensation, Umbra continued, especially since her entrance music was the worst of the bunch. Very well, but it'll come directly from Growler's account, a laughing shepherd assured the two masked duelists. No, the aforementioned teacher shrieked. Not a moment later, the game began. Duel, AB 8000, L/U 8000. I'll get things started, Blair said, pulling out a card and adding it to her hand. And first, I'll play the summon spell card to fuse Alistair the Invoker and Laundry Dragon Maid to fusion summon the summoned Cocytus, in defense mode, Blair said, as her two monsters merged into a large blue summoning circle behind her, from which Cocytus emerged with a roar. Invocation. Card type, normal spell. Effect, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand as fusion material. If you summon a summoned fusion monster this way, you can also banish monsters from your field and or any player's graveyard as fusion material. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target one of your banished. Alistair the Invoker. Shuffle this card into the deck, and if you do, add it to your hand. You can only use this summoning effect once per turn. Cocytus summoned. Attribute: Water. Level 6. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Dragon/Fusion. Effect: Cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. This card can attack while in face-up defense position. If so, apply its ATK to calculate damage. ATK/1800 def/2900. Then I'll put a card face down and end my turn, Blair said, putting a card face down and ending her turn. It was a great move, bringing out one of her summoned monsters early, but after watching Jaden and Cyrus duel against the Paradox Brothers, along with the new addition of Dark Guardian, she and Alexis agreed that it would be best to end their duel as quickly as possible, in case Loomis and Umbra also had new cards in their decks. My drawing, Loomis said, pulling out a card, and I'll start by playing Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards. Then I'll summon Melchid, the four-faced beast, Loomis said, summoning her monster. Melchid, the four-faced beast. Attribute: Dark. Level 4. Card type: Normal monster. Monster type: Demon. Card text: This monster has 4 different masks for 4 different attacks. ATK/1500 def/1200. Then I place 2 cards face down and end my turn, Loomis said, smiling as she placed 2 cards on the field. My drawing, Alexis said, pulling out a card. I play the ritual spell, Machine Angel Ritual, and offer my level 6 Mind on Air to summon Cyber Angel Natasha, Alexis said, as a large, burning torch appeared behind her, from which Cyber Angel Natasha appeared. Ritual of the Angel of the Machine. Card type: Ritual spell. Effect: This card can be used to ritual summon any Cyber Angel ritual monster. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field whose total levels exactly equal the level of the ritual monster you ritual summon. Cyber Angel Natasha. Attribute: Light. Level 5. Card type: Effect Monster. Monster type: Fairy/Ritual. Effect: You can ritual summon this card with Machine Angel Ritual. Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster you control, gain LP equal to half its ATK. When a ritual monster you control is the target of an attack, you can negate the attack. If this card is in the graveyard, you can banish another Cyber Angel monster from your graveyard, then target one monster your opponent controls. Special summon this card, and if you do, take control of that monster. ATK/1000 def/1000. Then I'll equip her with rare gold armor, Alexis said, with Natasha equipped with white and gold armor. Rare gold armor. Card type: Equip spell. Effect: As long as you control the monster equipped with this card, your opponent cannot attack monsters other than the equipped monster. Now I put a card face down and end my turn, Alexis said, putting a face down card on the field. My turn, Umbra said, drawing a card and smirking at what he had, while looking at Loomis. I activate the ritual card, Curse of the Masked Beast, and offer my level 4 Shining Abyss and level 4 Melchid the Four-Faced Beast to summon the Masked Beast, said Umbra, with Loomis looking at him, surprised that he was using her monster, as 3 torches appeared on the field, which Melchid and Shining Abyss entered before from the flames emerged the Masked Beast. Curse of the Masked Beast. Card type: Ritual spell. Effect: This card is used to ritual summon the Masked Beast. You must also offer monsters with a total star level of 8 or more as a tribute from the field or your hand. The Masked Beast. Attribute: Dark. Level 8. Card type: Normal monster. Monster type: Demon/Ritual. Effect: This monster can only be ritual summoned with the ritual spell card. Curse of the Masked Beast. You must also offer monsters with a total star level of 8 or more as a tribute from the field or your hand. ATK/3200 def/1800. What are you doing? I don't have any monsters on the field now, Loomis hissed, with Umbra smirking at her. I was bringing out our strongest monster. Isn't that what you were doing when you left me without any cards in my hand during Battle City? Umbra retorted, having held a grudge ever since. Are you kidding? Now's the time for that. Loomis said, angry that Umbra felt the need to get revenge on him for that, now of all times. Wow, he's not much of a team player, is he? Leaving you like that open to attack, Blair said, pleased that they didn't even need to say anything to start butting heads. Now that there's tension between the two former rare hunters, they just need to exploit it. Making things much easier for Blair and Alexis, since they didn't need to turn Loomis and Umbra against each other. Yeah, you only have two face down now, and those would even protect you from our attacks? Alexis asked, raising an eyebrow, while inwardly smirking at her opponents, making Loomis growl, since they wouldn't protect him, given Cocytus's ability, and Natasha didn't attack, anyway. No, but they can do this! I activate my bottomless trap hole upside down, banishing the masked beast, Loomis said, surprising and angering Umbra as a giant pit appeared beneath the masked beast, taking it out of the game. Bottomless trap hole. Card type, normal trap. Effect: when your opponent summons a monsters with 1500 ATK or more, destroy that monsters with 1500 ATK or more, and if you do, banish it. What are you doing? Now my field is open too, Umbra shouted, while Loomis smiled at him. Well, if only someone would decide to wait until we both had monsters on the field to protect us, before summoning the masked beast, Loomis replied, emphasizing that he wouldn't have done that if Umbra hadn't betrayed him. Grr, my turn's over, Umbra said, angry at losing one of his most powerful monsters so early. Alright, my move, Blair said, drawing a card, smiling at how they managed to bring out their strongest, while remembering what Yugi and Kaiba told them about their decks. First, I activate the spell card, Card of Demise, allowing me to draw up to 5 cards in my hand, Blair said, drawing until she had 5 cards in her hand. Letter from Death. Card type, normal spell. Effect: draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand. During your 5th standby phase after activation, send all cards in your hand to the graveyard. Next, I activate Forbidden. Now when calling a card's name, it cannot be used while Forbidden is on the field. And I choose Masked Doll, Blair declared, pleased to draw another of Loomis and Umbra's strongest cards, much to the chagrin of the former rare hunters. Prohibition. Card type, continuous spell. Effect: activate by declaring the name of a card. Cards with that name and their effects cannot be used. Cards already on the field are unaffected, including face-down cards. While Forbidden wasn't a card she typically used, given how it relied on knowing what cards her opponent used, making it useful only against duelists she dueled against regularly, or duelists she did research against. And thankfully, Loomis and Umbra fell under the latter, thanks to what Yugi and Kaiba told them, along with her and Alexis's research on their current opponents. I now call the field Nurse Dragonmaid, Blair said, summoning her monster. Dragonmaid Nurse. Attribute Earth. Level 2. Card type, effect monster. Monster type Dragon. Effect: if this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one level 4 or lower Dragonmaid monster in your graveyard, except Nurse Dragonmaid, special summon. At the start of the battle phase, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon one level 7 Dragonmaid monster from your hand or graveyard. You can only use each effective Nurse Dragonmaid once per turn. ATK/500 def/1600. And thanks to your skill, I can bring back the Laundry Dragonmaid from the graveyard, Blair said, as the Laundry Dragonmaid appeared on the field. Dragonmaid Laundry. Attribute: Water. Level 2. Card type, effect monster. Monster type Dragon. Effect: if this card is normal or special summoned, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. At the start of the battle phase, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon one level 7 Dragonmaid monster from your hand or graveyard. You can only use each effective Dragonmaid Laundry once per turn. ATK/500 def/1600. And with Laundry Dragonmaid's own ability, I can send the top 3 cards of my deck to the graveyard, Blair said, sending the cards to her grave. Finally, I'll use Nurse Dragonmaid's second ability to special summon Dragonmaid Ernest from my hand, Blair said, as the Nurse Dragonmaid assumed her dragon form. Dragonmaid Ernest. Attribute Earth. Level 7. Card type, effect monster. Monster type Dragon. Effect: cannot be destroyed by card effects while you control a fusion monster. You can only use each of the following effects of Dragon Maid Ernest, once per turn. Quick effect: you can discard this card. Special summon one level 4 or lower Dragon Maid monster from your hand. At the end of the battle phase, you can return this card to your hand, and if you do, special summon one level 2 Dragon Maid monster from your hand. ATK/2600 def/1600. Now Cocytus attacks Umbra directly, Blair said, with Cocytus roaring as he unleashed a high-pressure blast of water at Umbra, taking out part of his and Loomis's hit points. L/U 1800 is equal to 6200. Ernest, it's your turn now. Attack Umbra, Blair said, with Ernest charging forward, attacking Umbra. L/U 6200 2600 is equal to 3600. Finally, the Laundry Mermaid attack too, Blair said, with the Dragon Maid Washerwoman jumping and smacking Umbra with her tail. L/U 3600-500 equals 3100. Now I use Ernest's ability to bring back Nurse Dragon Maid, and I also use her ability to special summon Kitchen Dragon Maid from the grave, Blair said, as Ernest transformed into his human form, while Kitchen Dragon Maid was also brought to the field. Dragon Maid Kitchen. Attribute Fire. Level 3. Card Type. Effect Monster. Monster Type Dragon. Effect: if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Dragon Maid monster from your deck to your hand, except Kitchen Dragon Maid, then send one Dragon Maid monster from your hand to the graveyard. At the start of the battle phase, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon one level 8 Dragon Maid monster from your hand or graveyard. You can only use each effective Kitchen Dragon Maid once per turn. ATK/500 def/1700. And with Kitchen's ability, I add a Dragon Maid monster from my deck to my hand. And with that, my turn ends, Blair said, adding a Dragon Maid to her hand before ending her turn. Look what you did! Umbra yelled, looking at Loomis, blaming him for this since he was the one who banished the masked beast. There's nothing to worry about, because I can handle the rest of this duel on my own. I draw, Loomis said, smiling. I now summon the Great Elder Tiki, Loomis said, as she summoned her monster, Great Old Man Tiki. Attribute Dark. Level 4. Card Type. Normal Monster. Monster Type Demon. Card Text: a masked monster that wields the deadliest of curses. ATK/1500 def/800. And now I activate my second Mask of Dispel face down and attach it to the rare gold armor, Loomis said, as Mask of Dispel appeared over rare gold armor, nullifying its effect. Mask of Dispel. Card Type: Continuous Spell. Effect: target another face-up spell card on the field. Negate its effects. That card's controller takes 500 damage during each of their standby phases. When that card is removed from the field, destroy this card. I don't believe it! I activate my trap card, Solemn Judgment, destroying Mask of Dispel, Alexis said, as Mask of Dispel was destroyed, while she and Blair lost half of their life points. AB 8000 4000 is equal to 4000. Solemn Judgment. Card Type: Counter Trap. Effect: when a monster would be summoned, or a spell/trap card is activated, pay half of your life points. Negate the summoning or activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Grr, never mind that my Elder Tiki is strong enough to destroy your Natasha, Loomis declared, only for Alexis to smile. That's right, if it weren't for Natasha's Cyber Angel ability, that allows me to negate any attack aimed at the ritual monsters I control. Then, your Tiki Elder can't attack, thanks to the rare gold armor and Natasha's ability, Alexis said, with Loomis furious at being prevented from attacking. My shift's over, Loomis muttered. Then it's my draw. And I'll play Card of Sanctity, allowing us to draw until we have 6 cards, Alexis said, as everyone drew until they had 6 cards. Letter of Holiness. Card Type: Normal Spell. Effect: each player draws until they have 6 cards in hand. I now call to the field, Cyber Gymnast in attack mode, Alexis said, as she summoned her monster, Cyber Gymnast. Attribute: Earth. Level 4. Card Type: Effect Monster. Monster Type: Warrior. Effect: once per turn, discard one card from your hand, destroy one face-up attack position monster on your opponent's side of the field. ATK/800 def/1800. And with his ability, I will destroy Grand Tiki Elder, Alexis declared, as Cyber Gymnast flipped forward and destroyed Grand Tiki Elder with a kick, leaving Loomis open to be attacked. I have now equipped Cyber Angel Natasha with a ritual weapon, Alexis said, as Natasha grabbed the weapon that appeared before her. Ritual weapon, card type, equip spell, effect, equip only to a level 6 or lower ritual monster. Gains 1500 ATK and DF. Cyber Angel Natasha, ATK/1000 DF/1000 ATK/2500 DF/2500. Now Natasha attacks Loomis directly, Alexis said, as Natasha galloped towards Loomis and attacked him, further reducing his and Umbra's hit points. L/U30 100 2500 is equal to 600. Cyber Gymnast, attack Loomis as well and end this duel, Alexis said, with Cyber Gymnast nodding, before jumping up and launching herself into the air, delivering a kick straight to Loomis's head, knocking the last of her life points out of her. L/U 600 800 is equal to -200. Match winners, Alexis Rhodes and Blair Flanagan. Yay! Alexis and Blair cheered, high-fiving each other for winning. Meanwhile, Growler was letting out a sound that was a mix between choking and wheezing, while turning deathly pale. They won, everyone won, I have to change my name to Mid-Boss, Growler thought, realizing that not only were those slackers going to stay at Duel Academy, but now he had to change his name. And what made this even more humiliating was that part of the reason for this was because two of the duelists he hired were busy fighting each other over an old grudge, instead of focusing on the duel at hand. Unfortunately, things have taken a turn for the worse for Growler, as Professor Banner decided to rub salt in the wounds. Partly as revenge for the scare Growler gave him when he sent the Duel Academy Disciplinary Committee to Slifer's Red Dormitory. This made Banner think the US government had found him. Let's hear it from Mid-Boss, for organizing such entertaining and exciting duels for us. Despite the circumstances for them, Banner shouted, leading the entire student body and staff to chant the words, Mid-Boss, over and over again, much to Growler's ever-increasing horror, as there is literally nothing he can do about it now. Well, I guess we'll have to start calling him Professor Mid-Boss, Shepard said, patting Mid-Boss on the back. A moment later, the now renamed Mid-Boss collapsed. Back in the arena, Alexis and Blair smiled at their friends as they entered the arena to congratulate them. Both girls, though, only had eyes on Naruto, who smiled brightly at them, making their hearts race. It also made Alexis and Blair realize that they weren't just in love with Naruto, as they originally believed. No, after all the time they've spent with the mustachioed blonde and everything he's done for them, from being their friend, to helping them, to comforting them, to just being himself. Neither of them really thought anything of it, as once they approached their friends, they wrapped their arms around Naruto, hugging him tightly, while surprising the ninja, before he hugged them back. Yeah, we've definitely fallen for him, Alexis and Blair thought. Chapter 10. Shay! Keep your eye on the ball, Cyrus said, as he stood with the rest of Team Slifer Red, while Jaden stood ready to bat against Team Ari Yellow. Currently, both dorms were having a baseball game against each other, with a score of 5-2 in favor of the Slifers. While sitting in the stands, Naruto and Blair simply watched the game, rather than participating in it. Blair, because she wasn't really that interested in playing baseball. Plus, she didn't want to risk her costume getting ruined in the ballgame. And Naruto wasn't playing, since although he was officially RA Yellow, he was still staying in the Red dorm, so he was being neutral in the match. What does baseball have to do with duel monsters? Blair wondered aloud, not really seeing how baseball was helping them become better duelists. I'm not really sure, maybe it's to build teamwork for tag duels, Naruto suggested, also not entirely sure how baseball is connected to duel monsters. I guess. By the way, what have you been doing since the tag matches? Outside of class, that is, Blair asked, since she hasn't seen much of Naruto since the tag matches a week ago. I'm mostly just working on new strategies for my decks, adding some cards that would be useful to them. I've also been hanging out with Alexis and Mana, along with helping Alexis improve her deck, Naruto replied, not seeing Blair's annoyed expression when she mentioned hanging out with Alexis and Mana. Even worse was that between the two of them, Naruto was aware of Mana's feelings for him, or at least that she liked him more than just as a little brother figure. And Blair still had to worry about when Alexis would reveal her own feelings for him, which would leave her even further behind. Just 2 more years, just 2 more years, just 2 more years, just 2 more years. Blair mentally hummed, knowing she only had to wait 2 more years until she turned 13, the age of consent in Japan. Fortunately, her birthday is coming up in a few months, which means she only has 1 more year left. But until then, she just had to make sure others didn't take too much advantage of her. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the gym entrance, when they saw Bastion running out. Time out! Sorry, I was organizing my deck and lost track of time, Bastion said, having been finalizing some of the decks he'd been rebuilding, and didn't realize how long he'd been doing that, before quickly running towards the stadium. Can you throw? One of the Ras asked. Of course, Bastion replied with a nod. Well, we need a new arm. Pitcher swap! Get out there! With that, Bastion ran toward the mound, with Jaden pointing his bat at him. This isn't a written exam, Bastion! I hope you know what you're doing, Jaden said as he readied himself, feeling like it would be an easy home run. I've already done all the math, so get ready for some heat, Jaden, Bastion replied, grinning, having made the perfect calculations to get Jaden out. All right, I hope you're ready for something with a bit of bite, Bastion said before throwing the ball, which went straight to Jaden, with the same thing happening with the next 2 balls. Strike 3! You're out! Oh man! Jaden said, annoyed that he couldn't even come close to hitting the ball. The Slifers and the Ras switched places, with Jaden pitching and the Ras up to bat. Jaden managed to get the first 2 batters out, though his teammates were confused and a little annoyed when Jaden let the next 3 batters walk and take 3 bases. What's Jaden doing? Blair said, confused by Jaden letting the Ras get ahead of him like that. See who's batting next, Naruto said, pointing at Timare, with Blair realizing what Jaden was doing when she saw Bastion at the plate. Of course I'd want to go against Bastion, Blair said, sighing, as she knew this was something Jaden would do, wanting one of the Bastions for RA to take out. All right, Bastion, here's something for you, Jaden said, throwing the ball as hard as he could, intending to throw Bastion out, only for Bastion to swing and send the ball flying across the gym. Meanwhile, the newly appointed mid-boss walked around the gym with a frown. Chaz couldn't beat Naruto, the Paradox brothers couldn't beat their slacker friends, and those idiots, Loomis and Umbra, might as well have been fighting each other. Now I'm stuck with this cursed name forever, and still no closer to finding someone I can beat. The mid-boss yelled in pain, as a baseball fell from the sky, with enough force to send it crashing into several team baskets. Heads up, Jaden said, as he and Cyrus ran over to where the ball landed, worried about who it hit, only to see mid-boss push the equipment off of him and frown. You! Well, of course, who else could cause such intense pain? Mid-boss shouted, knowing that the Slifers were somehow involved in his most recent grief. Well, that's one way to keep your eye on the ball, Cyrus said. Sorry, mid-boss was, Jaden said. My fault. I was the one who hit the ball, Bastion said, as he ran towards the injured teacher, not wanting his friends to be blamed for his mistake. Bastion. Of course. Here I was trying to find a new accomplice, and here he's punching me in the face. Well, I actually, but that's beside the point, mid-boss said, his anger immediately fading, and he smiled evilly as he started thinking of a new idea to get revenge on Naruto. Dr. Mid-boss, please accept my apologies, Bastion said, trying to keep a straight face at having to call him Mid-boss all the time. No! No, no, no! I've wanted to get my contact lenses refitted for a long time, and now I have the perfect excuse. And the perfect new protege, Mid-boss said. What was that? Jaden asked, as he and Cyrus gathered up the scattered equipment. Hey! Alright, you two, you've caused enough trouble. Shoo! Shoo, shoo! Mid-boss growled, while waving his arms at them. Good. Besides, that was foul, Bastion, so technically we won. Bye. Jaden said quickly, before he and Cyrus ran off, glad that he was able to take out Bastion. Even if it was a technicality, he was taking it. Don't worry about those 2 Slifer slackers. It's time you started hanging out with your own kind, don't you think? It's time you started hanging out with me, Mid-boss said sinisterly, while Bastion felt uncomfortable with how close he was standing. Time skip one day. Damn, at first you're on top and respected by your peers. But 2 losses later, and everything falls apart around you. Chaz muttered, as he sat back in his seat, having worked tirelessly to regain his reputation as the rising star of the Obelisk's early years, with very little success. Chaz, where do you think you're sitting? An Obelisk questioned. My seat, Chaz said. Sorry, but that's not your seat anymore. Now move, said the Obelisk, smiling. What are you talking about? Of course it's my seat, it says so right here, Chaz said, pointing to where his name was, only for his eyes to widen when he no longer saw his name. Sorry, Chaz, but you were moved there, Obelisk said, pointing at R.A. and Slifer's. No way, this is all wrong. I don't belong there with those losers. Dr. Midboss, tell everyone this is a mistake. Tell them I belong here, Chaz said, desperate to show the others that he belonged here. But you haven't. And you haven't since you lost those 2 duels to. Who was it now? Oh yeah, I remember, Jaden Yuki and Naruto Uzumaki, a Slifer and a R.A. Which is why tomorrow, you'll be dueling Bastion Masawa, and if you lose to him too, you 2 will be switching dorms, Midboss said, much to Chaz's shock and horror. You mean I'd become a R.A. yellow duelist? Chaz asked, horrified at the thought of using yellow instead of blue. Yes, very well. Now if only you could duel as well as you heard, Midboss said sarcastically, with the class laughing at Chaz, who immediately ran out of the classroom. Then, after class ended, Naruto met up with Blair and Alexis, with the 3 of them at the beach. Hey Naruto, I've been wondering. In your world you said you were a ninja, what exactly did you do? Blair asked, curious and eager to learn more about Naruto's life in her world. Well, I wasn't a ninja, as they portray us here, dressing in black and hiding in the shadows. I guess we were more like mercenaries, hired to carry out missions for clients, Naruto replied. Really? What missions did you do? Alexis asked, also curious about Naruto's previous profession. Mostly D-rank missions, which are basically just doing chores for other people, though I did take on a few escort missions, like helping protect a bridge builder, escorting a village leader back to their village, and even helping save a princess, for example. Naruto answered, surprising Blair and Alexis. You saved a princess? How? Blair asked, eager to hear this. Well, my team was hired to protect an actress, while a movie was being filmed. But what we didn't know was that the actress was actually the princess of the land they were filming in, said Naruto, as he began to tell them about his team's mission in the Land of Snow, from saving Koiki and fighting her tyrannical uncle, Doto, to how the Land of Snow became the Land of Spring. The story amazed Alexis and Blair, and the latter was especially amazed and excited, as it reminded her of the anime/manga and video games she watched/read/played, before coming to Duel Academy. Wow, that's really amazing, that you saved an entire country, Alexis said, smiling at how determined Naruto can be, and his drive to never give up, even against someone as strong as this Doto boy sounded. Yeah, and you saved a princess, that's great. Although, Blair said, before looking down shyly, with a slight blush. If I was a princess, would you save me? Blair asked, hoping Naruto would start to see her feelings for him, while Alexis looked at her annoyed, seeing what she was doing. You don't need to be a princess for me to save you, Blair. I would do it anyway. After all, we're friends, right? Naruto said, smiling at Blair, while patting her on the head. Fine, friends, Blair muttered, looking down in depression at being seen as a friend. Though I doubt you'll need me to save you, since I know you're a strong duelist and can take care of yourself. So you might be able to save yourself if anything, Naruto said, Blair looking at him in surprise. Do you really think that? Blair asked, moved by Naruto's opinion of her and her skill as a duelist. I know. Though that doesn't mean I won't still be there to help along the way, for both of us, Naruto said, looking at Blair and Alexis, with the 2 girls smiling at his words. By the way, Alexis, you don't have to answer if it's awkward. But what was your brother like? Naruto asked, with Alexis looking at him in surprise at the question. My brother? Alexis said, looking out at the ocean sadly. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, I just wanted to know what kind of person he was, Naruto said. No, it's okay, I'm just surprised. Atticus as well, think of him as the opposite of Zane. He was always cheerful and energetic, as well as pretty bossy with me as his little sister, always doing what he thought was best for me. But I knew he loved me, and I loved him. He was also a bit of a show-off, wanting to impress the girls, which could be pretty annoying. But when it came down to it, he could be serious, and willing to stand up to anyone to protect the ones he loved. Alexis said, smiling softly, as she remembered all the good times she and Atticus had. While he could annoy her like no one else, Alexis couldn't ask for a better brother. Sounds like a great guy, Naruto said, with Alexis nodding her head. It is, you actually remind me of him, both in personality and skilled duelists, Alexis replied, before feeling Naruto place a hand on her shoulder. Then that's just more reason to find him, and we will, Alexis, I promise, Naruto said, with the obelisk queen smiling at him as she placed her hand over his. I know, thanks, Naruto, Alexis said, feeling more hopeful that she could find Atticus, with Naruto's help. Yeah, and Naruto never goes back on his word, Mana said, appearing and wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck, the mustachioed blonde blushing slightly at her appearance, still remembering when she kissed him, along with the images of her wearing different costumes. However, Blair and Alexis were upset by his appearance, given that he was more ahead of them, having made his feelings known. It's just one of the things I like about you, Naruto, Mana said, smiling at Naruto, who nodded nervously. Rewrite. Mana, I actually wanted to talk to you about, Naruto said, only to be interrupted, when Mana kissed him on the cheek. You don't have to say anything, I know, and I'm fine waiting until you're ready, Mana said, smiling and understanding, knowing that Naruto wasn't ready for a relationship, as he still had his own issues to work out. Furthermore, Mana was still just a dual spirit, which would make the relationship between them quite difficult. But once I finally have my own body, then I'll show him what I can really do, Mana thought, eager for the day she can have her own real body. Although she was a little annoyed, as this meant Alexis and Blair had more time to catch up to her in their competition. Naruto smiled at her gratefully, glad that she understood what he meant. Personally, Naruto was still surprised that Mana actually liked him like that, given that his past experiences with girls hadn't been the best. But he also wouldn't lie and say that he didn't like Mana and found her attractive. Naruto just wasn't sure he was ready for a relationship. Mana soon returned to the deck, with Naruto, Blair, and Alexis getting to know each other better. They soon noticed it was getting late though, as the sun had already set. I guess we should head back to our dorms, Naruto said. Yes, but first, why don't we go down to the dock? Alexis said. The pier? Blair asked, with the obelisk nodding. It's a nice place to go, to relax, and enjoy the peace and quiet, Alexis replied, given that she and Zane had been there several times before, and enjoyed the serenity at night. That sounds pretty good. Sure, let's go, Naruto said, with Blair nodding her head. With that, the three students headed to the dock, though when they arrived, they saw that someone was already there. Huh! Is that Chaz? Alexis said, squinting and seeing it was Chaz, standing at the edge of the dock. What's he doing here? Blair asked, confused as to why the obelisk student was here. They were only more confused when it appeared Chaz had thrown something into the water, before quickly running off, thankfully not noticing the three of them standing not far from where he was. Now suspicious of what Chaz was doing, the three ran over to where he was standing and saw what he threw into the water, only for their eyes to widen in shock when they saw dozens of cards floating in the water. What? Why did Chaz throw these cards into the water? Alexis said, surprised to see Chaz throw cards like that. I think I know, look at them. Vorse Raider and Ring of Destruction, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Wait, those are Bastion's letters, Alexis said, recognizing them from the entrance exam. Why would Chaz destroy Bastion's cards? Blair asked, angry that Chaz would not only steal Bastion's deck, but then throw them into the water. Isn't it obvious? Chaz is trying to make sure Bastion can't participate in their duel, so he can stay in Obelisk Blue, Naruto said, taking several photographs of the scattered cards as proof. Amazing! He can't just duel fairly, he has to cheat, Alexis said, angered by Chaz's actions. Come on, let's go. We'll show them to the teachers as proof tomorrow. Naruto said, the girls nodding, refusing to let Chaz get away with this. But first, they had to get to Bastion to inform him of what had happened. Time skip one day. Bastion, you did it! Oh, and I see you brought some friends. Midboss said, pleased that Bastion was here, only to be annoyed when he saw Naruto, Blair, Alexis, Jaden, and Cyrus with him, although to a lesser extent with Alexis, given that she is one of Obelisk Blue's most promising students. But his resentment had extended somewhat to her, as her hand and him had to change his name to Midboss. I hope you fight better than the company you have, Chaz said, smiling, as he knew Bastion wouldn't be able to duel without his mace. That's funny coming from you, given that you threw his mace into the ocean, Chaz, Jaden said, as he looked at Chaz, having been informed of what happened with Cyrus and Bastion, when Naruto and the girls arrived at his room looking for R.A. Yellow. Excuse me? Midboss said, surprised by the accusation, since destroying someone's deck was a serious accusation. I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Midboss. I didn't do anything. Chaz denied, knowing they had no proof. Oh, is that right? We saw you, Chaz, last night at the pier, Alexis said. You threw away the cards and then you ran away, Blair added. And here's the proof, Naruto said, showing the photos he took last night. Naruto had also sent a shadow clone to pick them up, while he went to inform the boys of what happened with Blair and Alexis. Normally, I wouldn't snitch, but don't mess with someone's deck, Alexis said. Yeah, no kidding. That's low even for you, Jaden said, looking at Chaz, who still didn't seem fazed by the accusations. So what? How do you know I wasn't getting rid of an old deck? Even with those pictures, all you saw was me throwing some cards away. There's no proof they're Bastion cards, Chaz countered, knowing that even with those pictures, they couldn't prove they were Bastion cards. Midboss nodded, as while he could agree that destroying someone's deck was very wrong, he had no proof that they were Bastion cards. Besides, he simply didn't like Naruto and his friends, so he wasn't very inclined to believe what they said. Liar! Jaden yelled, while Chaz frowned at the slifer. Nobody calls me a liar! And nobody calls me a thief, Chaz said. Well, then you're not. Let's have our duel, shall we? Bastion chimed in. But how? Jaden asked, knowing that without his mace, Bastion wouldn't be able to duel. Well, as Naruto has proven before, a good duelist always has a spare deck, or a few of them, Bastion said, as he opened his jacket, revealing 6 briefcases, with Chaz surprised and nervous, before quickly covering it. Yeah, well, you can keep your 6 decks. But all I need is this one to burn with my flames of malice. And since your friends are itching to accuse me of being a liar and a thief, I'd like to suggest that the loser of this duel should be expelled from Duel Academy, Chaz said. Done, Midboss said, willing to accept this condition. This surprised the others and worried them about the possibility of Bastion being expelled. However, R.A. Yellow didn't seem nervous, and simply smiled. You're going to burn me, aren't you? Then it's a good thing I brought some water, Bastion said, taking out his water attribute deck and placing it on his duel disc. Duel! Bastion 4000, Chaz 4000. I hope you're ready, because here comes the pain, Chaz said as he pulled out a card. I summoned the Thonian Soldier, in attack mode. Thonian Soldier, attribute dark, level 4. Card type, effect monster. Monster type, warrior. Effect: when this monster is destroyed, your opponent takes any battle damage you received from that battle. ATK/1200 def/1400. Then I'll put a card face down and end my turn, Chaz said, putting a card face down. Alright then, my drawing, Bastion said, drawing a card and adding it to his hand. Then I shall summon Hydrageddon, in attack mode, Bastion said, as Hydrageddon appeared in a torrent of muddy water. Hydrageddon, attribute, water, level 4. Card type, effect monster. Monster type, dinosaur. Effect: when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can special summon one, Hydrageddon, from your deck. ATK/1600 def/1000. Now attack the Thonian Soldier, with Hydro Gust, Bastion said, with Hydrageddon releasing a blast of air, destroying the Thonian Soldier and damaging Chaz's hit points. Chaz 4400 is equal to 3600. Thank you, you just activated my soldier's ability. When he's destroyed, you take the same amount of damage as me, Chaz said, as Bastion's hit points decrease by the same amount. Bastion 4400 is equal to 3600. And here's a special ability for you, Chaz. You see, when Hydrageddon destroys a monster in battle, I can summon another Hydrageddon from my deck. So rise, Hydrageddon, Bastion said, summoning a second Hydrageddon. And let's not forget, this is still my battle phase. So go to Hydrageddon, Hydro Gust, Bastion said, as the second Hydrageddon launched a direct attack at Chaz, and the attack threw the obelisk backward. Chaz 3600-1600 equals 2000. Grr, you'll pay for that. I activate my trap card, Call of the Haunted, and bring out my Thonian soldier, Chaz said, drawing a card and activating its face-down effect to bring back his monster. Call of the Enchanted. Card type, Continuous Trap. Effect. Activate this card by targeting one monster in your graveyard. Special summon that target in attack position. When this card leaves the field, destroy that target. When that target is destroyed, destroy this card. Next, I activate the spell card Inferno Reckless Summon so we can summon from our deck, hand, or graveyard the same monster we already have on the field, Chaz said, as two more Thonian soldiers appeared on his field, while Bastion summoned a third Hydrageddon. Reckless Summoning of Hell. Card type, Quick Play Spell. Effect. You can only activate this card when one monster with an ATK of 1500 or less is special summoned to your side of the field, while there is a face-up monster on your opponent's side of the field. Special summon all cards with the same name as the summoned monster from your hand, deck, and graveyard in face-up attack position. Your opponent selects one monster on their side of the field and special summons all cards with the same name from their hand, deck, and graveyard. I now play the spell card, Thonian Alliance, granting one of my soldiers 800 attack points for each other monster on my field with the same name as its own. For a total of 3600, Chaz said, grinning as one of his soldiers grew in size and strength. Thonian Alliance. Card type, Equip Spell. Effect. Increases the ATK of the equipped monster by 800 points for each face-up monster on the field with the same name as the equipped monster, including itself. Thonian Soldier. ATK/1200 DF/1400 ATK/3600 DF/1400. Now attack the Thonian Soldier, Chaz ordered, as the enhanced soldier charged forward and destroyed one of Hydrageddon's hit points and the damaged bastions. Bastion 3600-2000 equals 1600. Bravo, but it won't last. Come, Oxygeddon, Bastion said, after drawing a card and summoning Oxygeddon in a gust of air. Oxygeddon. Attribute, Wind, Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Dinosaur. Effect. When this card is destroyed by battle with a fire monster and sent to the graveyard, inflict 800 damage to both players. ATK/1800 Def/800. Go now, attack one of the 1200 Thonian soldiers with Vapor Stream, Bastion said, with Oxygeddon destroying one of the weaker Thonian soldiers, not only reducing Chaz's hit points, but also the attack points of the stronger Thonian soldier. Chaz 2600 is equal to 1400. Thonian Soldier. ATK/3600 DF/1400 ATK/2800 DF/1400. Don't forget, my soldier's ability means you take the same damage as me, Chaz said, as Bastion's hit points also decreased. Bastion 1600-600 equals 1000. Perhaps, but I'm not done yet. Now Hydrageddon, destroy the remaining Thonian soldier, Bastion said, as one of his Hydrageddons destroyed the weakest remaining soldier, once again reducing Chaz's hit points and the attack points of the last soldiers, but also his own hit points. Chaz 1400-400 equals 1000. Thonian Soldier. ATK/2800 DF/1400 ATK/2000 DF/1400. Bastion 1400 is equal to 600. Now I put a card face down and end my turn, Bastion said, placing a card face down. Good, now I can get this over with, and watch you go up in flames. I sacrificed my Thonian soldier and all the cards in my hand to summon Infernal Incinerator, Chaz said, drawing a card, only to discard it, along with his entire hand to summon Infernal Incinerator. Infernal Incinerator. Attribute Fire. Level 6. Card type. Effect Monster. Monster type Demon. Effect. This card can only be normal summoned or set by discarding all cards in your hand to the graveyard except this card, as well as tributing one monster with ATK 2000 or more from your side of the field. Increase the ATK of this monster by 200 points for each monster on your opponent's side of the field. Decrease the ATK of this card by 500 points for each monster on your side of the field, except this card. ATK/2800 def/1800. And that's not all. For every monster you have on the field, my incinerator gains 200 attack points, Chaz said, grinning as his incinerator grew even stronger. Infernal Incinerator. ATK/2800 df/1800 ATK/3400 df/1800. Now Infernal Incinerator. Attack with Firestorm Blast, Chaz ordered, with Infernal Incinerator unleashing a blast of flames at Bastion. I don't believe it! I activate my amorphous barrier trap, Bastion said, as he activated his face-down card. Amorphous Barrier. Card type Counter Trap. Effect. Activates only when an opponent's monster declares an attack while you control 3 or more monsters. Ends the battle phase. Because I have 3 monsters on the field, your attack is cancelled, as is your battle phase, Bastion said, with Chaz mockingly saying he'll simply win the next turn. Fine, I can wait to crush you next turn, Chaz said. I'm afraid there won't be a next turn, Bastion said, drawing a card. What? Chaz demanded. You heard me. I now activate Bonding H2O, sacrificing my 2 Hydrogeddons and my Oxygeddon, Bastion said, as his monsters disappeared. Union H2O. Card type Normal Spell. Effect. Tribute 2 Hydrogeddons and 1 Oxygeddon. Special Summon 1 Water Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Now come out, Water Dragon, Bastion said, as a column of water rose behind him, forming a large serpentine dragon. Water Dragon. Attribute Water. Level 8. Card type Effect Monster. Monster type Sea Serpent. Effect. This card cannot be normal summoned or set. This card cannot be special summoned except by the effect of Link H2O. While this card is face up on the field, the ATK of fire monsters and pyro-type monsters becomes 0. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 2 Hydrogeddons and 1 Oxygeddon from your graveyard. ATK/2800 def/2600. And since I only have 1 monster now, Incinerator's attack points decrease, Bastion said. Infernal Incinerator. ATK/3400 df/1800 ATK/3000 df/1800. It doesn't matter, my monster is even stronger than yours, Chaz said. You might want to check your work, Chaz, because I've already done all the calculations. Go, Water Dragon, Bastion said, as the Water Dragon unleashed a wave that hit Infernal Incinerator, reducing its attack points to 0. Infernal Incinerator. ATK/3000 df/1800 ATK/0000 df/1800. What? How? Chaz said. The Water Dragon's ability. When summoned, the attack points of fire attribute and pyro monsters are reduced to 0. Now Water Dragon, attack Tidal Blast, Bastion said, with the Water Dragon unleashing a blast of water, destroying Infernal Incinerator and wiping out the last of Chaz's life points, who was swept away by the water. Chaz 1000-2800 equals -1800. A close duel, Chaz, Bastion said, deactivating his duel disc. Pure luck! You drew a lucky card, and that's it, Chaz retorted. Perhaps. But luck favors the prepared, and I was prepared to beat you with half a dozen more cards, too. I'm sorry, you would have lost the duel one way or another. But deny it if you wish, just as you denied throwing my deck into the ocean, Bastion said. Oh yeah? Try it, Chaz challenged. If you insist. Here's one of the cards Naruto pulled out for me, with a formula I wrote on it. I suppose you could have written it, but the math would be wrong, And it isn't, Bastion said, showing his Voice Raider card, with the formula he wrote, before looking at Chaz in disappointment. Chaz, you stole, you lied, you cheated, you lost. You deserve to be expelled, Bastion said, as Chaz hung his head in defeat. Bastion Masawa, welcome to Obelisk Blue, Midboss said, pleased that his new protege was using him against Naruto. Thank you, but I must decline, Bastion said, shocking Midboss. What? But for what? Midboss questioned. When I first came to the academy, I decided that I would only get into Obelisk Blue when I became the #1 student in the freshman class. And to do that, I need to beat the #1 and #2. Naruto and Jaden, that's you too, Bastion said, looking at the two, with Naruto smirking and Jaden smirking. Sweet! Does that mean you want to fix it right now? Even better, a 3-way duel to see who's the best, Jaden said, wanting to go against Bastion and Naruto. Sorry, but not now. I still have a lot of work to do before I duel you or Naruto. You're both formidable duelists, and I need to prepare. But don't worry, I'll have new equations and strategies soon, so be prepared for it to turn out like that ball game. You know, the one where I strike you out, Bastion said while smiling. Keep dreaming, Bastion, because if anyone's going to be #1, it's going to be me, Jaden said. Both of you can dream, because I don't intend to lose, Naruto said, smirking, knowing that when it came time to duel Jaden and Bastion, he wouldn't hold back and show them what he could really do. Chapter 11. Leaving the main building of the academy, Chaz walked out, his duffel bag slung over his shoulder, and looked back at the academy. See you, Duel Academy, Chaz said reluctantly, before heading to the docks to take his family's yacht and leave, knowing he only had himself to blame for being expelled. Then, not long after Chaz left the island, Cyrus ran into a classroom, where Naruto, Blair, and Jaden were sitting. Jaden, Naruto, Blair! It's horrible, Chaz is gone, Cyrus said, running towards them, with the two Slifers and Are looking at the blue-haired boy, their eyebrows raised. And that's horrible, how? Jaden asked, not seeing the problem since Chaz was kicked out anyway. Remember, Chaz was going to get expelled anyway? It was his fault, for making that stipulation during the duel between him and Bastion, Naruto said. Yeah, he expected it anyway, after throwing Bastion's platform into the water too, Blair added. Well, yeah, I know. But don't you think getting kicked out is a little harsh, even with Bastion's deck being thrown into the water? Besides, no one saw Chaz leave. What if he's still on the island? He ended up in the abandoned dormitory, Cyrus said, whispering the last part, since not everyone knew what they found in the abandoned dormitory. This made the three of them frown, knowing that if that happened, Chaz would really be in trouble. They all agreed that being expelled was pretty tough, with Bastion even admitting that he wasn't even mad about his cards being thrown into the ocean, just disappointed. It didn't help when they heard some of the obelisks, whom they recognized as Chaz. Friends, laughing. Can you believe Chaz? Losing to Slifers and now Are? Yes, and now the coward has escaped, or is hiding somewhere. Safe travels. We no longer need someone like him disgracing Obelisk Blue, and if he knows what's good for him, he won't come back either. His words made the 3 Slifers and 1 Are frown, now seeing firsthand how far Chaz's reputation among his peers has fallen. Well, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Blair said, looking at the obelisks, while her friends nodded in agreement. Yes. And you're right, Cyrus, if Chaz is still on the island, then we have to find him, Naruto said, with the others nodding in agreement, especially since they were seeing that Chaz's actions might not have been malicious in nature. They were just those of someone who was desperate and cornered. It reminded Naruto, when Yugi told him about the time he and Adam dueled Kaiba in Duelist Kingdom, and how Kaiba threatened to kill himself if he lost, so that he could make Yugi lose and save Makuba from Pegasus. Along with how Adam was willing to go through with it to win the duel, despite how Kaiba threatened to kill himself, if not for Yugi's intervention, so that they could face Pegasus and save Solomon, after his soul was stolen, before the Duelist Kingdom tournament began, in addition to telling Naruto about other times where they were pushed into a corner during a duel. While they never cheated, they did, or almost did, things they weren't proud of and didn't regret. Another example was during the Battle City Finals, when Yugi and Adam dueled Yami Bakura, while Slifer the Sky Dragon attacked his possessed and injured friend, to ensure they could stop Merrick. And don't even get him started on the time Adam dueled Raphael so they could save Rebecca's grandfather, Arthur. Something that ultimately proved to be a trap, with Adam playing the seal of Orichalcos when the duel had gone Raphael's way. Yeah, let's find out where Chaz is. Besides, this is the perfect excuse to skip class, Jaden said, glad for the chance to leave class, while everyone rolled their eyes. With that, the four excused themselves to leave the class, before sneaking off through a tunnel. Out of curiosity, where did this tunnel come from? Blair asked as they emerged from the hole in one of the pillars connected to the main building. I don't know, I just found it one day and started using it to skip class, Jaden replied, dusting himself off. You know, the school has regular doors. Jaden and Cyrus yelled in surprise, while Naruto and Blair looked to see Alexis, Mindy, and Jasmine standing nearby. Hey Alexis, what are you three doing here? Naruto asked. Same as you, we'll help you find Chaz, Alexis replied, since despite his attitude, Chaz was still a student at Duel Academy. Great, the more there are, the better chance we have of finding him. Let's go, Naruto said, with the others nodding, before heading off into the forest to begin their search. Then, Chaz! Chaz! Jaden yelled. Come outside! Cyrus said. Yeah, we just want to help, Blair said, while Alexis sighed in annoyance. That's it. Chaz, you little toad. If this is some kind of trick as revenge for losing your duel against Bastion, you better hope we don't find you. You got it. Alexis yelled loudly, causing a flock of birds to fly in response, while the Slifers and Ares stared at her with wide eyes. Yeah, threaten him. That'll definitely make him show himself, Naruto said, making Alexis look at him, with a warning look. Don't think I won't do to you what I'll do to him if he's really hiding from us, Alexis said, while Naruto gulped at the threat and nodded, knowing that Alexis can be scary when she wants to be. Is it wrong for me to think Alexis looks hexy when she's angry like this? Naruto couldn't help but wonder mentally. You know, I'm sure there's a good reason Chaz ran away, Jasmine said. Yeah, like maybe he just snuck out to bring me flowers. My Chazzy is so romantic, Mindy said, as she fainted. Chazzy? Cyrus asked, unsure whether he should be teased or laugh at the nickname. You didn't tell them? Naruto asked Alexis, in a whisper. No one else knew about the stipulation, which was added to the Chaz vs. Bastion match. So I thought it would be best to wait until it was officially announced. Especially since Chaz is Mindy's crush of the week. Alexis responded, in her own whisper, knowing how crazy Mindy can be, and didn't have the heart to tell her friend that her current crush got voted out. Do you like Chaz? Last week it was Bastion, so who's the next little Cyrus? Jaden? Naruto? Jasmine asked, raising an eyebrow at Mindy. Well, Cyrus is pretty cute. Jaden is a good duelist. And Naruto is captivated, Mindy replied. Naruto is what? Blair asked, narrowing her eyes. Hey, look over there, something's moving in the bushes, Alexis said, pointing ahead of them, wanting them to return to their original purpose. Huh! I don't see anything, Jaden said before seeing something rustle in the bushes. Chazzy? Mindy asked. I think it could be, Cyrus said. All right. Game over, Chaz, we found you, Jaden said, as they walked towards the bush, hoping to find Chaz in them. I don't think it's Chaz, Naruto said, given that he probably went outside after realizing they found him. Then, to everyone's surprise, a monkey in a robotic suit, with a dual disc on its arm, jumped out and yelled at them. Screaming as the monkey approached them, they were all blinded by a cloud of dust before the monkey ran away. That definitely wasn't Chaz, Alexis said, her eyes wide, still registering what just happened. Not human either. What was that thing? Cyrus asked, equally surprised. Robocop's pet monkey, Blair suggested, not knowing what else to say. I have no words, Naruto muttered, having been too shocked and stunned by what he saw to do anything. He'd seen and experienced a lot of weird and crazy things during his time as a ninja. But this took the cake. At that moment, 3 guys came running out of the trees, 2 in suits and a short old man. Now what? Jaden yelled, not knowing what else to expect today, only for everyone to look up, when they heard Jasmine scream. "Jasmine!" Alexis exclaimed, looking around and seeing that her friend had disappeared. "In the trees!" Naruto said, watching Jasmine being cared for by the monkey. "Well, she always said she wanted a guy to sweep her off her feet," Mindy said, worried for her friend. "Now's not the time, Mindy!" Alexis retorted. "Put me down now!" Jasmine screamed as the monkey jumped with her. "Over there!" said one of the boys in the suit. "Move after him!" the old man ordered, with Naruto narrowing his eyes, wondering who these people were and why one was carrying a tranquilizer rifle. "Come on, we have to save Jasmine," Naruto said, as they followed the monkey and the three men. The group ran through the forest and soon reached a cliff, where they saw the monkey and Jasmine in a tree, dangling over the cliff. This only made them more worried about Jasmine falling. "Okay, is it just me, or is that a dual disc on his arm?" Jaden asked, now noticing the dual disc on the monkey's arm, which only brought up more questions. "That's no ordinary monkey. His name is Sal, Super Learning Animal, and he's a trained duelist," the old man said. "A trained duelist? A monkey?" Blair asked, her eyes wide. "These guys definitely don't belong here," Naruto thought, narrowing his eyes at the three. "Sir?" said one of the boys in the suit. "Oh right, top secret," the old man said. "Hey! If that monkey is a duelist, then let me duel him," Jaden said, taking a step forward, while the others looked at him in disbelief. Jaden, are you feeling okay?" Cyrus asked. "I'm sure he's fine, he's just gone crazy," Alexis said, not believing Jaden was actually going to try to duel a monkey. "Why don't you offer to duel, Naruto?" Blair asked, thinking Naruto would want to duel too, while Ari looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "Blair, I've done a lot of crazy things before, but I'm not going to duel a monkey," Naruto replied in a deadpan tone. "If I could, I'd just replace myself with Jasmine, but I couldn't, with these guys here. Trust me, guys, if this Sal is really trained in dueling, then this is how we'll get Jasmine back." "Listen to that, I'm challenging you," Jaden said, running forward and stood in front of Sal, who looked at him suspiciously. "You and I get out. If I win, Jasmine gets out for free," Jaden said. "What if he wins?" Jasmine said, freaking out, as Jaden paused, not having thought through that part. "Well, if you win, you'll be free, but you still have to leave Jasmine. What do you say?" Hayden asked, Sal looking at him for a few moments, before nodding, as he left Jasmine in the tree. "Is it really necessary to leave me stranded on a tree that looks like it might fall into the ocean?" Jasmine exclaimed, holding on tightly to the tree to keep from falling, all the while praying that the tree remains rooted to the side of the cliff and doesn't fall into the sea, taking her with it. "All right, let's duel," Jaden said, taking out his dual disc. "Duel!" Sal said, as the lenses on his helmets glowed, and the students were shocked by this. "Can he actually talk?" said a surprised Cyrus. "Please, that would be ridiculous. His helmet reads his mind and speaks for him," the old man said. "Yes, because that doesn't sound any less ridiculous," Blair declared, her expression deadpan. Okay, then let's go," Jaden said. "Duel! Duel! Garden 4000, SA 4000. All right, drawing," Jaden said, as he pulled out a card and saw it was Sparkman. "Okay, I summon the elemental hero Sparkman," Jaden said, as he summoned his monster. Elemental hero Sparkman. Attribute, Light. Level 4. Card type, Normal monster. Monster type, Warrior. Card text, an elemental hero and warrior of light who skillfully wields many types of weaponry. His shining surge flash cuts through the path of villainy. ATK/1600 def/1400. "And that's it for now, your move, monkey," Jaden said. My turn. Draw," Sal said, drawing a card, which was Berserk Gorilla. "Crazy Gorilla Attack Mode," Sal said, summoning his own monster. Berserk Gorilla. Attribute, Earth. Level 4. Card type, Effect Monster. Monster type, Beast. Effect: if this card is in face-up defense position, destroy this card. This card must attack if able. ATK/2000 def/1000. Berserk Gorilla attacks Sparkman. Attack! Sal shouted, as Berserk Gorilla charged forward and destroyed Sparkman, damaging Jaden's life points. Field 4400 is equal to 3600. Sal jumped and flipped in the air, happy with his attack. Now a face-down card, face down! Monkey see, monkey do! Sal sneered, ending his turn, as he put a face-down card onto the field. Jaden is losing a duel, and to a monkey at that, Blair declared, wondering if this was really happening right now. Yeah, and it's great. But given that he's being beaten by a monkey, I'm pretty sure anyone would be upset. Alexis added, Hey, come on, the duel's just begun. And I'm about to turn it around, with this, Jaden said, pulling out a card, and saw that it was polymerization. Sweet! I play polymerization and fuse Elemental Hero Avian with Burstinatrix to summon Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, Jaden said, as his two monsters fused together in his signature fusion summon. Polymerization. Card type, normal spell. Effect. Fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or your side of the field as fusion materials. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. Attribute, Wind, level 8. Card type, fusion effect monster. Monster type, Warrior. Effect. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the ATK of the destroyed monster. ATK/2100 def/1200. Now go Flame Wingman, Inferno Rage! Jaden said, as Flame Wingman unleashed a torrent of flames that charged towards Berserk Gorilla, destroying it and damaging Sal's hit points. SA 4100 is equal to 3900. And that's not all. Now Wingman's ability activates, and you take damage equal to the ATK points of the monster he just destroyed, Jaden said, as Sal cowered in fear, while Wingman flew in front of him and attacked the monkey with more flames, taking out most of its life points. SA 3900 2000 is equal to 1900. Oh yeah, how do you like that? Sal, are you still in the game? Jaden asked, after seeing Sal suddenly freeze. Is he losing? Does that mean Jaden won? Cyrus said, thinking Sal was giving up. He's not losing. He just made a mistake, one he won't make again. Given all the times we made sure to train him not to make a mistake twice. Now he just gets better. The old man said, smirking, as the students narrowed their eyes at what he meant by train. More like torture, Naruto thought, frowning at the old man. Sir? Said the boy in the suit. Oh right, secret. It doesn't matter, said the old man. So are you still in mono? Jaden asked, as Sal groaned, before pulling out a card. Never give up! I summon Acrobat Monkey, Sal said, summoning another monster. Acrobat Monkey. Attribute Earth. Level 3. Card type, normal monster. Monster type, machine. Card text, a monkey-like autonomous robot developed with cutting-edge technology. It moves in a highly acrobatic manner. ATK/1000 def/1800. Now I play my card face down. Trap, DNA surgery, go! Sal said, playing his card face down. DNA surgery. Card type, continuous trap. Effect, activate by declaring one monster type. All face-up monsters become that type. I choose beast type, Sal said, as Flame Wingman and Acrobat Monkey transformed into more beastly versions of themselves. Now I play Wild Nature's release, Sal declared. Liberation of Wild Nature. Card type, normal spell. Effect, target one beast or beast warrior monster on the field. It gains ATK equal to its def until the end of this turn, also destroy it during the end phase. This caused Acrobat Monkey's ATK points to increase, and its def points were added. Mono Acrobat. ATK/1000 df/1800 ATK/2800 df/1800. Now Acrobat Monkey attack! Somersault smash! Sal said, as Acrobat Monkey jumped and began to somersault towards Flame Wingman, destroying him and damaging Jaden's life points. Garden 3600-700 equals 2900. Although with the end of Sal's turn, Acrobat Monkey was destroyed due to Wild Nature's release. Good moves, Sal, but no banana yet. Now here's something, Jaden said, drawing a card, and saw that he had the cards he needed to win. Okay, I summon Dash. Jaden began, only to pause when he heard sounds coming from his right. Looking, Jaden saw that several monkeys had appeared and were peeking out from behind a rock. Oh no, more monkeys! Syra said, believing they would be attacked again. Oh, that's Sal's family, Blair said, realizing what was happening now and why Sal escaped. That's why you ran away. You wanted to get back to your family, Jaden said, coming to the same conclusion. Must win! Miss Family! Miss Family! Sal shouted, desperate to win the duel and return to his family, with Jaden frowning, as he now felt bad for having to win, but he needed to do it, to get Jasmine back. Sorry, Sal, but I have to win this duel to get Jasmine back. I summon the elemental hero Clayman, Jaden said, summoning Clayman in attack mode. Elemental hero Clayman, attribute Earth, level 4, card type, normal monster, monster type, warrior, card text, an elemental hero with a clay body built to last. He will preserve his fellow elemental heroes at any cost. ATK/800 def/2000. And because of the DNA surgery, Clayman became a beast type, while becoming more beastly in appearance. I now play Courageous Charge. Now, by sacrificing 1,000 life points, when Clayman attacks, you will receive damage equal to his def points, Jaden said, as he played his spell card, Brave Charge. Card type, normal spell. Effect. Pay 1,000 life points to target one face-up monster you control with 1,000 or less ATK. When that monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent this turn, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's def. Field 2900 1000 is equal to 1900. Now Elemental Hero Clayman, attack Sal! Jaden said, as Clayman thrust out his fist and attacked Sal. SA 1900-800 equals 1100. And thanks to Courageous Charge, you take damage equal to Clayman's def points, Jaden said, as Sal's last remaining HP was destroyed. SA 1100-2000 equals minus 900. Alright, you won! Cyrus cheered. Fair is fair, now you have to let Jasmine go, Jaden said, as Sal lowering his head, knowing he was beaten. Walking over, he picked up Jasmine and set her safely on the ground, the girl running to her friends. Jaden, thank you for saving me, Jasmine said, smiling at him. No problem, I'm glad I could help, Jaden replied, smiling. But what about Sal? Jasmine asked, as he kidnapped her, seeing that he just wanted to get back to his family made her feel sorry for him. He returns to the lab, where he'll learn what happens when he fails, along with the rest of those fleeing creatures, the old man said, only for the students to step between them and Sal. I don't think so. He's not taking Sal, nor is anyone else in his family, Naruto said. Yeah, he belongs out here in the wild. Not locked up, just so you can poke and prod him, like he's an experiment, Jaden added, with Sal looking at them in surprise that they would stand up for him and his family. Please, do you think I'm going to let some punk kids get in my way? Deal with those brats, the old man said, with the two guards nodding, while the one with the rifle took aim at them. Though instead of looking scared, the duelists simply smiled. I don't think our master would like that very much. He gets angry very easily, Naruto said, seeing a familiar figure behind the old man and his guards. And you really wouldn't like him when he's angry, Blair added, smiling, as the old man sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of any teacher? The old man retorted, before feeling a hand on his shoulder. Looking over, he saw Professor Banner with a forced smile on his face. Were you threatening my students and these defenseless animals? That makes me so angry, Banner yelled before transforming. Then, after Banner dealt with the scientists, the students helped Sal remove his mech armor and machines, though Sal kept the dual disc. The monkey then approached and reunited with his family. It's like a family reunion, Syra said, smiling. Yeah, I'm glad to see you're all back together, Jasmine said. Hey Sal, stay safe and let's fight again sometime, Jaden said, with Sal grinning, as he raised his arm and waved before he and his family ran off into the woods. Man, that was close. Thank goodness the professor showed up, Mindy said, relieved for once to see Banner appear, and got angry. Yes. How did you find us, Professor? Alexis asked. What can I say? I love animals. And it was easy with the pharaoh here, following you around, Banner said, petting his cat. Well, why were you trying to find us anyway? Naruto asked. I just wanted to let everyone know that Chaz is okay. But he also left the island, on his family's yacht, And he's already gone, Banner revealed, surprising the group and saddening them that Chaz has already left the island. There's also the fact that you'll all be making up your missed classes, Banner added, making their mood drop even further. But I will say this, I'm proud of you for wanting to help your classmate, even with the differences between all of you, as well as defending the monkeys against those men, Banner said, smiling at his students, making them smile back, as well as being happy to know that Chaz was at least safe. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go shopping for some new clothes, Banner said, as he was only wearing ripped shorts, which used to be his pants, and his glasses. Nodding, the group headed back to the academy, believing that despite leaving, Chaz would probably return someday.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.